die has all been cast. Do not recognize them, do not know the past. Wasn't so long ago, a different tale was told. The ancient script had been rewritten, no products are to be sold. Yeah, they got you where they want you. Yeah, they put a spell on you. They're scared by these illusions, this new spooky ad campaign. Everywhere you turn, it's always pounding in your brain. Do not go to beaches, do not breathe the ocean air. Yeah, they stole $6 trillion just to show how much they cares. Yeah, they got you where they want you. Yeah, they put a spell on you. Yeah, they got you where they want you. We're flipping through all them channels, programming mind control. Try to convince the world that the humans got no souls. Yeah, they're only flesh and blood. Yeah, they're only dirt and mud. Our lies conspire to douse the fire, inspire with the breath of life. Yeah, they got you where they want you. Yeah, they put a spell on you. Lockstep marching doctors with their dangling stethoscopes. Their science they claim the final solution, the only human hope. Or keep you from your neighbors, all muzzled up in the mask. Yeah, you take them off cause you got no cough, but you don't know who to ask. Yeah, they got you where they want you. Yeah, they put a spell on you. Yeah, they got you where they want you. Yeah, they put a spell on you. Oh, one thing is crystal clear. Can I live in fear? 'Cause if we do, the human spirit will surely disappear.
This is the End Evil podcast, where we speak raw truth. The aim is to impress you about the value of your time on this planet, to shine a light on the most important truth that has been obscured for too long, to give you the information and knowledge necessary to make true change, to move human experience away from suffering and grief and towards love and joy. Let's begin to work towards the end of all evil. Every week, we dig into natural law, trauma programming, and the mechanisms of societal control. We replace ignorance with knowledge, fear with courage, and apathy with action. As Jeremy Locke said, evil is the destruction of freedom. Go to endevil.life.
Did you know that Buddhist enlightenment is also called liberation, and liberation means freedom? Yes, freedom was the highest goal of esoteric Buddhism, but the Buddha's most important teaching has been lost. After 19 years of meditating and digging through ancient scriptures, I discovered something that blew my mind. There is one verse in the Pali Canon, the most ancient Buddhist texts, that the Buddha himself said was the most important one. And it's missing from every guided meditation, every app, almost every spiritual teacher today. That's why enlightenment has become the stuff of myth and legend, and why freedom is slipping away a little more each year. I break it all down in episode 1 of the Meditate More podcast. If you're ready to discover this missing key, go to meditatemorepodcast.com. This might be the answer you've been looking for all this time.
Somewhere in the sound, the color, the vibrations, the culture, we find another outlet. Views of past expression, now brought to our attention. Various throughout in parallel, others in divine indivisibility brought back.
Together, we'll walk through the corridors of time, uncovering the unusual, the hidden, and the forgotten.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Day 2, Freedom Under Natural Law 5 Conference. Ignite Hearts and Minds. How's everyone feeling? We're over here on the West Coast, so I hope you guys got some stiff coffee or tea.
Yeah, it's good to be here, Will. Thanks for all your hard work behind the scenes and also in front of the scenes announcing too. And we got Derek here with us. I'm sure Leslie will join us in a bit. She's probably warming up some coffee too.
Good morning. Hello, everybody.
Morning.
Welcome back to Funnel 2. Funnel 5, Day 2. Get it right.
That's right. We're streaming live to the One Great Work Network, X, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. We did have an interruption yesterday. And if that happens, folks, give it 30 seconds and refresh the page. Go to the channel, a new stream will pop up. That was the first stream that we've had in actually all the Funnel Conference history that we've got taken shut down. And, of course, you say the wrong things in this day and age, and they will definitely rip that down. But it's all good. We bounce back, and here we are.
Too, you can go to freedomundernaturallaw.com. And if you scroll down, the links are all there on like a button. So if you're having trouble with one channel for whatever on your device, just go check it out on Facebook, or, like Will said, refresh your YouTube. Just go back and forth between the different live streams. We've got multiple options, so you can keep watching, and we'll keep it rolling. Will's did an awesome job yesterday. As soon as things stopped, he just started it up again, and we kept going.
That's right. Yeah.
And as far as recordings, well, what can people expect?
In about just 2 days, we'll get all the individual presentations uploaded. The full length day will be uploaded as well. So expect that by like Tuesday, Wednesday at the latest. And we'll do a public post, and everything will be posted on the website as well. So freedomundernaturallaw.com is definitely the hub for all your information. And then all the links will be posted.
Super.
Yeah. So, you guys want to put some comments in the chat? We got people in here already. That's fantastic. Good seeing everyone. Good morning. Good day. It's really great to see. Our schedule today is going to be awesome. Let's check this out real quick. We're jumping the whole day off with soul expression. Then we have more clips from Woody Martin, and then we have a special message from Derek Bros, a very busy guy. He's in Costa Rica right now at another event. And then Dan Arnold. We do have we're going to play some more Logan Makes Noise clips, a little funny. Voiceovers are a great addition to the conference. Corey Endralot. Grant Elman is doing a live musical set. That is Presence. Fantastic musician. And then Jerry Capizzuto, our own Funnel's own Chris Jansen, and Kat Waters, Nate Cap, and then myself will come on to finish it off, and then we'll do another live Q&A. So again, if anyone has questions for a specific presenter throughout the day, put that all caps question in there and we'll get those kind of starred. And put just all caps question and we'll kind of collect those as we go. So yeah, cool. Right on. Anybody, you guys want to add stuff and then we'll get into it?
I'm just looking forward to this. It's a little cold over here near Shasta, but things are going to spark off,
The heat is rising, and we're starting it off hot with soul expression, I think.
That's right. Yeah, we have a couple minutes. So let's jump it off how we've been doing the last few funnel conferences with the theme song, Diesel Automotive.
There we go.
Get moving.
If you are intelligent, then you know that freedom is inherent, cause it's evident. It doesn't come from government, it don't come from the president, it comes from the creator of all universal elements. Some people say it's God-given, others say it's heaven sent. No matter what you call it, natural law sets the precedent. Subjective morality's a fallacy. There's laws that we cannot see, like gravity, that people accept happily, but tragically they believe that freedom has to be granted to us magically by royalty or majesty. It's sad to see people willingly give up their liberty, cause they don't really see the enemy that's on a killing spree. The state, it hates sovereign individuals, cause those who follow natural law and abide by all its principles are mentally invincible, immune to the brainwash. We liberate ourselves and then help others break the chains off. We ain't soft, we go hard, like when the thunder hits. Guns and clips ready in self-defense from the government and the elitists running it. Blast them all, claim our freedom standing under it. Natural law, the elitists running it. Blast them all, claim our freedom standing under it. Natural law, freedom under natural law for us all. Yeah, freedom under natural law for us all. Yeah, freedom under natural law for us all. What? For us all. What? Freedom for us all. What? You know what we do. Get big on F.U.N.L.
Fantastic. Now, let's take 2 minutes. If you weren't here for day one and you're relatively new to what the funnel is, the funnel conference, let's just break that down like we did yesterday, right? The funnel conference, freedom under natural law. This is understanding that there are inherent objective governing dynamics in reality that generate a consequence or a condition of society or within your own life, right? This is natural law or the laws of nature. For us to end slavery, the human condition of this planet, and towards freedom, we need to understand that how we act in the world and the behaviors that we choose have an effect, right? And the collective aggregate of behaviors is going to generate a condition for humanity. So understanding the difference between right and wrong and objective morality, this is the very crux of what natural law is. And for us to achieve true freedom, we all need to contribute and act morally and also propagate the education of morality and natural law to others.
Yeah, I'll just add that a big theme in our conference this time around is the self-work and how important it is that we all examine our own minds, and our emotional and mental processes to discover how mind control is seeped into ourselves and blocking and blinding us from the objective truth and natural law, how it's unfolding in the world. So we all have work to do to address our own traumas, our ancestral traumas, our current life traumas, to deal with our emotions so that we can see and handle and really absorb the truth of what's going on and be able to maintain our center in the midst of that.
Well said. Absolutely. And of course, this theme of this conference, Funnel 5, is Ignite, talking about the element of fire, of willpower, of action. And this is what, we have been tasked to do, is come together and create a platform to support and promote truth speakers in the world that have activated and are putting themselves out there with a message of truth, freedom, right action. And this is what the whole funnel is. And we implore people to go to Freedom Under Natural Law, click on the presenters, check out their work, support, donate to them, and then share this stream right now.
Yeah, we're really getting to the crux of the matter in the world, the root of the problem, and I think that's why our messages are not always popular. Because if enough people understand this work deeply, then our world can change. That's a bit of a threat to some of our controllers. So I think the spreading and sharing of this information is vital.
100%. Well said. And with that said, let's go ahead and spark this whole conference off with an incredible presentation from Soul Expression. Now, Soul Expression reached out to me last night, and he wanted to dedicate this presentation that he is about to give to his father, to the loving memory of his father, Maurice A. Clark Jr., who unfortunately passed away this past Friday night at the age of 55 due to a heart attack. He was deeply loved and will be profoundly missed. So for Maurice Clark Jr., your son is doing this presentation, and there's no end. It's all transformation. It's all change. So I'm sure he's here in presence for Soul Expression's presentation at the Funnel 5 conference. Here you go.
What's up, everyone? Very honored to be here. My name is Maurice, and I go by Soul Expression. Today, I'll be sharing the introduction and part 1 of my multi-part work titled Religion, the Oldest Psyop, a re-examination of spiritual narrative. My Instagram and YouTube channel are on the screen, and if you want more of my thoughts, feel free to follow or stalk me, whatever floats your boat. My main focus in life is spreading truth in forms that come to me. I am a father, a husband, a hip-hop soul artist, and the author of Culture Control, Why the Love of Money is Objectively the Root of All Evil. I make a lot of mistakes. I love hard as fuck, and I create seriously. I take my creations very seriously. It's honestly a dream of mine to one day share a space with Mark Passio, and want to give a real shout out to Cynthia Mitchell, Derek B., and my wife Tensi for helping me get where I am today. What you're about to hear is not an attack on faith by any means, and it's not an attempt to tell anyone to believe what I believe. It's my attempt to look at the oldest spiritual stories through a psychological and objectively moral lens, and ask how they shape the way we think, obey, fear, and care. So thank you for being here. Thank you for listening with an open mind, and thank you for giving me your time. Let's get into it. Religion, the Oldest Psyop, a re-examination of spiritual narrative. Introduction. If I were to write a truly meaningful research paper, I would tell a story. And if I were to paint the greatest painting, it would be the story carried within it that gave it power. Meaning does not reside in data, nor does it arise from isolated facts. Across cultures and centuries, humans have agreed on one thing. It is better to have a meaningful life than merely a long one, to have a meaningful relationship than just a safe one, and to endure a meaningful struggle rather than a comfortable void. Meaning comes from the storyteller within. The inner storyteller. The most powerful force beneath awareness is not belief, not emotion, not even intention. It is the inner storyteller. Awareness simply is. The I am, which is known as the seed of consciousness, knows that isness. Below the I am sits the third seat, which is more powerful than all below it, the inner storyteller. The I am knows that it is, and the inner storyteller explains what that means. It interprets existence, gives shape to experience. It decides whether pain is punishment or lesson, whether fear is danger or invitation, whether obedience is virtue or surrender. Long before a person forms a religion, a worldview, a personal political identity, the inner storyteller is already writing. This storyteller is not the ego, because it tells the story of the ego and its evolution. It is not the emotions, because it gives them and their changes meaning. It is not the body, because it narrates the body's sensations and responses. It is the bridge between raw awareness and lived identity. It speaks in images, memory, myth, and anticipation. It works while we are awake and while we are asleep. It shapes the brain's wiring while the conscious mind is distracted. It decides which experiences become scars and which wisdom. And this precisely is why religion works. Not because it is true or false in some absolute sense, but because it hijacks the inner storyteller. It inserts a pre-written narrative into the most powerful meaning engine a human possesses. It tells the inner storyteller who the enemy is, what obedience means, what fear should look like, and where guilt should land. It does not merely give rules, it gives a plot. Heroes and villains, chosen and rejected, saved and damned, rewarded and punished, paradise and exile. See, once the storyteller accepts the plot, the nervous system, the subconscious mind, even the eternal soul follows. And this is why karma feels delayed, not because consequence is slow, but because story takes time. Consequence does not arrive as a lightning bolt. It arrives as a chapter. And chapters require context. A behavior does not mature into meaning until the narrative is complete enough to be understood. This is not determinism. It is interpretation. The story is not fixed per se, but it must be coherent for the lesson to land. Even repentance needs a storyline to work. And this is also why entire civilizations can repeat the same tragedies with new costumes and new customs over and over and over again. The inner storyteller of humanity has been trained to recycle the same script: fear, authority, obedience, abuse, collapse, forgetting, and repeat. New flags, new gods, new slogans, same plot. Religion, when weaponized, becomes the oldest psychological operation because it does not control behavior directly, it controls meaning. It teaches people to narrate exploitation as righteousness, submission as holiness, suffering as virtue. It trains the storyteller to look inward for sin instead of also looking outward for coercion and manipulation. It turns conscience into a private burden instead of a public alarm. And once that happens, control no longer needs chains. It only needs repetition. This is not because humans are unintelligent. It is because the inner storyteller is powerful enough to override the senses, alter memory, and survive contradiction. It can hold two opposing ideas at once if the story requires it. It can forgive the tyrant and condemn the neighbor. It can sanctify violence and shame gentleness. It can call cages protection and call rebellion evil. It is not bound by the rules it interprets. That is its danger and its miracle. The inner storyteller can enslave, and it also can liberate. When it is no longer fed dogma, it begins to observe cause and effect honestly and carefully. When it stops worshiping authority blindly, it starts respecting reality genuinely. When it releases fear as its central plot device, it can finally tell a new story, one where responsibility replaces obedience, where care replaces compliance, and where freedom is not the absence of restraint, but instead the presence of alignment. Religion at its worst programs the storyteller to fear truth. At its best, points beyond itself to underlying principles. And every psyop fails the moment the inner storyteller awakens to truth. Furthermore, the brain does not simply process facts, it organizes meaning through narrative. Stories literally alter neurological pathways. They shape memory, identity, emotion, and expectation. We use stories to make sense of our trauma, our joy, our health, in all of its dimensions: physical health, mental, emotional, spiritual, and the consequences of both our individual and collective choices. Stories are the backbone of humor, the soul of great music. They are the engine of marketing, where testimonials and narratives outperform raw data because they reach the body and the emotions, not just the intellect alone. This is why storytelling is considered one of the highest skills a culture can master. While the body changes, emotions evolve, and personalities shift, the story simply continues. It is the vessel that carries transformation. A Christmas story, a re-examination. The most influential story in the world is the story of Jesus Christ, Yeshua the Christ. It has crossed languages, continents, and empires. It has shaped laws, families, and inner lives. Because of this, it deserves neither blind loyalty nor casual dismissal, but serious re-examination. What follows is an intentionally dense inquiry into religion, with particular attention given to Christianity, not because it is uniquely flawed, but because it is the tradition I know most intimately. This work does not mock belief, nor does it treat faith as foolish. It attempts something more difficult, which is to distinguish between living truth and inherited narrative, between spiritual insight and psychological control, between moral awakening and moral outsourcing. It assumes that religion contains truth, deep truth, but also that truth can be weaponized when fused with authority, fear, and ritual. The danger is not falsehood alone. It is truth embedded inside systems designed to manage behavior. Perspective versus perception. For the purposes of this work, religion is defined very broadly as any faith-based idea that has the potential to hold one back from truth. This includes formal religions, political ideologies, scientific absolutism, culture, and inherited identity narratives of all kinds. Belief itself is, of course, unavoidable, and I do not have anything negative to say about someone's belief or someone's belief in the Bible as legitimate gospel. Human beings must orient themselves toward meaning. Still, belief becomes dangerous when it cannot grow, when it punishes questioning, and when it replaces lived understanding with obedience. This inquiry rests on an uncomfortable premise. Human history does not repeat because we fail to remember facts, but because we fail to understand cause. The same psychological pattern, fear, hierarchy, obedience, indulgence, and avoidance, produce the same outcomes under different names and costumes year after year. Natural law does not negotiate with empires or adapt to ideology. It responds only to behavior. So, when coercion and submission return, so do their consequences. One of the most potent tools used to maintain submission is called controlled opposition, approved channels of dissent that preserve the system they appear to oppose. Religious institutions have often served this function, not by inventing evil, but by redirecting moral outrage away from power and into ritual, identity, and inward guilt. In doing so, they separate cause from effect. The true sources of harm, coercion, exploitation, systemic violence, manipulation, deception, fade into abstraction, while the individual is trained to believe he himself is to blame for wounds created by the world. This produces a tragic inversion. Conscience becomes the enemy. Restraint is confused for repression, indulgence for freedom. Over time, people learn to resist the truth and therefore their own awakening more fiercely than any external tyrant ever could. The most effective form of control is not force, but consent. Not chains, but habit. Not silence, but stories. And the aim of this work is not to destroy religion, nor to enthrone cynicism, nor to replace belief with just sheer bitterness. It is to recover alignment, to examine where our oldest stories have helped us grow, and where they may have been shaped into tools of fear and obedience. It is to unlearn what blocks truth and preserve what reveals it. It is to approach spirituality not as inherited doctrine, but as lived responsibility. You see, when religion is frozen, it becomes limitation. Simultaneously, when truth is lived, it becomes freedom. So again, what follows is not an attack on faith. It is a refusal to confuse faith with surrender or love with blind obedience. It is an attempt to listen again to conscience, to consequence, and to the quiet intelligence already present in every heart. Part 1. The contradiction. There is almost no greater spiritual narrative than the sacrifice of Christ. Even if a person approaches it as literature alone, without doctrine, without church, without the pressures of identity, it still holds as one of the clearest images of moral courage ever handed to the human mind. A man sent from the highest realm refuses to become what is done to him. A man holds the line against fear, against coercion, against the seduction of hatred, against temptation. A man chooses truth over self-preservation, love over retaliation. And whether one reads this story as historical, symbolic, or both, it carries a frequency that does not easily fade. Yet, what I have come to believe is that many people have confused the living heart of that narrative with the institutional machinery that later formed around it. Christianity as a religion, as an empire-aligned structure, as a hierarchy of recruitment and enforcement, was not built by Christ. Christ did not preach a theology of domination. He did not authorize a class of moral police. He did not teach men to threaten non-believers with eternal punishment as though the divine creator needed human mouthpieces to do his disciplining. He did not confuse personal faith with a license to govern, punish, recruit, or coerce. What he brought was not a new technique of control. It was a moral inversion, in a good way. Not the inversion of truth, but the inversion of the old reflex humanity perpetuates to this day. The reflex to conflate violence with virtue, domination with order, fear with wisdom, exclusion with purity, and identity with devotion. Christ, representing the truth, the way, and the life, reserves those instincts at their root. He points to an inner law instead of an external whip. He points to conscience instead of tribe, mercy instead of jealousy. He points to the sacredness of human beings not because of their bloodline, but because of their being. And this is where the psychological material becomes unavoidable for anyone who is honest. Now, we will circle back to Christ shortly because his arrival in this biblical story represents the most profound interruption of the old way in human moral history. Yet, even that interruption was eventually rewritten into a story that affects the inner storyteller in a very specific way. What began as a radical disruption of fear-based hierarchy was slowly recast into a narrative that made room for hierarchy again. What began as an awakening was turned into an institution, and what began as a call to conscience was transformed into a system of obedience. This is not because Christ failed, but because stories can be captured. The same truth that exposes domination can be recognized to justify it. The same teachings that dissolve fear can be framed to sanctify it. Once Christ is placed inside a controlled narrative, complete with authorities, rituals, enemies, and rewards, the inner storyteller is guided away from lived alignment back towards a submission. The plot shifts subtly from become free, become like me, to be loyal. Goes from see clearly to believe correctly. And in this way, even truth itself can be used as raw material for control. asymmetrical protections and punishments. When I trace the story as it unfolds from the earliest pages of the Bible, I see a pattern that resembles the architecture of modern psychological operations. The slow normalization of hierarchy, favoritism, and othering, disguised as divine order. And I say this carefully. I'm not saying everything is false. I'm not saying there is no truth in the ancient texts. There is truth, often piercing truth. But there is also a recurring pattern of moral asymmetry that plants the seeds of division. And division is always the first ingredient in domination, as you'll see. Consider the earliest scene that sets the tone for the human being, the Garden of Eden. Most people I know have never heard a serious pastor or theologian say plainly that God did not create the serpent. And why would they? The text itself points to a creator of all things. If all means all, then the serpent is not a glitch. In fact, hell itself, with all of its inhabitants, would fall under all things in and of itself. The serpent is not an outsider who slipped past divine awareness. There is no clean theological escape from that implication. Now, this means the serpent is not an outsider, but a part of the system directly designed for human beings to have dominion over. And this is what the inner storyteller is given to take note of. The first moral conflict in the entire biblical narrative with human beings begins under a strange shadow. A being known as the serpent, with the capacity to deceive, the intelligence to manipulate, and the ability to speak directly to the newly formed humans who possess no experience, no moral memory, and clearly no defense, is placed within arm's reach of said humans. The consequences are immediate and everlasting: the fall of man. Psychologically, the imprint is unmistakable. The story introduces chaos, temptation, and psychological warfare, not as accidents, but as baked into the arena itself. And then comes a distribution of blame. The serpent tempts the humans. The humans fall. God responds, gives punishments. The pattern that enters the human mind is asymmetrical. It's not clean. It's not what one would expect if the primary aim were moral clarity. When one is unable or unwilling to ask what deep identification with these short, powerful stories actually does within us, how they shape the automations of the inner storyteller, responsibility becomes tangled with worthiness. Causality becomes blurred. The inner storyteller absorbs a dangerous lesson, which is that manipulation and temptation exist under divine permission. But failure is carried by the vulnerable. That chaos can be present by design, yet guilt belongs to the inexperienced. That the system allows deception, but condemns those who are deceived. This trains the mind to expect moral imbalance, to accept uneven accountability, and to internalize fault for conditions it did not create. What kind of worldview gets trained into the human psyche when divine narratives introduce asymmetry at the very beginning? What happens when cause and effect feel selectively applied? What happens when punishment appears uneven? what happens when the mind learns very early that authority can create the conditions for failure, then punish the failure, and call the entire process righteous. Sacrificial lamb, or sacrilege of the damned. This is the same psychological pattern modern institutions use to sustain control, manufacture the environment, engineer the outcome, and moralize the consequences. It is a soft form of domination, and it becomes stronger when it is sacralized. From there, this pattern intensifies as we move through the biblical story. We move quickly into a story of sacrifices, favoritism, and this is where the moral logic becomes even more psychologically potent. Paradise was given freely as a gift. Then suddenly, offerings are introduced. First fruits, then livestock, blood. A creator beyond time and space who needs nothing is portrayed as pleased by some offerings and displeased by others. And not only displeased, this displeasure becomes the trigger for the first murder between siblings, between brothers. Here again, it is not the mere fact of the story that matters. It is the conditioning it can produce when treated as divine instruction. Because once you normalize sacrifice as a currency of approval, you have done something devastating to the human mind. You introduce the idea that destruction can be holy. You've introduced the idea that murder can be righteous. That a being can be harmed for a higher good, and that a higher authority desires that harm. Once that door opens, it never closes. A psyop always begins with the smallest acceptable concessions. And once the mind accepts the first concession, a lamb is only a lamb, it's only a lamb. A bull, it's only a bull. Then it becomes easier to accept the next, and the next, and the next. Those who resist sacrificing are resisting God. Those who resist become demonized, labeled impure, labeled dangerous. Their dissent becomes not a difference of conscience, but a threat to divine order. And this is how Gentile becomes more than just a word, but a mental box. And the box becomes hereditary. And the hereditary identity becomes destiny. And destiny becomes justification. This is not just ancient history, by the way. It is the blueprint of how human societies manufacture in-groups and out-groups and call that whole process morality. Soon enough, the narrative of divine favor narrows. The favor that once seemed broadly available becomes increasingly selective, increasingly lineage-based, increasingly tied to inheritance and identity. Noah is chosen to build the ark, to move the story forward. Then Abraham. Then only a select set of Abraham's sons. And then Jacob instead of Esau and Israel. Then the chosen people, and this becomes a theological identity. The structure becomes insiders and outsiders, holy blood and common blood, covenant members and those outside of the covenant. And if you want to watch moral relativism become institutional, watch what people can justify once they believe their tribe is the vessel for divine favor. A man can do almost anything if he believes the order of heaven is behind him. And that's why the story becomes psychologically combustible, because now the moral code is no longer anchored in universal conscience. It becomes anchored in status, It's anchored in selection. It's anchored in us. And us is always hungry. Us always needs an enemy to remain coherent. Us always needs outside to protect inside. Us always becomes a bit of a machine. And you can see how this escalates historically without even needing to argue theology. Once the mind accepts that a so-called chosen people even exists, and that the rest are somehow lesser, it becomes a small step towards things like slavery, conquest, and theologies that justify senseless violence. It becomes a small step to genocide framed as a sacred cleansing. A small step towards racism justified through eugenics, revisionist history, and sacred narrative. And of course, the final forms differ by era, but the mechanism is very stable. Identity replaces conscience, and harm becomes righteous through justification of divine favor. A moral earthquake. Now here is where Christ re-enters the story, but now like an interruption, a moral earthquake. Because Christ does not reinforce this narrowing pattern. He reverses it. Christ does not teach that divine relationship is about your bloodline. He completely dissolves bloodline. He does not teach that divine favor is inherited through tribe. He completely detaches it from tribe. He does not teach that separation from the others is righteous. He moves toward the others. He does not teach that righteousness is domination. He exposes domination as spiritual sickness. He does not teach that sacrifice is what makes you worthy. He teaches mercy, humility, and inner transformation. He does not teach that your enemies are evidence of your holiness. Instead, he teaches love for enemies is evidence of your alignment. This is a narrative inversion, a psychological liberation from the old way, where the earlier arc often conditions the mind towards hierarchy, towards chosen and unchosen. Christ conditions the heart towards universality. What you do unto others, you do unto yourself. Not because the tribe says so, but because reality is woven that way. Not because you must obey, but because it's true. This is natural law in human form. The price of certainty, sacred confusion. What one also finds within traditional Abrahamic religions is not merely error or manipulation, but a complicated mixture, contradiction, contradictory actions attributed to God, alongside undeniable truth. In fact, many aspects of these religions contain lasting truth, which is precisely why discernment becomes so difficult. If these systems were entirely false, they would be a lot easier to abandon. The danger is not obvious deception. It is truth wrapped in word magic, obscured by ritual, authority, and fear. It is the presence of genuine insight alongside moral incoherence that traps the mind. A person senses something sacred, something real, and assumes, therefore, that everything attached to it must also be sacred and true. To navigate this landscape requires a level of honesty and courage that most belief systems quietly discourage. Because the structure of belief itself is often tied to identity, belonging, and survival. Questioning becomes psychologically expensive, especially when the promise of another paradise, called heaven, is placed in the winner's circle, allegedly reserved for the most loyal, most obedient, and least questioning among the faithful. The message is subtle, but very powerful. Certainty is rewarded. Doubt is sometimes punished. Curiosity becomes rebellion, and the mind learns to protect the story rather than seek the truth behind it. See, this is where the concept of childlike faith becomes not merely misleading, but spiritually dangerous. Even in its most charitable, most sophisticated, nuanced interpretation, childlike faith is still the acceptance of something not rooted in lived truth. It cannot be grounded in truth, at least not the truth the observer inhabits. If the belief must be forced, imagined, or adopted unnaturally, it simply cannot be so. A faith that demands the suspension of conscience, the silencing of questions, or the denial of observable contradiction is not truth, it is submission. It's not openness, it's psychological retreat. In practice, childlike faith means either willful ignorance or unacknowledged doubt. The believer may not consciously lie to themselves, but they learn to look away from what does not fit. They learn to call discomfort things like tests. They learn to call moral confusion mystery. With this, faith becomes performance. Belief can become armor and used to block the truth. And the very intelligence that could lead a person closer to God can be trained instead to defend an image of God which is not true and which cannot survive honest examination. Childlike faith in contradictory claims does not lead to paradise, it leads to confusion. It leads to submission and the outsourcing of moral responsibility. It teaches people to wait for culture to tell them what is right, rather than listening to the conscience that already knows. And when obedience replaces understanding, even sincere people can be led to commit harm while believing they are doing good. History is not filled with simply monsters who thought they were evil. It's filled with a lot of ordinary people who thought they were righteous. The inner law. Where the Old Testament commands and requests from God often condition the human mind towards moral relativism. It's right because my authority says it's right. Christ shifts morality back towards conscience or the inner law. The living law. The law that does not require recruitment, threats, or enforcement rituals. The law that cannot be outsourced without degrading the soul. This is why I hesitate to call Christ merely a Jewish teacher or religious teacher in the way people casually mean it. He taught in context, yes. He spoke the language of the people, yes. He used familiar texts and symbols, yes. But to reduce his teaching to the structures he was actually confronting is to miss the heart of what he brought to the human family. He did not preach, "My tribe is superior." He preached a kingdom that is not built on tribal power, that lives in you. He did not preach obedience to unjust authority as righteousness. He confronted unjust authority, religious, economic, and political, without becoming unjust himself. And that is the higher miracle, in my view. He refused to return evil for evil. He refused to become a mirror of the system. He refused to bend the knee. And he did not just oppose tyranny, he refused to embody it himself. And this is why the moral inversion of Christ is so important to me. It's the antidote to the ancient and modern disease of domination disguised as care. Because domination always dresses itself as morality, right? It always claims higher purpose. It always insists that coercion is compassion. It always tells you this harm is necessary. The ends justify the means. the enemy is subhuman. So your obedience for your protection is your salvation. But that's wrong. And Christ's worldview refuses that at every turn. The polar opposite. Eastern philosophy and Eastern religion often occupy the opposite pole, what might be called the left of the spiritual spectrum. Less obsessed with obedience, more concerned with harmony. Less focused on punishment, more focused on awareness. Now, that side has its own distortions and dangers, but the contrast to the Abrahamic religions is instructive, where one side tends toward domination in the name of righteousness, the other toward dissolution and detachment in the name of peace. Now, personally, I think Christ does not fit into either category neatly. He seems to stand out of this spiritual political spectrum entirely, not as an institution and definitely not as a ruler, but as a living contradiction to systems that require fear, violence, unquestioning loyalty, or confusion to survive. In studying Eastern spiritual philosophy, one inevitably comes across a concept that Westerners may at first glance describe as lazy and naive. This concept has many names. I'm going to call it the concept of doing nothing. It, of course, is not truly a do-nothing instruction for one's lifestyle, but it means to do nothing that creates the illusion of you being separate from nature rather than in nature. So when I say do nothing in this context, I mean basing your movements on the here and now, completely fresh, with a sense of oneness and symmetry with nature, without identity as other than nature. Simply put, doing nothing out of the flow of nature. And this approach offers a powerful solution to many day-to-day problems and even some complex ones, especially within the overstimulated and artificial environments of modern city life in the West. However, of course, East or West, this also becomes very impractical when applied dogmatically to all situations. There are moments when the greater good demands bold, decisive action, and to ignore that inner call in the name of perpetual non-interference is in itself a form of avoidance, and therefore its teaching a form of control. Flow, taken to an extreme, can become paralysis. And this raises an enduring question. What is the balance between doing nothing and using one's gift of intelligence to honor one's gift of creativity, particularly in relation to desire, which can itself also be a gift? Now, no one can act on every desire that they have without severe consequences, often traumatic and sometimes fatal. So a meaningful life, therefore, requires a substantial measure of restraint, of doing nothing. Yet discovering the balance between restraint and action appears to be one of humanity's oldest and most elusive challenges, understood clearly by only a few. The truth here is simple. Religion alone, of any kind, is insufficient to lead a person to goodness, which is synonymous with truth. What is required is direct, lived experience, the ongoing work of undoing, unlearning, and refusing to relapse into harmful patterns. No doctrine can replace the intelligence of born awareness, and no belief can substitute for the responsibility of conscious action. This is where my definition of religion becomes essential. Religion, as I use the word, is any faith-based idea that has the potential to hold a person back from truth. It is not limited to churches or scriptures. It includes political ideologies, scientific absolutism, moral posturing, and the worship of authority. Belief is unavoidable, but belief systems become religious in the harmful sense when they cannot evolve with growth, when they demand loyalty over honesty, and when they punish questioning or forbid conscience from speaking. A person can use imperfect traditions to grow closer to God. It happens all the time. I have met religionists on both the religious left and the religious right who deserve my respect. Not because they're right, but because they are sincere, humble, and most of all, not interested in recruiting or controlling others. They live their path instead of policing someone else's. They don't demand agreement to grant dignity to their fellow human being. And that kind of faith is not tyranny. It is a tool towards truth in their personal stories. But the religion of domination, the religion that cannot change with growth, is inorganic. And it is not a true relationship with the divine. It's a behavioral limitation structure. And that brings me back to the modern mirror, the systems of our time that do not call themselves religion, but function exactly like them. Whether or not someone believes texts like silent weapons for quiet wars are literal, the pattern is visible. Controls shifting from overt violence to subtle conditioning, from explicit hierarchy to automated compliance, from priests to institutions, and from fear of hell to fear of instability. In both cases, the goal is the same: outsource conscience, normalize obedience, train the population to police itself. So the question becomes not merely theological, but psychological. Are we oriented towards truth or toward control? And a deep examination of the phenomenon called addiction may help clarify this a little more. The chemistry of avoidance. Addiction is not merely chemical dependency or moral failure. It is a feedback loop born of misalignment. And it begins with something that feels freedom aligned, a thought dressed as curiosity, empowerment, relief. A thought disguised as an assertion of curious autonomy, but is truly just avoiding the pain, cruelty, and chaos of this wicked world we inhabit. We say, oh, this isn't gonna hurt anybody, and I deserve to have a little fun. And that initial turn quickly hardens into denial. That denial eventually becomes bondage. Now, at that stage, one may be able to admit the addiction, yet still feels quite powerless to stop. The mind becomes entangled in its perceived dependence on external source of stimulation. The body in its perceived dependence on chemical reward. All the while, the spirit, which is subtly pulling you away, is being drowned out by the body and mind noise. The same thing happens at the collective level. Societies become addicted to power, control, consumption, domination, and they call it necessity when they can't kick the habit. The remedy is the same: more honesty, more restraint, responsibility, true care. Not punishment, not merely coercion toward alignment, but alignment to truth. And alignment to truth is where Christ, to me, becomes less a religious symbol and more a moral compass. not the idol of a system, but the example of a human being who refused to let fear become his God. One who showed that truth can stand unarmed before empire and still be truth. And that's why I'm very careful, but also quite firm. I do not need to insult my Christian brethren to say what I see. I do not need to mock scripture to acknowledge its fractures. And I do not need to claim certainty where humility is required. But I also refuse to pretend that the psychological material is not there. The arc from sacrifice and favoritism to exclusion and hierarchy is not invisible. Do unto others. The inversion Christ offers is not subtle, and the consequence of confusing the two, of turning Christ's moral vision into an institution of control, have been written into human history in blood. If humanity seeks a greater harmony, there are some principles we must strive for perfection in. The golden rule is one of them. Not as an imposed law, but as the only stable foundation for freedom that does not collapse into chaos. Natural law does not dictate from outside. It is woven into reality itself. It is built into cause and effect. It is written into conscience. If we want peace, we cannot keep worshiping systems that require fear and division to survive. And that is why it matters. Not because I want to be provocative, not because I want to be right, but because in a world where care is consistently being redefined as obedience, the greatest spiritual work may simply be to remember what true care looks like and to live it with enough courage that it becomes contagious. I think voting is mind violence. Don't just hear, listen, and find meaning behind silence, 'cause my words walk a divine line, and when I told it, I thought you knew it. Truth precedes perception and conclusion. Foolish is the man who knows he's wise. Useless is the ungrounded. Stay rooted in truth, 'cause belief in government is mental illness. That's part addiction, part delusion. All deception, all collusion, all coercion, all inclusive. Everybody get a piece, government included. The system abuses the system and you, that's why my MP3 in. You turn to me to turn away from obedience to this matrix that keeps sheep sleeping. Here go a sleek sequence bridge to deep meanings. I forgive, but I learn too. Even when I got nobody to turn to. But if you too scared to serve hurt to the herd that hurts you and Erica Kirks you, don't stand in my way. And don't say I ain't warned you. When everybody in the world is playing the victim, blaming and bitching, praying and wishing, school teachers struggling to get them to listen, how can we be the change that pay for the vision? Well, most people rather never attempt at changing anything that threaten what they treasure about themselves, about the hood they represent, for better or for worse. The shit is pressure. A desire tend to fester in the purest hearts. Yeah, we fighting temptation uphill in the purest dark. 'Cause if you roll it up, then it's sure to spark. And vices can feel like a cure in art. It's like a shrink. So I pray these lyrics make you think. When you hurting on the brink, insanity may creep, but my flow wash it off into the sink. I clean it up, cleanse it out, and send a link. Kings was the old way. But government is king now, and we still keep that old flavor. Yeah, we all tax paying, serfs, paying to live on an abundant earth. Make it make sense like money in the church. They make us make rent with disregard for our worth and blame us for sins of their thirst in reverse. Spirit, speak to those refusing the light. I'm in tune to get truth infused with the mic, so get loose. Jet fuel is juiced for the flight. No set groove, skate free, get bruised, learn to fight. Get teased, learn to master the future. Get good at reflecting on mistakes of the abusers. False prophecy users. Mind-controlled super troopers. Costumes don't grant rights to losers. Legal language don't create gods without an ego. It finesses the directors. Like counting cards at the casino. They remain deceptive with directives. Hush. I script in the infamy, feeling the lethargy. I'm connecting with divinity from the one to infinity. Heavenly amenities be hoarded by the enemies. Secrets of our chemistry, sea of synchronicity. Men and women get it, me be hating on my ministry. I break them up with entropy and kill them alchemically. Lyrical cellular reassembly, my lettering be menacing. A litany of written epiphany. I don't want to lessen the lessening like removing femininity from Trinity, so I'll get back to core messaging. Essentially, you hide your face behind your COVID mask, afraid to be exposed. There's evidence you met the inner portions of your soul and let it get corrupted for the fear of getting old, trying to kill your own reflection with the shadow from your clothes. But shadow work has made me see with greater clarity. The parody propaganda imposes on reality. The poser's word fallacies encrypted with malice dreams of frequencies disrupting the balance. See the hypocrisies? Sorry, that ain't a word. I break too many rules sometimes for my own good. I guess just ain't scared of thinking outside the box, even if telling the truth elevate me beyond the crops, making me a target for the barrels of evildoers. But awakening in the matrix means bullets can cease to move if I see the code and compute it. Teaching, coaching the youth and create a million anomalous neos, poaching the booster. Loudspeakers, the views, the influence produced. I'm cleansing cultural abuse, living open and blooming a future we want to see into existence, because you and me is the key to the new beginning. Forgiveness. Thank you very much.
Fantastic way to start a conference. What a very talented man right there. Lyrical artist, author, which I do have his book, Culture Control. I'm just freshly getting into it, but it's so well written. Him and his wife are very active, so I highly recommend people go check out his website, his links, and support him. But what'd you guys think about that message?
Yeah, that hits home. I grew up in Christianity. My dad was a preacher in the Christian church and well studied. And so if you look at some of my past work, something I've dug into, but I loved his perspective. He used sort of a different, unique way of talking about things, and the storytelling, inner storyteller in the beginning, that really hit hard for me. And the music in the background, his video editing is professional. I'm really impressed. It's hard to do all those transitions and music and then the lyrical stuff at the end. I love that. It was beautiful. Thanks all. And sorry, my condolences. That's something else about dealing with the loss. So much love there.
Yeah, I think his message is really needed. As hard as it is, I think, for people to hear, I think he did a very, very sensitive, very clear, honest, direct, but yet respectful job of highlighted these discrepancies and contradictions and drawing the parallels between the religious grooming and our governmental grooming, taking over from that place of power to coerce and tell stories and have people like basically enchained to the story line that keeps them obedient. And it connects to my presentation as well. And I just love how, as you listen to these presentations, you can see how they all weave together and enhance the message.
Derek, you're on mute, brother. I'll jump into on that message, right? I mean, in my work, I talk about religion as, the ultimate psyop 100%. And it's mainly about the comprehension of what religion is, right? And, as an animist, we see these stories all throughout human history. And when a culture starts to lose its mythology or its understanding of the mythos and its own story, right, then that is a captured culture that is already humanity enslaved, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think that the mythos was even warped, and transformed. And there's examples of that, say, from the Greek to the Roman, and the ways that stories are told today. It's been inverted and warped. So we have to be very discerning.
Yeah, and he did a great job of pointing out some of the causal factors and kind of what led up to certain things. Great job, brother. And looking at his works from like a year and doing some collaborations and with Cynthia Mitchell, them two have been, collaborating for a while. I was like, we got to get this guy on. He'll definitely, enrich our conference. And just like with so many other people, we see these presenters and creators level up and, step their game up for events like this. And I'm just so touched and honored and grateful for everyone. Soul, your father is beyond proud of this work, man. That's what's up. Great work. You got such a lethal lyricism about you, man. That that was amazing. I still got, chills from that, killed it.
Yeah, we do have some music we're going to play later on throughout the conference of Soul as well. So that was fantastic. And if anybody didn't get the memo, the conference is live. We have officially started and, jumping it off with a banger. So that was fantastic. I love how he tied in addiction at the end too, because this actually transfers perfectly into our next presenter. Has a short message, which is Derek Bros, because he's also an author and he has many projects, many books, but his most recent projects have been, of course, The Pyramid of Power, which is a fantastic documented series, but there's a physical book available as well. The Pyramid of Power.net. This is a series that you can send to quote unquote normies, your family, your friends that really need to, dive into all of the categories. And then of course, A Man of My Word, which is how he overcame his addiction, depression, and mental and physical prisons. Fantastic book that's just been released. So we'll get into his special message video for F.U.N.L in just a little bit. But let's get into, we have a musical track titled Reflection by 33, aka Derek Bros. But first, let's do a little Woody Martin, and let's jump off the giggles a little bit with a little Logan Makes Noise.
Hello, everyone. This is Logan Hart with Logan Makes Noise. I'm so honored and pleased to be joining you all today, not as a presenter this time, but bringing a little bit of a different energy with some fun voice impressions and comedy from some names that you'll probably recognize. So let's have some fun, and I hope you enjoy.
This is my Donald Trump impression. Ready? Hello, folks. It's me, Uncle Donnie J, your favorite 47th president ever. Highest ratings, by the way. I want to thank my beautiful wife, Melania. She's right over there. She's in the audience, believe it or not, digital audience. Folks, I've been talking to the people here, a lot of people at Funnel 5. Very smart people, some of the smartest anarchists I've ever seen. Really tremendous. And they told me about this thing called no rulers, no government. Beautiful concept, really. So I will be signing Executive Order 42, effective immediately, mandating total anarchy. That's right. The government will officially enforce no government. Very strongly enforce it. Not playing around here, folks. If anyone tries to rule you, we'll stop them, believe me. Very unfair. We can't let them do it. So I hope you'll join me and support me as we make anarchy great again. That's all there is to it. Thank you, Uncle Donnie J. Out. All right. Do you know that morality's objective, not subject to the arbitrary dictates of man-made legislation? 'Cause it'd be a whole lot cooler if you did. This is Matthew McConaughey. You're riding with Funnel 5 Ignite, where freedom isn't a trend, it's a state of mind. Keep living.
Hello again, Woody Martin here. I hope you're enjoying the cartoons. If you'd like to help support, please visit artswill.com and click the support tab. Also, if you'd like to see all of Bigfoot's transmissions, you can see them there at artswill.com. Anyways, let's check out what Bigfoot has to say now. Hello again. In order to fix the cussing human condition, we must take a closer look at how your reality is built through your mental activity. In previous transmissions, we talked about the law of mentalism. We also talked about the process of mental transmutation and how this can be used to change the condition of your reality through the mental act of will. Now I'm going to dissect the inner workings of this a bit more so you humans can understand how your reality is built. Because the way your reality is built closely corresponds to how you can cussing reprogram yourselves. In fact, they're both based off the same 3-step process. Okay, step 1, the foundation, knowledge, to know or not to know. A human's knowledge is based off the available information you humans have access to. Any accessible information has the potential to be processed and understood by an individual human. Us big feet have noticed lots of key information has been hidden and obscured from most of you humans. We've even witnessed humans actively discouraging other humans from even looking into the key information, blocking the understanding of how this all works. Which brings us to our next step, understanding. To understand or not understand. Your human minds, like our Bigfoot minds, process the available aggregated information, making connections and recognizing patterns, thus driving the decision-making process within each of your human minds. Now to the final step, wisdom, the action in the world. We big feet noticed most of you humans confusing wisdom for cussing knowledge and understanding. No, wisdom is actually the behavior you humans decide to act upon based upon the quality of information available, equaling the manifestation of the human condition within your societies. So, the aggregate conditions of a cussing society is based upon the behaviors that are output through each human. Are these behaviors based in morality and ethics or not? Now, let's look at how this 3-step process can be used to reprogram yourselves and learn anything. Cuss, see ya.
All right. Woody Martin from artswill.com with another animation. And of course, before that was Logan Makes Noise. Those are great. I wanted to introduce the next presenter, which this is a short message, a short clip from Derek Bros. He is the founder of the Conscious Resistance, also the Greater Reset or the People's Reset events that he's been hosting. This guy is extremely active, also a member of the One Great Work Network, and an author as well. So here's his message to FUNL. After that, we'll play his new musical track as well. So enjoy.
What's up, FUNL family? Derek Bros here with the Conscious Resistance Network, and I just want to say thanks to everybody who's involved with FUNL 5, Chris and Will and everybody else. Thanks for all the work you're doing to spread natural law and true liberty, and thank you for sharing my music. I just have a couple things I want to share with you guys out there, and I hope you're enjoying everything you've heard so far. First of all, if you're interested in my thoughts on natural law and how I think it intersects with what I call exit and build and voluntarism and building parallel systems, you can check out a presentation I did last year as part of the SoundPath event. And you can go to theconsciousresistance.com, which is my main website, theconsciousresistance.com. And you can either scroll down to the presentations tab. We have the whole website broken down by category, or you can just search natural law and you'll see the talk pop up, just in case you're curious on my thoughts. The other thing I wanted to take a moment to do is just to share about some of my latest projects I have going on that you may find interesting. One of those is the Pyramid of Power documentary series and book. This is a 17-part documentary series that I started back in 2020, and it's finally coming to an end after 5 years. You can find the entire series at thepyramidofpower.net. And I'll say this, that it's not intended for, I know that the FUNL audience, many of you are deep researchers and very informed about the state of the world and how power works and who's behind things. So this is not necessarily intended for you, although I think you would still find a lot of value to it. It's really made for your so-called normie friends, for lack of a better term, your family and friends who aren't the kind of people who are going to watch a 4-hour podcast or, necessarily even read a book per se, but they will watch a 25 to 30-minute presentation, which is what each episode of the Pyramid of Power focuses on, 25 to 30-minute clips. And they will hopefully, from that, they'll see that this documentary is not a conspiracy documentary. It's not fear porn. It's all heavily documented. I consider it to be a true crime documentary. And if they watch this, if you can get them to sit down for 25 to 30 minutes and learn about big education or the establishment media or big wireless, the banking system, all these different pieces of the puzzle, then from the beginning of the series to the end, their whole mind might be blown, their whole life might be shifted, and hopefully they'll join us in the fight to spread real, true liberty and natural law. So I invite you guys to watch it. I will tell you that Mark Passio, he's featured in Chapter 16 on religion and secret societies, and then the very, very final conclusion, Chapter 17, we broke it into 2 parts, so Volume 1 is available already. Volume 2 will be available publicly on March 6th. Mark is heavily featured in that final conclusion of the entire series as well. And so, again, that's at thepyramidofpower.net. And if you prefer to read it, you want the book version, at the Pyramid of Power website, you will see a banner at the top that'll take you to the place where you can find all the different links for buying the book in the U.S. and internationally. And in the book, I will say, the book version has a little bit more material, probably about at least an hour's worth of material that I had to leave out of the documentary series because it was just so much. And so I decided to include it in the book. So that's the Pyramid of Power, thepyramidofpower.net. And the final thing I'd like to share with you guys is I recently released my story, my memoir of my battle, my dealing with drug addiction, overcoming mental health issues, self-harm, drug and alcohol abuse, suicidal attempts, and eventually going to prison at 21 years old, and how I started to, do the deep, real shadow work, and I started to meditate, and I started to pray, and I started to journal, and to get to the roots of my trauma. And this book is not about how I became an activist or, my investigative journalism or documentaries or anything. In some ways, it's kind of a prequel to all the stuff that you guys know me for and all the stuff I'm doing today. It's really about my young childhood and all that trauma I went through, and how that trauma and sadness and depression turned into anger as a teenager, and then eventually right after high school going into college that turned into drinking and doing a whole bunch of drugs for a couple of years and getting pulled into this underworld of criminal activity, and then eventually finding myself locked up. And when I got locked up, that's when I really started to do the trauma healing and looking back on my own relationship with my father and how he'd been in prison my entire life for his drug addiction, and so on and so forth. And so the book is the beginning of my effort to try to talk more about addiction, because I think addiction is even prevalent not only around the world, everywhere in humanity, but even within our so-called truth, freedom, consciousness, awake, whatever you want to say, communities. I think it's a lot more of an issue, and sometimes we don't talk about it. So if you're curious about my own history, or you just want to read a book that is about overcoming adversity and triumphing, and all of my dark, deep, fucked up stories, you can find that book at amanofmyword.com. amanofmyword.com. The full title of the book is A Man of My Word: How I Overcame Addiction, Depression, and Mental and Physical Prisons. And I hope you guys will check it out. So thanks again for letting me share my message, Will and Chris. Thank you guys for all you're doing. I hope to see you guys soon out there on the internet or in the real world. I'll be doing a U.S. tour coming in May and June, so stay tuned for that. Follow me at theconsciousresistance.com. And until next time, remember, you are powerful, you are beautiful, and you are free. Peace, my friends.
We have to reestablish our identity. We have to understand who we are and where we fit in the natural order of the world.
33.
The people who have created this system and they perpetuate this system, they are out of balance. They have made us out of balance.
I woke up this morning feeling I had something to say. I got doubts on my mind, it's time to let them fly away. It's time to unlearn poison and heal broken hearts. Go back to the end, it's time for a fresh start. This is the place we can atone for our sins. This is the place where our hero's journey begins. A space between love and hate, where there's no escape from our fate. Rather than be irate, let's create, let's build the better world we know is possible. I've got no fear, cause we can overcome any obstacle. I stare all my demons in the face, I'll show you what's possible. I send love from my heart, I'm intuitive, not illogical. It's just that lately I've been searching for deeper meaning. I'm sick of drugs, booze, mindless sex, and criminal scheming. Feels like I should have more at this point in time. I'm talking knowledge, not money, I'm trying to feed my mind.
See, we are power. They deal in violence and repression. We are power. They tell us, they want us to believe that we are powerless.
I hope you hear these words from my mind, from my heart to your ears. We only got one life. Let's do something with it. Open up all three of my eyes and fly to the heavens. During my meditation, I see my life in chapters of 7. I connect to my inner child to heal my wounds. I recall those I've lost to dope, gone too soon. My life flashes before me, a collage of joy and pain. I recall the highs, the lows, I swear I'm going insane. I'm trying to wrap my mind around this journey. Spent too much time worried about things that don't concern me. No more time wasted, not chasing my dreams. I wake up every day knowing this world ain't what it seems. We gotta make our own path, we gotta find our own meaning, cause we can't be sure, we might be dreaming. All I know is, when I look in your eyes, I see myself. I'm just a reflection of your impression of my higher self. Could it be that our whole reason for being, our existence, is a lesson to teach us over and over until we get this? You are powerful, you are beautiful, and you are free. Shake off your chains, you were blind, but now you see. Grandfather, help us remember where we come from. Grandmother, walk with us until this battle is won.
Natural part of the earth. We are an extension of that natural energy which is spirit and which is power. That is natural power. And just as it takes millions and billions of elements to make a blizzard to happen, or to make the earthquake, to make the earth to move, then it's going to take millions and billions of us. We are power. We have that power.
All right. Fantastic message from Derek Bros. And I had to get both of his books when I was at the People's Reset. I mean, these are thick books, right? This memoir, 450 pages. The Pyramid of Power, 450 pages. This is super detailed, really good research type of book. So go check those out.
That's a hardworking man right there, Derek Rose. He's really been setting that example of how to blaze a path.
Yes, 100%. Huge respect, and also a musician. You know, his music is great, and you know, he's going on tour, and he's a fantastic performer. You know, live. So absolutely, there we go. We got Leslie on.
I love the quote from Trudell too. I know Jim, if you're listening, he'll love that. He loves sharing John Trudell's work.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you met Derek Rose live at the Soundpath the Freedom Festival last September, I believe. Soul Expression was also featured there. Yeah, we got a lot of cross-pollination going on with these, you know, conferences and stuff, and folks within and outside networks. And it's just great to have more collaborative efforts and, you know, making something beautiful, positive, and effective, something that helps motivate people, get it sparking, right?
Yeah. I was lucky enough to be in the studio when he was giving his talk at the Soundpath to Freedom event. And, you know, he was very passionate, and it was important to him to build this bridge, you know, with our efforts, our other communities, you know, and Soundpath and FUNL. And I respect him so much for that, and giving the message of how we need to bring the understanding of objective morality and natural law to the freedom movement, and to brings more success to the Exit and Build message that he's sharing, which is also really, you know, important and powerful. But I found his that song super moving, actually. Really brought some tears to my eyes, and kind of got to the heart of the matter. You know, he holds the heart as well as this will, this tremendous achievement that he's doing, really working hard. Much respect.
Yeah, I can relate to Derek's whole story. I mean, my journey to higher awareness was birthed from my phase of addiction. So that's, and I think just addiction in general, I mean, Soul touched on this at the end of his presentation as well, is super prevalent even in the truth and freedom communities. The social engineers know this, and they count on this, right? When you awaken and have a greater awareness to what is actually occurring on the planet, a huge portion of people fall right into escapism and addiction. Right? Because it's just, that's where that internal work comes in to keep you anchored within yourself. And how do you handle that kind of information and that news, right? That paradigm shattering shift. So,
exactly. I think it gets us in touch with like our ancestral grief too, you know, the recognition of all of our ancestral, you know, experiences, the stories through history and the suffering. And, you know, here we are kind of coming upon this really world-changing concepts and possibilities, and holding the memory of all that our ancestors have gone through, and then bringing that to our power, our personal power now, and shifting the power, you know, from these external entities to internal power. Super important and powerful message.
Absolutely. Yeah, Derek, did you have anything you want to?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I love Derek Rose. You know, him and I assume we're bros, right? I think I've said that enough, but yeah, he's got a lot of passion and stuff. I can relate with you know, a lot of what he's doing. I love how much of a workhorse he is. He's doing so much behind the scenes, at the forefront, and growing his own garden, trying to lead by example, and a lot of things. And I appreciate just his consistency. That's big time. And the open honesty. Like, yeah, I fucked up. I had all these things, but you come over it, and hopefully that can be an inspiration for, you know, a lot of people that, you know, what are we doing with the knowledge, and how are we making sure that, you know, our inner sanctum is clean, our vessel, right? So we got to, get rid of some of the addictions and some of the things that could be holding us back, and we don't even know it. And you guys are talking about, learning all the effed up things going on in the world. And a lot of people go back to whatever kind of coping mechanism, and that can become an even greater addiction than it was before, type of thing. So yeah, we all got to be, careful about these things, and do the inner work and look inside, like, clearly. Right?
Yeah, like yesterday, Brandon Spencer talked about, right? Addiction can be really anything. It really can be any substance, any behavior, any kind of crutch or coping mechanism, right? It's the intention and the actions that it's producing, right? That you are choosing to do, that is thwarting forward progress on. And that can just be, scrolling for 2 hours on the phone, on the fondle slab. It can be whatever. So once we abdicate accountability and responsibility, we get into really touchy waters, shallow waters, right? And so yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that awakening experience can be very disruptive to one's life, and it can ongoing be that way. And I often think back to the times when I came to realize these things. He's talking about in the Pyramid of Power, all these things, the banking system, the evil of the government, recognizing religions for what they really are, and for a lot of folks, you kind of come to realizations on these things sort of all at once, and it can be very disorienting and scary, and all of a sudden you have to re-question so many things in life, and that can put you in a tough place, and it can lead people towards, like, addictive bad habits, to just deal with it, to try to find comfort. And so that's real, man, talking about that stuff and getting it out there and saying, like, these are the real challenges we're facing as individuals and as community. If we're going to do any kind of change, if we're going to work towards any kind of more productive future, we all got to deal with our own little demons too. And so sometimes you're gonna have to reach out for help.
So the last episode of the Pyramid of Power was released, right? And it has some fantastic people in there. Mark Passio is one of them. Here's literally the last section of the Pyramid of Power. And this is, kudos, respect to Derek Brose. He understands natural law. He understands objective morality and aligning our thoughts, emotions, and actions to what is right. And he ends the whole series in the book, with Mark understanding the ultimate solution to defeating the power structure of our world that has created human slavery on earth is for each individual to elevate their own level of consciousness to the point where they fully understand objective morality and natural law and how it works and operates in our world. End. Shortly after that. But yeah, it's a huge subject, and it's something that, this is our focus for the FUNL conference. So real quick, before we get into the next presenter, let's go ahead and check the schedule. We look like we are doing good on time. We got Dan Arnold coming up, and I wanted to take this moment. We have about 2 minutes to honor Alpha Vuk. He is on the One Great Work Network, and he passed away just a few months ago. I think it was about 3 months ago, unexpectedly. And, he's from Germany, so he's a German content creator. He translated a lot of Mark Passio's work into German. He had his own content as well. He was very well known in Germany as a truth seeker and truth speaker, and had his contribution to doing the One Great Work. So want to give a shout out to his presence. I'm sure he is here as well, and condolences to his family and friends.
Yeah, that really hit me hard because I've collaborated with him over a dozen times on the onegreatworknetwork.com. You can check out an article I released last year, and I posted all the chats and roundtables from Europa Natural Law that we did. He came on Dissolving the Divide as well, speaking about entheogens and ways to heal, and that's a way to heal from addiction as well. And so he had a lot of great work, sorely missed. Yeah, love you, brother.
Yeah, highly recommend people go check out his own work as well. Aside from all the translations that he did, he was an adept spiritual healer as well, and he just had a robust category of just knowledge and wisdom. So,
and a character, just a unique individual.
Oh yeah, sweet man.
Yeah.
All right, Chris, you want to take us away?
Yeah, and that's another good reminder that this is life, and we're still alive, and we still have this. Let's take that opportunity and do something good with it. And here's somebody who has done a lot of good things. I've been very impressed to meet Dan Arnold. Dan Arnold recently came on the End Evil podcast. If you check out endevil.life, we have a recent episode. Former Marine and ex-police officer, turned to be now an outspoken critic of order following, dedicated to educating military, police, and civilians about true objective morality under natural law. He focuses on helping people understand that no one has the right to rule others through violence and coercion. He calls himself the spiritual anarchist. Dan Arnold runs a show called Coffee Rants with Dan, Thursdays at 9 to 10 Eastern on Studio A on Revolution Radio, and amazing teacher of self-defense and self-defense tactics in his books. So let's hear from Dan Arnold.
I didn't want to redo the entire presentation because of one mistake I made at the very beginning with the date. Today's date is January 25th in the year of all of us, 2026, not 25. I hope you enjoy the presentation. So welcome to my presentation. It's titled The Hammer and the Flame. I wasn't going to do it until like the 6th of February, and I decided to do it today. It is Sunday, January 25th in the year of all of us, 2025. My name's Dan, and I'm an ex-order follower. I decided to do it today because we've got the frost giants attacking out here. Where I live, it's a blizzard. And with what I'm seeing, with the weaponization of law enforcement, the militarization of law enforcement, the blending of these two things, blind orders being followed, order followers not thinking for themselves, atrocities always being committed under the guise of some type of virtue. I felt like today would be a good day with what I woke up and seen in my news feed to go ahead and do this presentation for FUNL 5. And I'm very grateful that Chris Jensen, Will Keller invited me to FUNL 5. I'm very grateful and thankful for you, Will Keller, for doing the artwork for me. He did several different art pieces that will be in this presentation. And again, I'm very grateful. In 2022, he and John were the first ones to interview me after I became slightly, I don't even say known, but people started to say, hey, who's this guy? Because I had had a podcast for a few years. And April of 22, 411 information, I ended up doing an interview with none other than David Icke. And right after that, a bunch of things started happening, of course. I had my YouTube page was already under attack because I'd been posting truthful things since 2020. And that was the final straw. I got deplatformed. But Will and John had me on the Natural Freedom League, and they were the first ones to interview me. And again, I'm very grateful for that and all the interviews that I've done with people in the freedom community and the One Great Work Network, and which I'm happy to be a part of now. I woke up and seen all the stuff today and said, you know what? No, this is good. FUNL 5, freedom under natural law. And 5 is a very synchronistic number to me for many reasons, and it's going to come out in this presentation why. That is so. So, again, this is titled The Hammer and the Flame, A Soul's Journey. You see, a lot of anarchists have been order followers, especially like of the military kind. They get out of the military, they're pretty disenchanted, and they become anarchists, okay, or spiritual anarchists. We have to usually hyphenate that, so that way the general public knows we're not violent. What we're seeing now from quote-unquote America's heroes, that's violence. We're seeing it all over the world. It's chaos. I wasn't only a ex-military person, a former United States Marine, but I also was a cop for over 25 years, various jurisdictions, on different municipality levels, state, local, and federal. So I know what I'm looking at, and I don't like what I'm seeing. And I'm going to just get into my story. But the presentation is The Hammer and the Flame, A Soul's Journey. I want to give a little disclaimer before I get into this presentation. No statists were hurt during the making of this presentation. It's just a joke. During the presentation, I will jump around on my own timeline a bit. I will not be going in perfect chronological order. Also, I make no money for this. My YouTube page is not monetized. This presentation will have an almost mythic and most assuredly poetic and maybe even a slight romantic arc to it. Because life's not worth living if we don't have our imagination. And imagination is something that they want to take away from us. But my intention in this alignment, within a time frame required to complement our overall mission, which is unifying opposing forces, both internally and externally, in our war-torn world, to teach, inspire, and unify all beings to live in accordance with natural law, and to remember who we are, and that love is the law under all things, especially courage. Again, thank you, Will Keller, for your art. Chris Jensen for inviting me to this. It is an honor to be speaking at Funnel 5. I'm going to open up my presentation with something poetic. And it's called The Thunder Rite of Completion and Reunion, Return to Dog's Run. She is the veil and the flame, and I am the hammer and the flame. I return not to prove my courage, but to seal the rite I began beneath the harvest moon. I had walked 3 nights, heard the growl, seen the sentinel, and held Mjolnir aloft for the white light of the Most High. I was given the Emperor and the Hierophant, structure and sermon, protection and proclamation. She was born of the High Priestess, the Empress, mystery and creation, psychic fire and sovereign love. It was the 18th the 9th day of the 9th month in a 9-year. I had fasted for 72 hours. Again, 7 plus 2 is 9. I returned for my 4th and 5th day. Again, another 9. Emperor and Hierophant I walk into the 9999 portal, and I did not falter. I didn't run from the growls or the howls. Hungry like the wolf. The white cat watched me from the shadows. The grove whistled thrice as I departed. Now I had returned to hear the 4th whistle. I did not fear my fate. I walked my post and observed everything within sight and hearing. I was the magician. I am the hammer. She is the flame. And she, my desert rose, is the veil and the flame. Together we rise, together we reign. And that's why I named partially this presentation, The Hammer and the Flame. And with this snowstorm going nuts out here, and I jokingly say the frost giants are attacking, what better day, what more poetic day for a guy who pretends to be the high defender of Midgard to give this presentation. You see, imagination and childlike curiosity and wonder are things they try to steal from us from a very early age. Because if we have imagination and childlike wonder with that imagination, they can't control us. And with that imagination, we are able to come up with solutions to problems that they never thought we can come up with. The key to unlock the solutions to the darkness this planet has fallen to is imagination, and to return to that childlike, almost purity that all of us have still within us before the world robs it from us with their mind-controlled facilities of school and its contradictions. My name is Dan. I am an ex-order follower, and I have a tale to tell. If the hammer takes strength to wield, the flame takes love and transformation. As a cop, especially a federal cop in a medical facility, police and security services, I felt morally corrupt and spiritually bankrupt. I had to reforge myself. This meant overcoming the unhealthy coping mechanisms and addictions. I'm not happy with the way I dealt with my stress. I blame nobody. I don't even blame the stress. But I was smoking a pack and a half of cigarettes a day. I had an online porn addiction. I was drinking way too much. I was exercising. Even exercise, something healthy, could become unhealthy when you overdo it and don't give your body time to rest. I'm not really Thor. I wish I was. I don't know. Who knows? But with that said, this is the artwork by Will Keller. Thank you, Will Keller. The Hammer and the Flame: A Soul's Journey.
Thor, say something. Come on. Thor, you okay? I think he's dying.
He needs the axe. Where's the handle? Tree! Help me find the handle!
The allegory in that video is not lost on me. As I entered the forge, it was almost as if I was burning away the lies I told myself. That flame was the flame of truth that burns away the lies, and most importantly, don't lie to yourself. It was purification by fire. And not unlike that scene, nature came to my aid. Not a talking raccoon or a walking tree, but nature came to my aid. And we have to remember who we are. We have to remember nature. So, why did I get into law enforcement? Why do people get into law enforcement? What makes people want to go in the military? Like so many other times in history, we are formed through what we see, our nourishment, what we take into us. And I grew up watching G.I. Joe. You know, he fights for freedom wherever there's trouble. G.I. Joe's there. It's more like, you know, we know now that he fights for his masters wherever there's oil. It's a mockery of what we go to join and why we take the oath, and then what we find out we're really serving. Because we want to serve something greater than ourselves. And I was. But I realized it wasn't good. This is where if you have a conscience, you're going to be at great war within yourself, because the contradictions will eat you alive. But in the 80s, we were in a post-Vietnam era. There was a lot of military operations going on in the world. And they wanted to glorify certain order-following jobs to get people, poor people, to volunteer to do them. So I joined the military, right? I went into the Marine Corps. But they glorified through TV, through entertainment, much like they do today. Nothing's changed. This was a poster from the United States Marine Corps back in the 80s. One of the most famous posters ever. Yeah, I want to be that guy. You know, we just got done watching Johnny Rambo do all kinds of crazy stuff. Wow, I'm going to get like that? Yeah, think of a young man. And why you get into something, because you want to try to improve yourself, better yourself, and be a service to others. So you take an oath to protect and serve. You don't pay attention to the other stuff within that oath. You just, if you're a good person, you're really paying attention to the protect and serve part. Police order following. It's made to look like it's such a virtuous thing on TV, even a humorous thing. And we can't help but always side with the underdog and the bad guys, or the good guys, I should say, right? The underdogs. Let me see something here. So it's like all journeys of the soul in this 3D realm. We begin as children. And as I began my journey as a child, I remember at age 5, there's that 5 again, driving around with my real father, God rest his soul. And he was like this, muscular guy. And as a 5-year-old, yes, he had definitely probably put me in my place at that time and yelled at me at times here and there. But he was a good dad. I have a lot of good memories of him in those formative years, and I am thankful for them. But, you look up to your dad like that, like he's some kind of superhero. And then all of a sudden, we'd see this strange-looking car that's black and white with these blue lights on top. And he'd be like, sit down, the police, they're going to get you. I don't want them to stop me and give me a ticket and get you. And then, like, oh my God. Who are these people that my dad's so afraid of? So that begins a certain curiosity. I started watching police shows, One Adam 12, and other police shows. And find out, yeah, the police are the good guys. Look at them chasing the bad guys. And I remember as a child always being really scared and nervous talking to my dad. Like, I don't want to grow up and be a bad guy. I hope I grow up and I'm a good guy. I really would have those conversations with him. And when we played cops and robbers, I always had to be the cop as a kid. 5, 6 years old. Something about my real dad. He was actually a bisexual. And this matters to the overall story. I'd say he wasn't even a bisexual. I'd say he was actually homosexual and he couldn't help it. But having been raised in the 50s, he tried to be as macho as possible, hence why he was a handyman. He could fix a car, he could build a house, he could fix anything. He lived a life of dreadful internalized toxic shame. And I love you, Dad. And that's one family curse I broke. The reason he fathered 2 sets of children, actually. I was the oldest in the second set. But the reason that's significant comes into play in 2 different ways many years later in my life. One, before I go any further, no, I'm not gay. Let me just put that out there. I love women a little too much, actually. Not in a weird way, I promise. But it was significant. And something I'm going to tell about my stepdad. But it was real significant in February 2014 when I walked into a nursing home and he was there barely breathing because I found out he was dying. I hadn't seen him in many years. And he opened his eyes and seen me. And he was like, oh, Danny. And I was crying. I couldn't help myself. I'm like, my God. All this emotion. And it's like after I got out of the Marine Corps, he never hung out with me a whole lot. Like maybe I was this real manly guy. He was ashamed of himself. I'm sitting there crying. Crying like a baby. And he says, oh, honey, don't cry. We all have to die. He was gay, huh? Those were the bravest words I ever heard up to that point. Here he was, consoling his child while he was dying. It's worth saying. So when I was 6 years old, he and my mom separated for reasons I don't know and don't care. Probably because he was gay. And enter my stepdad. I'll call him the evil stepdad, although I have forgiven him. God rest his soul as well. He died a horrible death of cancer. But my stepdad, I remember him saying to me as a kid that your dad's a fag. He's gay. Now I'm 6 years old. What's that mean? What is that? It's obviously bad. What is it? And then he's like, he F's other men. F's other men. What is that? You know what that is it's sexualizing children. It's something he shouldn't have done. And then he was an alcoholic that beat us and beat my mother badly. Which is another reason why later on I became a cop, because I swore I would never allow myself to be hurt again, or anyone I love, or anyone else. And then people would call the police and they would show up and they would take the bad man away. Well, that made the police even more heroic to me. One time that I didn't let be known until about 2017, after I nearly died. I let this be known after years and years and years. He had inappropriately touched me once as a kid, about 7 years old. I didn't exaggerate it. There wasn't penetration. He breathed on my neck, touched my rear end, and like he was testing me or something. When I revealed this to my family, their reactions were tragic. I know why so many people, so many years without telling these things. And I wasn't going to, walk on a man's grave or, exaggerate anything. He never did it again. And there was never any, sex, per se. Just what he did was not appropriate. And I imagine this is a story many people have at one point or another. But my family's at my immediate family, my brothers, my mom, my other stepdad, God rest his soul too. God rest my mom's soul. They've all gone. I love them all. I've even forgiven my stepdad. And that's for real forgiving, not that bullshit kind of forgiving, that just so you feel better. And there's nothing wrong with not forgiving somebody, but I digress. At age 6, I got hit by a car. I died. I flatlined. And I remember being able to see the lights and all these people standing around me, but I also had another perspective. I was in a corner looking down at myself at all these people, and I counted 12 people standing around me. And then I remember having this really weird dream. I remember this is the mind of a child. But in this weird dream, there were all these mean bowling balls, real tall, mean bowling balls, like frost giants. And I was scared to death to get through them. And I was this little small bowling ball that was scared. And then all of a sudden, this bit of courage came over me, and I started building up a head of steam. And I rolled through them. And then I woke up in the recovery room as they were putting a sponge of water in my mouth because I had just had surgery that saved my life. They brought me back. I had flatlined. I had actually clinically died. It's important to the overall story. This is a picture of me at Marine combat training in May to mid-June of 1991. 1991. Some other basic info growing up. I grew up in an inner city, Cleveland. We jokingly call Cleveland Philadelphia's little brother. It's the same type of stuff. Very violent city, actually. Even Mike Tyson once said Cleveland doesn't get enough recognition, if that's what you want to call it, for how violent it is. Growing up, I had gotten stabbed. I had been messed with by bullies. I had a much more violent life than I would have liked. I always found myself sticking up for people. One time when I was in the 7th grade, we were cutting school. I was in the 7th grade for the twice, second time? I don't know. Either way, I digress. Cutting school with a group of people that day, down walking the railroad tracks, and all day long, this big dude, bigger than all of us, had been picking on this little guy, one of the littlest guys out of all of us. And I'd stayed quiet the whole day. I was always quiet. And towards the end of the day, he was still picking on him, and I was like, will you just leave him the F alone already? I finally spoke up. This dude turns around and starts walking towards me. No, at that time I may have been in the 7th grade. I might have been 5'5", 5'6". He was easily 5'11". He was a lot bigger. He's bigger than all of us. And he's walking towards me, and I was scared. Almost like a deer frozen in the headlights. Then when he got within my range, I hit him. He went down, I grabbed him, I hit him again. He gave up and said, I quit, you win. I'm like, okay. I stood him up and walked him over to the person that he'd been picking on the whole day and said, apologize to him. And he apologized, and I let the dude go. He went off on his own, ashamed, whatever. He just got beat up by some small dude. I'd already been in the martial arts quite a few years at that point and been in a lot of real fights. And having been beat up by my stepdad, there weren't really any kids I was very afraid of at that time that I wouldn't actually stand up to, although fear always was a factor. This story is important because many years later, working at a correctional facility, closed maximum security prison, in our monetized justice system, where people that ate people sat right next to people who dealed and smoked a green leaf. Okay, there's a contradiction for you. I watched it happen. This was the 90s. Early 90s at that point, 93 when I was in prison. But I ran into this dude. He comes up to me, the kid that was being bullied on. He had caught a case and he was in prison for theft, stealing out of a car or something. And I didn't really remember him right off the bat, but then he told me, I'm like, oh, yeah. He was thanking me. Here he's in prison and he came up to thank me for that one time that somebody in his life stuck up for him. So you never know what your actions are going to do for somebody's life. So, anyway, I joined the Marine Corps during the first Gulf War, Marine Infantry. This is me at Marine Combat Training. Yeah, this was like our 3-day war we had. And look at my booger hook on that bang button. Yeah, that disgusts me now. But anyways, that was me at 19 years old in the Marines. I was stationed at the U.S. Naval Academy. I'm in this picture on the right someplace. So I got to see, some of the nicest parts of the Marines, where we gave ceremonial support and did security for the Naval Station and Naval Academy. Lots of stories I could tell. This is me as a police officer for a local department. And as you can see, my two little ones just would steal all my testosterone from me. All my testosterone. See, what I want to let people in the movement know is police officers, a lot of police officers, are good human beings. It may not seem like that to us. They're being driven away right now because Operation Hummingbird has been happening for the last 2 decades, just in a different way. A lot of people in police work get disgruntled by the work, and they're just counting the days to when they could leave. My message to you order followers out there is I've been in your place. Don't follow immoral orders. And all the orders that are being given right now are immoral. Have the strength, have the courage to just leave the job. But to people on the other side of the fence, the freedom community, anarchists, we are all still human. And here's a picture of me flexing right after saying all that cool stuff, being an egotistical maniac. I did have a light hand. I was light-handed as a cop. I didn't write a lot of tickets. It got me in trouble. Not real trouble, but it did endear me to my bosses. I once had one of them say, so are you too good to do the little stuff? All you want to do is the big stuff? Because my entire career, I'd only put 2 people in prison. They were both rapists. And I would be all about investigating things that to me were real crimes, that would actually be transgressions against natural law. I was enforcing natural law without even realizing it. I didn't want to mess with victimless crimes. So no, I wasn't too good to do the little stuff. I felt they were too good for me to be doing the little stuff. And I knew damn well when I got off duty, I don't want to be swearing in this, I knew very well when I got off duty that I would be speeding home at least 20 miles over the speed limit, if not more, to have some beer, to deal with the aggravation of not only maybe some bad people I might have had to deal with that day, but the backstabbing and backbiting that goes on in this line of work. And anybody in it knows I'm telling the truth. This is me when I worked for a federal facility as police and security services. I didn't endear myself to them either. I wanted to start certain investigations, and that they might not have looked good. So when I got hurt in the line of duty, they threw me under the bus. This is 2012, just to give some time frames here, because I am jumping around a little bit. My advice to order followers is to let you all know they will throw you under the bus. You don't mean nothing to them. Nothing. The painful truth. The painful truth is everybody watching this has seen this slide before by Mark Passio, and it's so true. That every atrocity that's happened in human history has been done at the hands of some kind of order follower, military or police. They try to fool you and make you think what you're doing is virtuous. In 2015, I resigned from order filing. I was done. I didn't resign under stress of, under threat of being fired. I had good employee evaluation. I scored exceptionally the highest marks in community policing and training because I was a trainer. And I just met the basic bottom criteria to be just good enough and passable for enforcement and writing tickets and things of that nature. I didn't like that they took away our, what's the word? It's losing me right now. They didn't want us to have our law-given discretion to enforce certain laws or not enforce others. They wanted to tell us what we could and couldn't enforce against who and who we couldn't enforce it against. I no longer was feeling like a police officer, having been in the military also, who served something greater than myself. I literally felt like I was on the Brute Squad from The Princess Bride. So 2015, I resigned on my own accord. During this time, I was still having problems on and off with porn. The other things, I was still smoking, I was still drinking. All that was going to change soon. In 2017, I nearly died again. All the years of carrying an 80-pound backpack, all the years of wearing a 22 to 25-pound duty belt had really pretty much destroyed my back. I was 265, 270 pounds, very out of shape. And I went in to get a back shot, and the solution to my problem ended up being worse than the problem because I was paralyzed from the waist down. I couldn't walk. I couldn't ambulate. They had me on steroids, muscle relaxers, opioids, Dilaudid. Every 3 to 4 hours, Dilaudid. I was in the hospital for 8 days. During that time, my breath was giving out on me. my respiratory system was starting to shut down from all that stuff because it depresses the respiratory system. So like I could feel like I was very weak. I could feel my lungs just not able to breathe. And I was going to die. And I had to accept I was going to die. And I was 46 years old at the time. And I remember thinking to myself, wow, the last 40 years have gone by quick, because I had died when I was 6. And now I was on my deathbed again. And all these thoughts kept coming to me. These thoughts like, I regretted all the pettiness, all the petty arguments, all the petty fighting. I want you to think, you know, 5 of Wands energy, if you know anything about the tarot. Petty, ego-driven arguments. Chasing my ego. Ego identifying with what I did. And then when I wasn't able to do it, ego identifying that I couldn't do it years earlier. And his voice, a repeated mantra that was not my own, kept saying, only love and discernment can drive out hate and fear. Only love and discernment can drive out hate and fear. And I would say today, in today's world, we need to have some love and discernment. And we need to try to get order followers to have love and discernment. I remember telling a young man this back in 2020, very conscious, spiritual young man this, and he asked me, did you ever regret love? And I told him, no, I regretted not loving more. I'm going to play something from 2017 when I was in the hospital, and I'm not doing this for any self-pity. I'm wanting to paint a picture here of my journey.
So I got a heating blanket underneath this fucker, and got a TENS unit on to get this shit working. There's my, I guess it's my IV for all my fucking pain meds. Important part this time of day is those little bars back here. I gotta grab these fuckers and I pull myself up. Wait a minute. Okay. Now I pull myself up. You want to talk about humble pie? Go from running a 7-minute mile and being able to kick someone in the head to I can't fucking walk. That's okay. I'm drawing breath, and it's Mother's Day. And it's my birthday, so ouch. We'll get this going. Gotta get that part up. Yeah, so it's like the last couple of days is it's the morning that gets hard. You gotta get this shit moving. You gotta get back on track with this stuff. And Triple H can do it with, you know, what was that song? It's a Beautiful Day. I guess I gotta start playing that song and see if I can do it too. All right, man. Peace.
Okay. There we go. Let's turn that off. So, moving along, that 2017 nearly dying changed my life. Many spiritual and supernatural things started occurring. Things that I now call simply natural as I'm beginning to understand them better. In 2018, I was praying, meditating, and I decided to re-enter the fray, so to speak. And in the prayer I said to the God Most High, I don't belong to any religious, like, if it's within your will, let me go back to police work. Let me see if I can do more work, do better. Like, can I just do more better? Can I police more better? You know, kind of like with voting, if I can just vote more harder, I can make a difference. So in December 2018, I got sworn back in. In 2019, January, I worked 2 shifts in a 36-hour period on a Lake Erie Island in a small police department. Then I went on a sabbatical journey in March of 2019, and I read The Kabbalion. I came across Hermetic Principles. And on my drive home, I'm like, oh, let me find out about Hermetic Principles. And I typed in, Hermetic Principles. I wanted to see what people had to say about it. And come across this dude that I didn't know how to take him at first. First couple minutes, I didn't even know if I wanted to listen to all of it. But about 5, 6, 7 minutes into it, he had my full attention. And it was a 50-minute presentation on Hermetic Principles done by Mark Passio. I was like, okay, holy shit. By this point in time, I'm driving up north. I'd probably hit Orlando by that point. I'm like, what else we got going on with this guy? And then I come across his 8-hour natural law presentation. Come across a lot of his stuff. I'm like, okay, wow. There's a Gnostic text where Jesus says, when you start to seek, don't stop until you find. Upon finding, you will be, I don't know the exact wording, you will be distraught. Upon being distraught, you will be amazed and then become a master of the universe. You will be disturbed, not distraught. So don't stop seeking until you find. Upon finding, you will be disturbed. After being disturbed, you'll be astonished, and then a master of the universe. 2018, I wanted to find and marry up the colloquial version of religion with science. Didn't take very long. A few months later, I ran into Mark's work. Something that's another synchronicity, because they just don't stop happening in my life. They don't. This is the 11th slide in this presentation. The Justice card, 11 enumerates to the Justice card. As I begin to talk about running into Mark Passio's work, that's a kind of a synchronicity. And this is where I had to step outside my comfort zone. This is where I decided, okay, I am going to go. I'm actually sorry. This is the 11th card right here. This is the 11th card. This is the 11th slide. I decided to step outside my comfort zone. This guy's work I'd run into in March of that year, September of that year, I was shaking his hand at an event called Anarchadelphia. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous going to an anarchistic event. By this point in time, I already highly identified as an anarchist, as a spiritual anarchist. But I needed to go meet this guy because it was thanks to him that I didn't go into police work. I didn't go back. I never went back. I stayed, I was still had a commission being held. I never went back and actively worked. The commission was up the following year. I'll have a story about that too. But I remember before going to Anarchadelphia, coming across one of his shows called Cosmic Abandonment. And that's when I, still not wanting to be in that job, having left that job because of the contradictions, I still was in a state of cognizant dissonance for about a day after hearing Cosmic Abandonment. This might have been maybe in April, May of that year. At the time, Mark had been doing this type of work for 10 to 12 years. And I remember him saying in that presentation that he had only ever had 2 police officers ever email him to tell him that they stopped their job because of him. Well, Mark, thank you for bringing me on the One Great Work Network, and I want to tell you that if you haven't heard from any other police officers, I can tell you for sure that that number has now risen to 3. Because I didn't go back. And I wanted to shake this guy's hand. I had done the self-help stuff and all the woo-woo, what I now know to be satanic self-help community. At what I was saying about it, a little bit into it was, wow, this is the self-help community. They're helping themselves, making money in cash, hand over fist. See, I had issues I needed to deal with, and I wasn't going to psychologists around my area for a very good reason. And you can read one of my books to find some of this stuff out. I'll plug that at the end. I was very nervous going to Anarchadelphia, just to be honest. I already knew about the non-aggression principle. I just still wasn't sure if everybody had got the memo. Because as soon as I got there, I didn't let it be a secret that I was an ex-cop. And boy, what was I expecting. And you know, there were a few creatures of the night that did show up. Like that Saturday night. They didn't stay very long. Because the level of consciousness was just too high. People think of anarchy, and this is what they think of. I didn't know what I was going into. I was scared. I was nervous. But I had to step out of my comfort zone and have courage. And little did I know, I didn't run into this. I ran into this. And from that point forward, I just continued to study. And I want to just say, Mark, thank you for your contribution to the improvement of my life. And if it wasn't for your courage and tenacity, I probably wouldn't be doing this right now. Not that I lack courage. I just probably wouldn't be doing it. So thank you. May 2020 comes around. I don't know why, but in 2019 in December, I decided I need to get in shape. I went back down to Florida. I lost 50, 60, 65 pounds. I've only gained like 25 of it back. I haven't, I'm going to take that off. But I had changed my life and gotten in really good shape. Well, I came back home and everything was locked down. The whole world had worked together in tandem to put diapers on all our faces and to put us in our homes. Every government of the world. This was strengthening my resolve. And the book Rise from Darkness that I was writing had about 18,000 words in it. No, I'm sorry, I take that back. It had 9,000 words in it, roughly. And that was in May of 2020. By mid-June of 2020, it had 54,000 words. Because I put my mind to finishing it, and I went in a very different direction on self-help. And I was very, instead of being generic on getting over addictions, I was very individualized with that, on how I did it and what I did. Some of them aren't even addictions. They're just bad habits that you need to have within balance. This is part of getting over the shame. And boy, do they try to shame you and weaponize it. But here is a story. I am traveling back to Florida the summer of 2020 with my 12-year-old daughter at the time. As I hit the Florida border, there's a vehicle checkpoint. You want to talk feeling like this was Nazi Germany. It was very surreal to me. There's no way to get around it. And you had the state police, you had the health department, all this stuff. They funnel you right into this checkpoint, and I look over at the dude, and he asks for my ID, and this wasn't a cop, this was a civilian, like, person for, I guess, the health department. By the way, folks, I worked in a medical facility, like I said. Doctors and nurses are probably right now the most dangerous order followers, right behind military and police, just so you know. And I showed him my driver's license, which still had my badge, my police badge, and ID in it. I was still commissioned, even though I wasn't actively working. My commission wasn't up to 2021 is when it went up. He's seen the badge, and he's like, "Oh, you're good. Go on over to the, So he sent me up to the next guy, and the next guy starts to stop me, and I hear him yell from behind. Now, I had recorded all this on my phone. The next guy he says, no, he's good. Let him go. And I'm like, okay, cool. And I drove away. And I'm talking into the recording. And I'm like, wow, this little tin must be magic, because I guess I can't catch a virus by having it. They just let me go. How about that? I knew what I already knew before then, that none of this had anything to do with safety or viruses when they let me just go through. Make sure you back up your work. I know better. As a cop, as knowing the laws of evidence, as all this stuff. I hadn't saved that quickly enough. I thought, I'll get to it when I get back home. Whenever my phone got destroyed, I lost the recording. God, I wish I had it, but I don't. But that story is true. Later on in 2020, just to continue talking about some of the crazy stuff that I have, almost like supernatural things that have occurred. I'll get to that. That's me when I was 21 years old in the Marine Corps. I was in my garage in October 2020, and the light bulb was kind of doing this, kind of going on and off in the garage. And I was like, oh, wow, okay, well, let me see if it's, oh, no, it's tight. It's still doing this stuff. And I had enough other animal synchronicities and shamanic totem signs and different things I talk about in my book that I won't get into now. But I'm like, well, let me change the light bulb. Make sure it's not nothing, whatever. There was nothing supernatural going on. So I changed the light bulb. And I was in there 2-3 days later. And let's just say the light bulb's on. All of a sudden, the light bulb slowly went off and on. 5 times. I told you 5 would come back up in this. And I got goosebumps. And I said, okay, I'm not afraid. Whoever you are, whatever you are, what do you want me to do? And of course there was no answer, and then the light was just on. That wasn't some figment of my imagination, nor was it a bad light bulb. One of many, many synchronicities that would come to pass. Supernatural synchronicities, okay? In October 2021, a year later, hadn't even thought about any of this stuff. Just doing my thing. 2021, I published my book, Rise from Darkness, Who Are They? At the time, I was really asking a question. Now I'm got a much better idea on who they are. I went to a very gifted psychic who blew my mind. He didn't use the cards. He just took down my name and my date of birth. And he looked at me and he said, Daniel in the Lion's Den. He's like, don't be afraid. They're going to know you're a friend. Like, okay. He's like, between now and your birthday, look for a surprise. There's going to be a surprise. Chance of a lifetime for you. So be looking for a surprise between now and your birthday. Your grandfather, Anthony, he said my grandfather's name, who's long been passed. He God rest his soul, passed in April, early April of 1991. But he's like, your grandfather Anthony wants to ask you about the Marine Corps. And I was like, holy cow. Well, how do you know my grandfather's name? And how, well, my grandfather died when I was on the rifle range in the Marine Corps. And the day he died, I shot company high out of 500 Marines. Then he told me some stuff about my brother. He mentioned my brother's name. The guy blew my mind. And he said, I know you got some budding gifts. I know you got gifts. I don't know why I know what I know. I just know I'm not of this world. That's what he said to me. Well, in, I want to say March of 2022, I checked my spam folder and I had a returned mail from Gamilla Ike, David Icke's daughter. And she said, you know, my dad suggests how would 5 o'clock London time on April 11th be for you? And I was like, this is David Icke, whatever time he wants. Yeah, I'll talk to him. And the funny thing about having this conversation with him is I wasn't starstruck longer than maybe a minute or 2 minutes talking to him. And it was just two guys having a conversation about freedom and what's happening in the world. So thank you, Mr. Icke, for everything you've done. I mean, there's people that have given me courage that you're the one who influenced them. So thank you. But if we're going to have freedom under natural law, with principles of truth, sovereignty, nonviolence, and love, honestly, as the highest law. And for me, that means love under courage. We're all going to have to be able to speak out. And what I'm getting to is if I can rise from my own darkness, improve my life, change and help others, and go from being what I would call a lunatic to a spiritual anarchist, unfortunately, it has to be hyphenated. Then I think anybody can make changes and do this. Believe me, there was nobody more militant and crazy than me. Always had a good sense of humor, was always lightheaded. But guys, and I'm speaking to my military and to my cop friends, if I can leave this line of work because of the disillusioned BS that we're seeing, I didn't swear an oath for the shit that's going on now. My oath was to protect and serve, not the Constitution. I have stretched that oath out to protect and serve all of humanity. So, this isn't romance. This is courage. And remember, opposites are not enemies. They got a war of opposites going on. They want men and women fighting. Opposites aren't enemies. They are merely halves of a forgotten whole. Every person in attendance, every person listening to this has their own hammer and their own flame. Whatever it is, now is the time to ignite it. This isn't romance, this is Agape. This is cosmic engineering. Natural law is the spine of our mission. And I'm not talking about only the rules of morality, but also the physics of the soul. Truth is immovable and immutable. Freedom is inherent. It is our birthright. Love is the governing force. Courage is the activator. And sometimes anger is the fuel. Love is the law under all things. I'm currently taking becoming the True Media seminar, so people in that seminar will appreciate this. But if love is the operating system of the universe, then courage is the password. So we have to move forward now. Not as soldiers, not even as adults in our imagination. We need to put our big boy and big girl pants on, but we need to remember that inner child that we have, that imagination, that child that we heal, but still keep the imagination so we can solve problems. Because children hold pure life force, unfragmented consciousness, unbroken imagination, untapped energy. Their minds aren't fully sealed yet. Their nervous systems are still open portals. This is why these evil pieces of trash target our children. This is who we're ultimately fighting for. I'm going to play something here that I did a voiceover in. Please listen to it.
They obfuscate morality for their ego and greed. They invade our cities with mind-controlled evil. When technology has betrayed us, we are in a battle for our lives, our freedom, and the future of this planet. Make no mistake, World War III is a spiritual war. When people can't seem to look past politics, and there appears to be little hope, this is the year we all have to collectively show up. The year we all get by our shadows and let the light back in. Every single one of us has this ability to be a hero. The time has come for us to remember our divinity, who we really are, to return to what we are meant to be, a service to others and humanity, to return to nature and reclaim our birthright, that which is freedom. The truth will sound belligerent because it is in direct opposition to lies. So get angry. Get angry if you must, because anger is sacred. And together, we can unite and rise from this darkness. Humanity, assemble.
That speaks for itself for me. I have an ending poem. There's a person I ran into on Facebook. I ran into his poem. He had wrote it in 2017 or 2018. His name is Nathan Reddit. Nathan, if you're watching this, and I hope you are, thank you for allowing me to use your poem. It's a very big poem. I'm not reading the whole thing. I'm only reading the last 4 paragraphs of his poem. When I inboxed him and asked him, could I use his poem at Funnel 5? He's in England or London someplace. His immediate response to me was anything for the great work. So thank you, Nathan. This tells me there's hope. People from all over the world can unite. And humanity can indeed assemble. So this is a 4-paragraph poem of the last 4 paragraphs of his poem. And then the 5th one is something that I wrote. So there's that number 5. I had to end with the 5. No crown, no scepter, no robe stitched with gold, but freedom of spirit, both fearless and bold. To do no harm, yet bow to no throne, for agape, pure love, makes your spirit your own. Oh, awaken, dear soul, it is never too late to break from your bondage and challenge your fate. The kingdoms of men, their illusions of power, shall fall to agape, the soul's brightest hour. No change on the mind, no gods carved of stone, for truth is the flame that makes freedom your own. The house slaves may sneer, the tyrants may shake, but the conscious will roar and the sleepers will awake. For love is no weakness, it's justice, it's might, it's agape, pure power, the banisher of night. So rise up, kings of your will, firm and strong, as queens of your heart, where compassion belongs. No master above, no slave shall remain. We've got to do something about the world's pain. I'll finish with my small 5th part here. God, Lord of spirits in the sea of lights, I am very sorry for all my internal fights. I promise to be the very best man I can be. Just please bring my special friend back to me. I'm just a guy who pretends to be Thor, whose head is harder than the hardest wooden door. But if I never see her again, and she never comes back, then God, please bless her anyway, and please bless her pack. Forgive me, O God, for all of my sin. You see, I did not stop fighting until I could finally win. I would never speak out for clout or for fame, but this is my story of the hammer and the flame. I want to thank everybody who took the time to listen to this. My work can be found, the majority of it can be found right here on YouTube. My server isn't up, so I don't have a web page, but the majority of my work is YouTube's letting it stay up now, and I'm careful how I speak. I've learned since 2020. I'm also at the One Great Work Network. I'm open to doing interviews with anybody this year. So if you're interested, hit me up. I also have a radio show every Thursday at 9 o'clock on Revolution.Radio, Coffee Morning Rants with Dan, and I do rant sometimes. They might not be as legendary as Mark's, but they're getting worse and worse. No shade, Mark. I love everything you do, man. I wrote a book called Violence and Ego, Understanding the Functional Principles of Self-Defense. This is for any level, and I never thought it would have so much relevance today. And with my second book, Rise from Darkness, Who Are They? And with that said, I want to thank everybody. And prayers for our world, man. Everybody stay safe. Peace out.
Dan Arnold, the spiritual anarchist. Very raw, authentic presentation. Appreciate that.
Nothing hits harder than the truth.
That's right.
Thor's hammer is, representing the truth, and Dan is a real, person who lived through doing a job of the order follower and realized that he didn't want to be that way anymore. Just like in the story with Jesus and, the Apostle Saul or Paul, who was basically converted on the road, and here's Dan telling this powerful story from his heart in a very beautiful way. I don't know, it means a lot to me meeting Dan, especially recently with me going through learning some self-defense stuff for the last few years, and hearing the stories he tells is very just so real and raw, and I really appreciate that perspective. So thank you, Dan.
Yeah, you got to appreciate his willingness to be that vulnerable and brutally honest, first and foremost with himself, but, putting that on public display, that's, it speaks volumes to his character and, the care that he had behind, sharing this to be some kind of an example, to hear a very interesting and unique story from, someone who was in the ranks of the order followers and all these things, and, what helped him get out of it and that kind of stuff. So hopefully he can be an inspiration to, some folks that are involved with that or on the fence and, need any kind of a beacon of light to kind of see and, maybe possibly navigate things a little bit better and all that stuff. So yeah, we can end some of the suffering, whether it be self-inflicted or whatnot. And he mentioned his overcomings of addictions as well. It seems to be, something that's been mentioned quite a bit today already. So yeah, bravo, hats off to you.
Yeah, Dan, I so appreciate you bringing in this autobiographical story, really, as Soul Expression was saying, we're talking about the stories, and you're bringing your story, your storytelling in a way that is so honest and humbling, vulnerable. I think that's a powerful model for that many men need, honestly, who are holding things internal without talking about them, without understanding what's driving them in, and the confusion of being in those order following roles and being in their cognitive dissonance and all of that. And so I hope that, I think when we're talking about igniting hearts, and minds and souls, like your personal sharing very much lived up to that goal of our conference. So thank you for your real humanity in your storytelling. Thank you.
Yeah, how many ex-order followers are willing to look at themselves, right? Let alone take in information and do that self-assessment, and then quit the cult and speak out. Far and few between. So Dan, you're a real beacon and an example of someone that can course correct and then speak out to inspire and educate others. So it's fantastic. We need to see a lot more of that, right? The strong arm of the social engineers is the order followers, 100%. All right, so let's go ahead and see how we're doing on time. Yeah, we're running a few minutes early, but let's play some videos and let's get into a musical track from Theo Lux, Ignite the Spark.
As we make our mark, I'm just trying to bring the light, yeah, ignite the spark. We be underground, but we shine the sun. Yeah, we working hard, but we having fun. This is a righteous path, this is a great work. We doing what we will, and it amounts in growth. Will to live, will to be free. If you're feeling this, then come and join me. Calm is my best trait, but still want y'all to activate. Rise up, yeah, elevate. Picture you on a higher state. Dream big, don't let them shrink you. You came here to win, so no one can beat you. Nothing much you should do except stay true and be grateful to those who came before you. We be on the path as we make our mark. I'm just trying to bring the light, yeah, ignite the spark. We be on the ground, but we shine the sun. Yeah, we working hard, but we having fun. This is a righteous path, this is a great work. We doing what we will, and it amounts in growth. Will to live, will to be free. If you're feeling this, then come and join me. Yeah, that's a journey full of mystery. Study deep in our cold history. We ain't scared of none, cause we got love in our hearts, and it expands above.
The journey up the mountain of enlightenment can be long and arduous. There is so much information to sort through online and can be difficult to vet it all. That's why you need Mark Passio's Arc Drive 2.0. This amazing repository of knowledge is straight from Mark's personal research archive, gathered over decades of truth-seeking. You mail Mark an empty 2 terabyte drive and he fills it up with over 26,000 audio files, over 9,000 ebooks, and over 3,000 videos. This collection of critical knowledge contains the keys to unlocking true wisdom. There are only 2 mistakes one can make on the path to truth: not starting and not going all the way. For the full instructions, go to whatonearthishappening.com/arc.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jesse Ventura, former governor of Minnesota. Funnel 5. You know what this reminds me of? A locker room before a title match. Only difference is, out there the fight's fake. I was in professional wrestling. That's right. I saw it from the inside. Red corner, blue corner, big speeches, big drama. And after the show, we'd all shake hands backstage. That's politics. Two sides yelling at each other on camera. Same donors in the VIP lounge. You want freedom? Stop buying tickets to the match. Walk out and build something real.
Hi, I'm Christopher Walken, and you're watching Funnel 5 Ignite. I don't know what it means, but I like it. Hello, everyone. I'm Elon Musk, obviously, and so I've been listening, backstage. You guys are basically beta testing society, without rulers. That's very cool. Yeah, so we're doing something similar on Mars, except if someone tries to start a government, we just airlock them. Very efficient. So civilization tends to work much better when it's modular. So very small groups, opt-in systems, leave anytime, opt out as well. Essentially feels like legacy firmware. So Mars actually is just a clean install. So yeah, if anyone here wants to start a crowdfund, a stateless society in orbit, feel free to message me or speak to me after the conference. So thank you, and yeah, ha ha ha, yeah. So yeah.
Feels like legacy firmware.
He's still funny.
It's so good it's worth a whole round too, because I know a lot of people kind of missed the clips from yesterday. So yeah, we're gonna play him again today.
Yeah. Christopher Walken was like perfect.
Yeah, that's my favorite. I love Walken.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Logan's got like 240 voices he can do or something like that. It's it's going to be interesting to see what he can come up with.
Yeah.
I like his little logo too. That's fun.
Yeah. Logan makes noise.
That's great.
All right. Yeah. Great track by Theo Lux. Appreciate that contribution, brother. Ignite the spark.
Yeah. I wonder if he's not up yet. His side of the world, but I'm glad we got to hear Theo's track. That was fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like we got Corey Engelot next.
Yes, we do. And Corey is an amazing guy. I've worked with him for the last couple of years on the Health Revealed project. And Corey's like really, truly a groundbreaking visionary with endless energy. Such a sincere commitment to be a steward of good in the world. And he's such a prolific content creator. His energy is boundless and he's amazing. So I just wanted to add that for myself. But Corey is an abolitionist, author, health coach, and researcher dedicated to confronting the world's most challenging topics. He focuses on permaculture, health, education, freedom, nature-based philosophy, and local activism, aiming to inspire and empower future generations with timeless cross-cultural wisdom. And this is all so true. So enjoy this presentation where Corey's putting together some of his culmination of his studies and understandings related to our health.
To ARDA and the effort for conscious, creative, integrative, and individualized health. My name is Corey Edmund Enderlot. You may have not heard of my work before. You may be curious, why is this about health? And how is that relevant to me? Well, unfortunately in our world, a lot of us have to deal with our health on a day-to-day basis. Some of us, we ignore it. Later on, we find out we have to pay attention to it. And I want to approach this wherever you are in regards to the topic of health. I believe this will be really essential for you to watch. And I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm being very honest with this approach. I think it's very unique. I think it will benefit the average person from any country in the world, although many people may think of America when it comes to obesity and heart disease and heart attacks and strokes and all this stuff. Well, it's happening worldwide where people are afraid of what's happening to their health, or afraid of taking certain drugs, afraid of having certain diseases, maybe it runs in their family, and this is a big subject that we have to navigate. So I'm going to help you navigate it literally through the course of a journey, because you might be wondering where the word ARDA comes from. And if you're familiar with my work, I have a seminar called The Lord of the Rings Dethroned, or The Lord of the Rings Unthroned, where I talk about the symbology behind the Lord of the Rings franchise, or book series, if you will, by J.R.R. Tolkien. Now, this book series, this franchise, is very popular around the world, and you may say, well, what does that have to do with health? Well, I just said that health is actually a journey, something that takes time. You have to navigate through it. And so if we really take it as such, then it's not necessarily a diet, a to-do list, a checklist, right? Like, oh, I got to pay attention to my health. Oh, I got to take this supplement. I got to take this medication. Oh, I got to listen to the doctor. Or, oh, I got to do my own research because I don't trust any of the doctors. Well, maybe this is us trying to navigate our path in this grand journey where we have to bring other people along with us, and we have to explore new terrains, and there's going to be all sorts of enemies that we have to approach. Well, that is what ARDA is, my friends. And if you look at all my different works, maybe you have not been familiar. And I'm just going right through this seminar. I'm just going to be right to the point and give you very practical tips. You have my work on slavery, on permaculture, which is a form of gardening, abolitionism from America, looking at the history of that, Taoism from ancient China. So a lot of different topics. Cult World is a documentary I worked on in relation to cults and behavior that is controlling or restrictive, manipulative. Obviously, that delves into psychology, which is related to health, and a lot of problems in our world might be psychosomatic, not even physical. So we'll talk about that too, of course. That also relates to the Health Revealed project on healthrevealed.org. I'm also creating a 5-acre permaculture community center here in Newport Richey, Florida. That's at bigfootflorida.com. I have a whole book series on my own philosophy called Natureosophy, where I talk about the appeal to nature in philosophy. I've hosted several summits with over 50 plus speakers. The Liberty to showcase even more speakers than that. And then Nita.1 is a website I run called Nature is the Answer. So one common trend among all my works is that nature is important, or we have to listen to what's already here. Maybe we have such a thing as an immune system or a blueprint to heal within our body. And we may say that also exists for the world, as we're trying to find out what are these systems that we live in and how do they affect our health. So many people are watching the news, they're consuming certain information, not just food, and that information is going to determine not just the food they consume, but everything they do in their life. It could be everything from posture, the way I'm sitting, the way I'm talking, the way I'm breathing, that can affect individuals' health. And there's so many different researchers out there, so much coming out right now, so many trends, right? Methylene blue and BCP 157 and, red light therapy and cold plunging, all these different things that people are jumping onto. Is this really going to be what benefits your health? And let's not forget about morality either. Let's not forget about how we feel about the food that we consume. If you look here in the center of this slide on the bottom, you'll see I have an area called The Start, and that points to the Arta diet. My first book actually was the Arta diet, but I never had a work really dedicated to display what the Arta diet is. So I don't want you to actually buy my book. I really don't. In fact, I find it very complicated because it's my first book. It's a little rough around the edges. And I was starting to write it when I was 18, getting into health coaching. It's very detailed and very unique. I believe that this seminar will be for anybody who's interested in what is this work, and you don't have to buy the book if you just watch the seminar. So let's get started, shall we? I'm not here to sell you anything. Just want to give you a quick reminder. You don't have to buy the book. Watch the seminar instead, because here's the deal. When we're talking about igniting or awakening mankind, because I'm doing this seminar for Truth or Freedom Under Natural Law, the conference, and the conference is called Ignite Hearts and Minds. If we're going to ignite any change in our world, health is a very big priority. For a lot of people, they say, man, once I start eating cleaner, once I start eating better, this changed for me, and then their minds start to be open to new ideas. I talk a lot about philosophy and history, and not everybody's into that, but once they look down nutrition and health and realize, wow, I can heal myself, or wow, I don't need a doctor's permission to be healthy, I don't need to be on all these different medications, that can cause quite a bit of a shift in people. And, I'm not lying. I mean, here's a bunch of studies talking about how we can ignite awakening through health. And just by taking certain steps in our lives, they don't even have to be huge steps in our lives, we see that people start to think better, clearer, they're able to talk better, right? We talk about dementia or Alzheimer's, and you can see there's a bunch of different studies on the screen. I'm going to be sharing studies through the whole course of this seminar, so I'm not just BSing to you, and you can do your own research, of course, as well. But if we're going to talk about health, right, the word health comes from whole in Old English or Latin, and it also can mean status, right? Like if you're thinking about a video game, or if we're talking about Lord of the Rings, right? You have this status. That's your health bar, your HP bar, they would say in gaming, right? But then we have awakening. And awakening is when we're starting to see the whole. We're starting to understand what health is. It means to bring into being, arise, originate, to revive in the sense of gaming, right? To awaken, to realize oneself, recognition, recognition. And from that, we can recognize what is truly healthy, right? By understanding health, we become healthy. We are becoming whole. We are safe. We're unhurt. We have full HP, right? We have the full status bar. We're alive in the video game. We don't need to be resurrected, and we're not dead. We are alive, and we're healthy, and we're thriving. And so when you're going through this journey in life and you have all these things attacking you, pushing you down, you have to ask yourself, maybe you need some awakening. You need to revive that spirit, but then you need to figure out what's going to make me healthy. What's going to keep me alive? What's going to keep me in this game of a life, right? And if we approach life like a game and we approach diet like a game, it can get quite fun. It can get quite playful. It doesn't have to be this drudgery of, I have to worry about my health, because it can certainly seem like that, especially when we're talking about the concept of dieting. From Latin, I can't speak this dialect, but dietetis means of diet or treating through diet, right? And there's other forms of this. Through dieta means course of treatment or way or mode of living prescribed by a physician, or diet, regimen. Dieta means a way of life. Daily or day by day. Dietetics or nutritional medicine or treating with diet. To lead one's life, originally separate or select, parliamentary assembly, also a day's work, daily food allowance. And so as you can see through this definition, dieting is a way of life. It doesn't necessarily mean restriction, does it? It doesn't mean you have to have a checklist and, you have to do this for a certain amount of days. It's saying daily, day by day, right? This is something that you're treating through diet. In fact, just that a whole idea within itself, I might not need medication. I might just have to shift some of the foods I'm consuming or the people I'm around and the environment I'm in. And all of a sudden I'm feeling healthier. What's going on here? Well, diet can encompass all of this, not just perhaps food, if we're looking at these definitions. If we're looking at the word apophasis, it's affirmation through negation, knowing what not to do so we know what to do. And perhaps that is very helpful because when we're looking at the world of dieting and we're first plunging ourselves into, well, should I go on a diet or what should I do for my health? You're going to be like, man, what do I eat? I feel like I can't eat anything. This person's saying this thing, this person's saying another thing. Who do I agree with? I mean, it seems like they both are saying some level of truth, or maybe they're both trying to sell me something and they have an agenda. Here's a picture on the screen. Finally settling down to my vegan, gluten-free, soy-free, antibiotics-free, raw, non-GMO, organic, fat-free, low-carb meal. And what is it? It's just a bunch of ice cubes on a plate. And this is where we've gotten to as a society, guys. We've gotten so paranoid about a lot of our food, partly because, you can say it's big pharma or food industries and all the pesticides and chemicals and food dyes in our food supply. And people are looking around and they're like, man, this is crazy. And so they have to come up with all these different labels of, is this organic? Is it natural? Is it healthy? Is it nutritious? Is it this and that? And after a while, I mean, especially again, someone new to this, it's just like, this is overwhelming. Where do I start? Where do I begin? I'll just eat a bowl of ice cubes. My goodness. So how does arta come into this, right? What is the word arta? Well, primitive Quintian word, garda means bounded or defined place, region. Latin artus or arta means dry, acid, parched, poor, shriveled, used dry, dried, water/rainless. And ardalio means busybody or fusser. So I want you to think about our world, right? How busy are we? How hydrated are we? Are we really being used up? Do we feel shriveled in our life? How much of our water is in our food supply, right? Like, think about fruits and vegetables, how much water are in these foods. When we're talking about diets, are we feeling defined, restricted, bounded to a certain region, to a certain idea? And again, this could be seen in a positive light or a negative light. Maybe I'm restricting myself so I know what to eat. Or maybe I'm restricting myself too far where I feel like I don't have any freedom. I'm not having fun and I don't want to do this day to day. This isn't going to be something that's sustainable. And so Arta is also referred to as the bigger world of Middle Earth. It's named after the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit book trilogy and movie series. And Middle Earth is where all the happenings take place. But Middle Earth is just one piece part of Arta. So there's this whole world. We only hear about this one world, right, within Arta. So it's a world inside of a world, a diet of diets, and it's looking at health redefined, trying to see what is this bigger world. Instead of looking at one diet or another diet, can we look at both, looking within and without? Maybe it's totally outside the realm of dieting, and it has to do with you. Can you be defined as a diet? Or are you more complex than any particular diet, and you have to find out what works for you? And I also call Arta the add diet, right? That can represent, adding in rather than just taking out foods, or it could also represent the fact that we have a lot of ADHD in our world and we need to get focused. We need to find out, what am I going to eat? Because there's so much going on. So Arta to me ultimately means restriction from restriction, right? Saying, hey, diets are restrictive, but what if we are dieting the diet? That is recognizing our true diet, understanding who we are, as opposed to just going on some particular diet. Like, this is a journey. Again, it's a different way of looking at this concept of dieting. Here's some quotes talking about this. Life is a journey, and only you hold the map. Life is a journey, not a race. Life is a journey, not a destination. Well, most people, when they go on a diet, it's, I want to do this, I want to reach this, this is my goal. Once I get this, I'm going to go back to the way I was. Or, maybe, okay, this diet is going to be sustainable, but is it a journey for you to get to that point? And isn't it still a journey to find out, well, maybe I can include this food or that food, and why am I having this craving all of a sudden? And why am I having health problems when it originally helped me? Like maybe a diet worked for you for many months, many years, but you're finding out, I kind of crave something, or something's not right. And, all these conflicts in the world and the research coming out and people having cancer, it's like maybe there's something more to this that's missing, right? But of course, if somebody's trying to sell you something online and they have a whole career made off of it, then they're not going to want you to see that outside world like you see on the slide. They don't want you to open the door and see this open world of freedom that has so much potential, so much possibility. And it's fearful, right? It's not easy to put into a book. It's not easy to sell. And so here's more quotes. We're going on an adventure. That's a classic, right from The Hobbit itself. The world is not in your books and maps. It's out there, right? So all these diet books, it's literally $1 billion industry. Not all those who wander are lost. These are quotes, by the way, from The Lord of the Rings. You step into the road, and if you don't keep your feet, there is no knowing where you might be swept off to. There's so many people. They want you to go on their diet protocol. I'm not trying to do that here. I'm trying to share with you who you are. And we're going to talk more about that and what that means. J.R.R. Tolkien says the road goes ever on and on. They were at the end of their journey, but as far as ever, it seemed, from the end of their quest. So it's just a never ending, like, I want to improve myself. I want to become healthier and healthier. You're never at a point where you're like, I am healthy. You just have to be healthy enough to feel content, right? To feel happy. And I think that people can get there, absolutely, but they can't necessarily expect it to happen easily or happen within 30 days. Now, again, for some people it might, but it depends. And having those dependencies, again, is not a very easy thing to put in some book and to say, this is the map and this is how everybody should do it. Here's another quote from Gandalf. Some believe it is only great power that can hold evil in check, but that is not what I have found. It is the small, everyday deeds of ordinary folk that keep the darkness at bay. Small acts of kindness and love. Why Bilbo Baggins? Perhaps because I am afraid and he gives me courage, right? So Gandalf is this old, wise guy, but yeah, he's looking down to some hobbit, the one who's going to save all of Middle-earth, all of the Lord of the Rings. And why him? Why him of all people? Well, in my seminar, I talk about how the hobbits are the freest of all the other people. And we're talking about freedom under natural law. Freedom has a lot to do with health. If we have a disease taking over our body, man, this is going to take over our entire life, and we're going to have no choice but to focus on it. But those small acts and those everyday habits that we start forming can really make a big difference in the long run. And maybe it's that lack of nature, the lack of social community connection, that is actually the reason why we are not healthy as a society at large. It may not even be a particular dietary fix or a particular thing that everybody has to go on, right? It could be these really small, powerful things that are right in front of our faces that we ignore or that we look past. And in reality, guys, we got to go on an adventure. We got to do this. Here's a bunch of studies on health being a journey and exploration with addition rather than elimination. And if you notice, there's plenty of studies talking about how dietary restraint does not help people, how restrictive dieting is just causing all sorts of different problems, more problems than solutions. And it's always an interesting thing to me when I observe the world and I look around me and I'm like, man, we have all these systems created to help us, and meanwhile, they seem to be causing more harm than good sometimes. Now, why is that, right? Is there corrupt research? Is there deception involved? Well, maybe it has to do with personal responsibility. It has to do with taking life into our own hands because it's only our own lives, right? This is the true home we live in, our body. We might live in these like concrete, boxed homes, but for hundreds of thousands of years, we were living out in nature, staring into the campfire. And you got to think about what that does to an individual, or even the fact that we've had thousands of years of war and trauma and conflict. And people are like, man, my genes, I'm just destined by whatever the genetics tell me. But then you look into epigenetics and genetic expression, and you're not just predetermined fate where you have no control over your own health. This is a journey. And if you look at it like a journey, you will start to treat it as one. And I want you to do that, especially while watching this seminar here. Here's more studies on this, and you can pause at any moment and read these for yourself or do extra research and confirm these different studies. I actually just got them from, using various sources on AI, because now we have that, which can actually benefit us quite a bit. We'll talk about that as well. But we have to understand a very key concept called bioindividuality, right? So bioindividuality is the foundational principle in integrative nutrition, okay? It's recognizing that each person possesses a unique physiological blueprint determined by genetics, metabolic function, gut microbiome composition, environmental exposures, and stress history that fundamentally shapes their nutritional requirements in responses to dietary interventions. This concept asserts that no universal dietary protocol exists. What optimizes health for one individual may prove ineffective or harmful for another, even when consuming identical foods or supplements. In an era where technological capability enables the production and marketing of virtually any nutritional product, bioindividuality demands critical discernment. Marketplace availability and anecdotal success stories provide no predictive validity for individual outcomes. Rather, each person must become their own primary investigator, using rigorous self-observation and personalized assessment to determine what truly serves their unique biological needs, rather than defaulting to popular trends, testimonials, or one-size-fits-all recommendations divorced from individual psychological or physiological context. Again, psychosomatics, this is a field even the DSM and psychology doesn't really talk much about. There is often so many aspects to one person's health that to generalize and say it's all dietary or it's all psychological or it's all this or that, we have to be very careful when we're saying this applies to everybody, because we find out there's many different seasons, there's many different cultures, there's many different environmental toxins, there's new chemicals being introduced into our world all the time. There's even biotech and nanotechnology that people are worried and talking about. We're talking about a whole new realm of health, my friends, that extends beyond just diet. But even just looking at diet alone, you'll see how much variety there is and how important it is, frankly, that we look at the individual. And here's a bunch of studies talking about health through bioindividuality rather than diet, and how people had better results when they were looking at their own health as opposed to someone saying, this is what your health is supposed to be. This is the diet you're supposed to go on. Crazy stuff, because again, you live in a world where people want you to buy things, and hey, they may truly believe in it, it may have worked for them, but will it work for you? That's the question you must always ask yourself. So how do we, juxtapose this idea of bioindividuality? What is the opposition to that? I call it dietism, right? Basically, the word diet with the word ism, let's be honest. It's the dogmatic belief system that conditioned individuals to accept restrictive eating protocols as necessary, morally superior, and universally applicable, despite evidence that all standardized diets contradict human bioindividuality and often produce harmful psychological and metabolic consequences. And so here's the justification involved in dietism. It's the myth that one specific dietary protocol, whether it's keto, paleo, vegan, carnivore, intermittent fasting, etc., represents the singular correct way to eat, with all deviations framed as moral or health failures. There's also abstraction, the erasure of individual biological variation, treating all humans as identical metabolic units rather than recognizing their genetic, microbiomic, and phenotypic uniqueness documented in nutrigenomics and personalized nutrition research. and denial. I got to drink water here too. My goodness, right? Got to pay attention to my own health while I'm presenting this. Denial, right? Because it's like, man, I'm focused on this and I shouldn't pay attention to what's going on. The systemic invisibility of dieting's documented harms: orthorexia, eating disorder proliferation, psychological distress, metabolic dysfunction, social alienation through narratives of wellness and health optimization, right? This is what is best. This is what our ancestors have always done. This is what's moral and necessary for all of humankind. Again, what this does is it takes you away from looking at your own individual health, how you personally are responding to these foods. Are you going to listen, or are you going to just ignore and deny, right? So then there's also domination, the assertion of external authority, whether it's celebrity influencers, diet corporations, wellness industries, even medical establishments, over individual bodily autonomy and innate hunger/society signals, creating dependency on external dietary prescriptions rather than cultivating interoceptive awareness. Sorry. And, I'm going through this. I'm trying to go as fast as possible to really, nail this to you, because I don't want to stress this, that long, and I don't want to sell you anything. I want to just be real and honest. I want to get right to the tips that I think can help you, that can apply to everybody. And then the ones that you have to look at and say, well, what is going to work for me? Right? Because there's things that we might say, yeah, this applies to everyone. Like, you're a human being, I'm a human being, and we might have a specific type of bodily blueprint or anatomy. But that being said, then there's those different types of foods, and then there's those genetics and the metabolic systems that we have to look at, right? And so we're going to talk about that. But unlike carnism, which a lot of people talk about when it comes to veganism, which is anybody who eats meat, which privileges one food category, dietism is universally oppressive because it simultaneously demonizes contradictory dietary approaches, ensuring that regardless of which diet a person chooses, they are participating in an ideological system that denies their bio-individuality. If you know anything about my work, I talk a lot about ideologies and attachments, and that very problem within itself is observed in a lot of Eastern philosophy, like Hinduism, Buddhism, and Taoism. The attachment to this particular way of doing things, right? So here's the cruel paradox. Following any diet reinforces the belief that diets are necessary, while the scientific evidence can demonstrate that personalized, non-restrictive eating aligned with individual biology produces superior health outcomes compared to standardized protocols. So there's an economic harm because there's a $70+ billion diet industry which profits directly from perpetrating the myth that individual bodies are broken without external dietary intervention. There's psychological harm, cultivating shame, moral judgment, and disordered relationships with food that persist regardless of diet success. And then there's epistemic suppression, rendering invisible the scientific consensus that bio-individuality, not dietary dogma, determines nutritional outcomes, thereby preventing people from trusting themselves. It's just like when we tell someone, well, you got to follow orders, you got to do what the government tells you, what the law says. Well, are we to ignore morality? Isn't the law to represent morality? Like, isn't morality the most important thing at the end of the day? And finding out, like, this is our conscience, the very idea of a conscience would just be not really that important if you're saying one should always follow orders and do what they're told. I'm saying you should always, listen to your conscience, always listen to your body, always trust yourself. But you do have to question yourself, right? Just as much as you have to question the people who are telling you what to do. You have to do both. But again, that's like a nuance that the dieting industries and the governments don't want you to have. They want you to either be obedient or to follow a diet because it benefits them. But it doesn't benefit you. It benefits you to think for yourself above all things, because you have that ability. It's within you. And so I represent this idea of dietism as mere harm by diet as itself. Anytime people are harmed by diet, I say it is dietism at work, because they didn't listen to their body, or they were unable to see outside of that diet. So they feel like a victim and they become a victim to that diet. They disempower themselves, right? Dietary classification, just the very idea of labeling yourself, saying, I am on a vegan diet, I'm on a keto diet, carnivore, vegan, paleo, any identity creates the same harm that psychiatrist Thomas Saz critiqued in Psychiatric Diagnosis. It transforms flexible, context-dependent eating behaviors into rigid identity markers that restrict freedom and prevent learning. Unwanted labels generate resistance to treatment and change, narrow the inquiry into root causes, and foster victim-hero dynamics where providers maintain authority over broken eaters rather than cultivating autonomy. So this has everything to do with freedom, again. And this is just talking about how we label, how we go about, with the food that we eat. Not even talking about how disease is restricting our freedom. Research confirms that over-identification with dietary labels correlates with increased embitterment, eating disorders, and reduced psychological flexibility, while monetary incentives, the $70+ billion diet industry, disability accommodations, wellness income streams encourage dishonesty and perpetrate dependence on external dietary prescriptions rather than bio-individual wisdom. When you're put into a box, you're easy to figure out and you're easy to attack. These are the people who have this ideology, these are the people that have this ideology, and I am this. And so it's becoming an us versus them. We're no longer looking at them and looking at the uniqueness or looking at ourselves and looking deeper and looking to nuance. No, we say, I am a vegan, I am a carnivore, rather than I currently eat this way for these reasons. The classification becomes a prison. Any impulse to eat differently registers as moral failure or identity crisis rather than biological intelligence responding to changing needs, eliminating the contextual adaptation that characterizes metabolically healthy humans practicing true bio-individuality across time. So dietism is a pseudo-identity. You are not a vegan, you are not keto, you are not carnivore or a lion or whatever. These are things that are used for marketing. Frankly, that's just marketing conditioning, if I'm going to be honest with you. And it also goes by another term, yo-yo dieting. Right? You feel motivated, you start a new diet, you feel good, you're staying consistent, everybody's feeding your ego because probably your whole algorithm talks about that diet and you're doing all this research about it and you're like, wow, this sounds amazing. Look at all these people with all these great results. And then you start to feel tired and restricted and you're losing motivation. And then you give up on this unsustainable diet and lifestyle and you're back to number one again as you try to find out, what's the next diet? What's the next thing I got to do? And it's not a bad thing necessarily that you're on this cycle, but you have to recognize that it's a journey and that you're always trying to improve. You don't want to end up with the same results where you are basically, losing the weight and then gaining it back, and then you're losing the weight and then you're gaining it back. And it just seems like this never-ending storm that is never really, stable per se, in a state of homeostasis as it would be in the body. And so slow and steady weight loss is the only way to avoid yo-yo dieting, where you lose a lot of weight quickly only to regain it back. It's not sustainable. You can see a chart on the right-hand screen. Not a lot of people talk about this when it comes to dieting because, again, it goes against what they're trying to sell you. Here's a bunch of studies on the problems of dieting overall. And here's a chart comparing bio-individuality with dieting, right? So bio-individuality, each person is unique, it's personalized, it's what works for you, there's a journey, you're learning, and it overall encourages consciousness. I like to call it conscious dieting, right? It's creative, it's integrative, it's human, right? We're not looking at someone like a number line, like, this is the ideology, this is the way it's got to be. Dietism, it's all about compliance. You have to meet these standards. It's rigid. It's predetermined. It's what works for others, right? Meal plans, calorie counting, scientism, ultimately. If you look this up, a left brain imbalance, masculine imbalance. It's a one-size-fits-all approach. It's all the different identities, keto, paleo, vegan, vegetarian, etc., right? And you'll notice I have really fitting pictures here, like Frodo looking at the ring. He's the one who can take this ring and destroy it. He's a unique individual. He recognizes his own power, and people had to show him this in a way. He had to see it for himself, and then once he saw for himself, he had to protect himself against all these other people who were trying to take that ring from him, trying to be like him. And it's you see the struggle in the movies of his unique character clashing against all these other unique characters, but also how in the Fellowship of the Ring and Lord of the Rings, there needs to be a bunch of different people all partaking in their own roles to help one another. It's actually more helpful that you partake in what works for you and I partake in what helps for me, rather than I find out what works for you, because then I can speak honestly and I'm not projecting. I'm not saying this is what you have to do because it works for me. I'm just being honest and saying, well, this is what works for me, but it may not work for you. Again, it's human. And if you look at this chart here, this is from Integrative Nutrition. This is known as the Circle of Life. You can actually do this as an exercise if you want to pause this presentation and ask yourself on each one of these categories, maybe on a scale of 1 to 10, you could also draw a circle, right? And the more complete of a circle it is, the more whole it is, the more fulfilled you are, or the higher the number is, right? So what is your creativity on a scale of 0 to 10? Do you feel very creative? What about finances? What about career, education, health, physical activity? See, life is in your hands, and if you notice, this goes way beyond diet, way beyond food. I would argue that these things impact people more than food, more than diet. And perhaps this is what I'm talking about when it comes to Arda, because it's a journey that extends beyond diet. Okay, so let's talk about natural law bioindividuality, since we're talking about freedom under natural law. That's the conference I am delivering this presentation for. You may have never heard of natural law. Well, you likely have if you are watching this conference and you're familiar with other speakers and their works. But natural law has to do with morality, has to do with behavior and what are we to do in our lives, right? So people ask themselves, well, how does that apply to diet? And do I want to harm other animals, for example? Here's a great work, a favorite of mine, talking about natural law from C.F.N.L. Under the section temperance, right? Temperance is usually also associated with the tarot card justice. And there's a question here. It says, does the law of nature forbid the use of certain kinds of meat or of certain vegetables on particular days during certain seasons? And he says, no, it absolutely forbids only whatever is injurious to health. Its precepts in this respect vary according to persons and even constitute a very delicate and important science, for the quality, the quantity, and the combination of ailments have the greatest influence not only over the momentary affections of the soul, but even over its habitual disposition. Not a very easy answer, is it? Not something you can easily sell, is it? He says the dietetic science constituted a considerable part of morality. So here we start to notice that there is a link between morality and health, and that can't be ignored. And perhaps we can't just say that is forbidding meat or forbidding plants or forbidding a particular food. Maybe it's a bit more complicated than that. I mean, as you see, there's a lot of conflict when it comes to people who teach the subject of natural law and talk about morality, and then they start to bring animals into the equation. And you have to ask yourself, why is that? You don't have to agree with me. You can think for yourself on all of this, but here are the main two disclaimers I have on behalf of the Arda diet based on what I just said. 1. Arda is a framework against all diets, all dietism. However, it studies from them all to help an individual attain their own personalized diet, bioindividuality. Many factors compound onto an individual life decision of any kind. Learning never stops, and change is a constant. We can say change is natural law itself. And so with that understanding, that's very important when it comes to morality and it comes to our own decisions in our own life. Because number 2, Arda does not ignore morality, nor does it ignore health. Both are considered, and one does not take precedence over the other. I consider them to be allied. Just as it is to say the law of freedom by Mark Passio states that morality and freedom are directly proportional, this law, what I'm going to call the law of nutriment, which means to grow or to flow, portrays the relationship an environment-based law of interdependence and reciprocity, which natural law is also considered the golden rule and consequentialism and all these different terms that represent reciprocity. Some in history have called it the law of reason. And if we're getting disease from eating a particular way that we're being told is moral, then maybe there's more to it, right? Unless you are healthy, this is what the law of nutriment is. Unless you are healthy, you cannot truly be moral. And unless you are moral, you cannot truly be healthy. Unless you nurture nature, nature cannot nurture you. And unless nature nurtures you, you cannot nurture nature. Right? So you have to care for nature. You have to care for your body. Then it will care for you. It's the same way when you're growing plants, when you're caring for animals. If you want them to be healthy, you're going to be healthy toward them. You're going to make sure that they're raised in the right environment and the plants are supported by the environment. And that's going to, in response, support you. And it's just a never-ending cycle of reciprocity. To say that morality is most important and disregard all these people who have these experiences where they're getting hurt is a mistake, in my view. Every person, every plant, every nutrient, it should all be taken into account. Health and morality, both of these relate to empathy, consciousness, trauma, and presence. And I think that only further proves that this law of equilibrium between health and morality should be considered. You know, there's a lot of people out there who are eating meat, who are eating all sorts of foods, and they don't care about how an animal is raised, or they don't care about how the plant was raised. And they're both equally important. They both determine so much, you know, for future harvest, for your fertility, for your health down the road. And I say, you know, again, this is something that diets don't always look at, because diets are looking at the type of food. They're not looking at how the food is raised or how it's made necessarily. You can see many organic foods that are actually contaminated with heavy metals. They don't care about that. Organic doesn't really look at that. And plus, there's a bunch of organic pesticides and organic herbicides and stuff that they can use. And a lot of organic brands are owned by the very same companies that produce non-organic foods. And sometimes different regulations in different countries can mix things up, and it's not actually organic. You have a lot of issues here, and that only calls for more individual responsibility, more individual consciousness. But if you label something, you say, well, this is keto, this is carnivore, this is vegan, therefore it's healthy, it totally takes out that journey. It takes out that creativity and that learning process, which helps us actually attain our health. Again, empathy, consciousness, trauma, and presence, the very things that affect our health the most. Just by becoming more conscious of what we're consuming, we, in response, are becoming healthier. And so you can see, here's a bunch of studies, and from an AI analysis of numerous studies, including these, it says the research does not support the claim that either ketogenic or vegan diets inherently enhance moral capacity. Ketogenic diets show cognitive benefits. Vegan diets can carry some orthorexia risk and some nutrient deficiency, and they both have their own benefits in different places. But balanced bio-individuality, optimized diets consistently demonstrate superior cognitive and mental health outcomes. The neurobiological biological basis required for moral agency, empathy, impulse control, and ethical decision making. It's all going to be determined through this journey. Through saying, hey, I'm going to be responsible over my own health. I'm not just going to give it away to some health authority or some political authority. Oh, they just released a new food pyramid, and oh, the USDA food plate, therefore it's healthy. This is how I should eat. It's like, really? Are you sure about that? So as you can see here, I'm talking a lot about creativity. I'm talking a lot about, making this a journey and something that you want to partake in. Life must be lived as play, Plato said. He also said you can discover more about a person in an hour of play than a year of conversation. Imagine that. Imagine if a practitioner were to play with their patient rather than talk to them and say, what's your problems today? Oh, okay. How's your family? And it's like good if a practitioner can connect with the patient, because practitioners may not always do that, but is the patient actually having fun in their life? Are they enjoying their life? Is health to them something that is drudgery, or is it something that is fun? Creativity itself is a biological necessity for human health. Engaging in creative expression activates multiple brain regions, reducing stress hormones while elevating mood-enhancing neurotransmitters like dopamine and serotonin. Through art, music, writing, or innovative problem-solving, creativity rewires neural pathways, strengthens neuroplasticity, and fosters emotional resilience. The journey of creativity is ultimately the journey toward wholeness and vitality. Look at all the symbols we create, and look at just the Lord of the Rings itself, a very creative work. You can imagine how many people they've actually gotten some benefit out of their own life just from watching these movies, and how it makes them feel getting out of the movie theater, and I think it invokes a certain emotion which we cannot ignore. You know, we've had all these plays and movies and TV shows for many, many decades in humanity's time, and this plays a toll on their psychosomatic health, on how they perceive the world around them and how they perceive themselves. Notice all these studies talking about how creativity, imagination, play, fantasy actually helps their health. So when I'm talking about Arda and I'm talking about Lord of the Rings, there's actually great reason to apply that to our own individual health. And again, creativity doesn't want to be put into a box. It's the nature of play that it is not told what to do, not told this is what health is. And so Arda, again, I said it's conscious, creative, integrative, and individualized. So what does that mean? Well, conscious, consciere, the same actual roots of conscience, which is knowing what is right versus what is wrong, means with knowledge, with knowing. And then creative means to bring into being. So going back to the word awakening, right? Sparking that light in people's eyes, seeing that youth, that innocence, that vibratory energy, you know, that vitality. That's what we want to see when we're truly healthy, right? We want to grow in this world. We don't want to decay and man, I'm not growing anymore. My brain is no longer sharp. I have cancer and all this stuff. No, you're much more than that. Integrative, whole. You're in touch with the whole of creation itself. That's why you too are integrative and you're whole and you're healthy. It's individualized because you are one whole in the whole of the universe, right? Symbolically, I have this within the ring, right? This ring. What are you attached to? What are you binding your life to? Are you going to bind your life to principles like this that are universal, that apply to everyone, that help you expand, that help you reach new destinations, help you have fun? Or are you going to have something that restricts you, that make you feel, I don't want to do this anymore, right? So we can juxtapose now our two main principles in Arda, which is life versus death, or life versus evil, right? If you look at the word evil, it's just the inverse of live, L-I-V-E. And so life involves morality, principality, conscious expression, and critical thinking. And that includes in our food choices. Whereas evil is the lack of life, lack of empathy, lack of vitality, and actions that promote denaturing or dehumanization. And that includes, again, in food choices. So everything I say in the life is really just the opposite in evil, right? So life includes foods from nature and tend to be non-man-made or unchanged by humans. We need more pure, intended water, right? Spring-sourced water is best, hydrogen water and high-quality filtered water. These are researched options. You can look it up for yourself. Now, what life is essentially here in Arda is just the basic rules of diet, right? That most people can agree with. They're basically like, no processed food, nothing bad, nothing unnatural. That's what life is, care, love, social relationships, all the things we talked about before. It's just the universal things that we can all agree on. That's what life is. Evil is just the opposite of that, basically, right? So life is more high quality vegetables, especially cruciferous, leafy, and dark greens. A lot of people talk about that. Healthy fats such as nuts, seeds, olive oil, avocado, wild caught, often smaller fish, legumes, spices, herbs, local homegrown produce, homemade foods, no artificial ingredients. And again, this is going to differ person to person. And you may say, well, I don't eat this. Maybe I have an allergy to this or that. But as a general principle, this is what life is as opposed to evil. Right? Natural nutrient density, high quality berries, fruits, raw foods, antioxidants, and, even perhaps supplementing with multivitamins, fish oil, probiotics, and adaptogens for additional support. Evil is processed foods and drinks with additives or ingredients not present in nature. There's also excessive amounts of maybe good things, right? Like if you have too much water, it can kill you, right? It's like knowing balance, it's knowing harmony. It's listening, again, to your body to know that, because hey, water is vegan and water is keto and water is carnivore. It doesn't mean that it's healthy for you or in the right dosage you're consuming or that it isn't contaminated. There's so many different things just on water alone. Right? And so low quality, excessive meat consumption, excessive and poor quality dairy consumption, excessive and low quality coffee or stimulant use, over-reliance on technology, drugs, and artificial or man-made laws, right? Oh, well, the law will make me healthy, and Medicare and Medicaid and my doctor will make me healthy. Excessive and poor quality grain consumption. Many people are talking about avoid the whites and the pastas and all these processed, refined carbohydrates, as they say. That is what evil is as opposed to life. This is a very important slide because this helps us get a general framework of what do we have in our life more of and what do we get rid of, what is less. And you don't have to look at evil here. You can add more of life and the evil should start to go away on its own. But I think it's important to recognize both of these, and evil often takes the form through the SAD diet. I don't know if it's a coincidence it's called that, but the standard American diet, that's what it represents, which is linked to poor mental and physical health outcomes. There's a reason why so many people in America are talking about health and trying to make things better, but it's also a capitalist nation, a money-based nation where they're trying to sell you a bunch of things, and maybe that's part of the reason why people aren't so healthy. Here is a bunch of studies on general integrative nutrition dietary tips. So all the things I mentioned, basically, all the things of life versus all the things of evil. There's plenty of studies on this material. And so now we come to the very fun part of the seminar because we talked about the general principles and what is ARDA and what is a diet, but this is the core part of this seminar. I want you to follow along here and choose your stats, right? So you're entering this world of ARDA, you're creating your character, you're on this journey. You have to make decisions for yourself. And I'm just here as a guide along with you on the side. That's why I'm actually an integrative nutrition health coach. I'm just a coach. I'm just here to say, you got this, keep going, don't give up, don't get stuck, don't think you've gotten it all figured out. There's a lot of people who are going to watch this seminar who are going to think they figured it all out, who think they know what is healthy. And I will say right now, I'm not the most healthy. Nobody is in perfect health. We're all doing something wrong. I'm sitting in this room right now, and there's a bunch of things that are probably affecting me, right? I have a plant on my desk, which is good, and I have nightlight on with my computer, and of course I have red light glasses and a bunch of stuff like that. But this is the type of compensation, the type of listening we need to have for ourselves in our own environment. So let us begin. We have to start with our faction. I used this picture in the background from World of Warcraft because World of Warcraft, you can say, is in part inspired by Lord of the Rings. You have to choose, are you going to stand for evil or for good? You have to make this willful decision for yourself, right? With a country, with a neighborhood, with a community. What people do you surround yourself with? What culture? What ideas? Where do you stand on health when it comes to what is right and what is wrong? What would be examples? How do you want to live? Where does health fit in? What are your health goals? Is it in alignment or not with others? I'm going to be asking you a lot of questions here because I want you to decide for yourself where you are with your health. All right, so an example of your faction is a statement like this. My faction includes proud representation of Texas, and within a close-knit family who seeks out people who are kind and places where it is peaceful. We believe smoking in particular, as affecting our own family's past, is bad in all forms. We are strong believers in always following your conscience. Believe life, and especially younger generations, must be protected. We want to live free from disease, poverty, addictions, and bad behaviors. What this is, it's like a form of mantra or affirmation, which a lot of people do for their health within itself. And what it does also is it says, here are my goals. This is what I want to live my life by. Because you're going to go on this journey and this faction might change. You might, these things might change slightly, but you generally have an intent. You have an idea of like, I want to be comforted in life. I want to have a stable future. I want to have a good life. I want to be healthy. That's the whole reason why you're watching this. So I want you to just explore, what does that mean for you? Do you stand with evil? Do you stand for good? Can you expand on that a little bit? This is the allegiance that you have to your goal. And here's a bunch of studies on intention, connection, and declaration and commitment to health. Having this intention is a very important part before we go into any journey at all. And now, here's a very interesting one. Here's a scene from The Lord of the Rings. Try it, just a mouthful. I don't like green food. Where's the meat? Says the dwarf. And these dwarves are actually eating dinner at the elves in Rivendell, at their little kingdom, their little city. And they're like, where's the meat, right? Because they're used to meat, but the elves are not used to meat. And so we have to pick our race. Again, think of this like a video game. This is all figurative fantasy on purpose. This is your common food. Where do you stand? Because right now, as I see it, and this is again based on my own visions of what I've seen looking through the health world, you have many people who are pushing the paleo, carnivore, keto side of things versus people who are pushing the vegetarian/vegan side of things. So let's map this out according to Lord of the Rings. We have the dwarves, who are these meat-based, masculine, brothers in arms. This is healthy fats, right? Mainly. And then we have the elves. They're just as strong, but they're more on the feminine side. They care for the plant world and vegetables and fruits. You can look at this like yin and yang as well. And you might be kind of like, what's going on here? Is this really true? Well, no. Look at the middle. It says human, right? If you're a human, you're kind of a mix of the two, or you're trying to find out, because we're omnivores. We've eaten both. And you could say, well, we have certain teeth that are maybe meant for meat, right? Like these, and then some that are meant for plants, like the ones back of our teeth, molars. And there's people who debate about our physiology all the time and are we supposed to eat this or eat that? But clearly we've evolved and we've eaten both of these materials, and people have healed from both of these materials. And how is that possible? Is it just propaganda that people are healing from one side or the other? Or is it actually true? Well, the people I've talked to, I hear all sorts of different stories. But one thing I hear in common is that life supports life and that evil supports evil. Right? So if we're a human and we don't know where we are going, but we are somewhere in the midst of this, we have to map out where we belong. So here's a better chart where we put in life and evil. If we're going down, we're more in this unknown confusion. We're heading toward evil, right? So there's no care. There's no true feeding. We're confused. We're restricted. This is dietism, right? But if we understand more of who we are, a hobbit is seen more like a human, more in touch with nature. This is why the hobbits are celebrated in the Lord of the Rings. They're the only ones who can destroy the ring, and humans are actually corruptible. In fact, humans are always having all these problems within their kingdoms. The hobbits live in the free Shire. They're the freest people on earth, right? And they live more in harmony with nature. They live under the hill. Incredible stuff. And it's not to say the dwarves don't either, or the elves don't either, but the hobbits, they're a unique character, and they represent a human that is more in touch with life, right? So we're not confused and we're not restricted either. We're not confused or restricted. We can do both. And there's care. There's truly feeding our soul and what we need. And to expand on this further, a human can be corrupted into an orc, right? And the main evil force behind evil is Melkor, which actually translates to king, directly to king, right? We don't want kings or people who are in charge of our own life, our own health. We want to be in charge of our own health and our own life. But that might mean looking up to something higher, to God, to the one, to natural law, to truth, right? We're looking up figuratively. We're not just looking down like, oh, there's nothing I can do. There's nowhere I'm going. I'm not making any progress. It's death. It's depression. It's insecurity. It's denature. It's hell. That's basically what it is. Instead, we're looking up. Nature, fulfillment, enlightenment, faith, hope, heaven, morality. That's what it does for us. It opens, it expands. It's toward Middle Earth, right? We're toward recognizing where we are, where everything takes place. Instead, you can go toward the dark lands and live with Mordor, and everything is death and destruction. Look at what it looks like in the movies. You don't see any plant life. You don't see any life in general. Everybody's just a slave. They're just doing what they're told. That's not how we're supposed to live our lives. We're supposed to be free and happy and joyous, like the hobbits. They're always partying. So how do you keep up with the shift? And how do you make sure you're not tempted by evil? What I want you to do, because this is a Y and X axis, right? So that means the y-axis, which is life and evil, right? This is your mentality and your quality. The x-axis is your physicality and quantity. I want you to map out where you currently are with your health. Maybe you eat more plants, so you're going to be on the right side of this chart. If you eat more meat or healthy fats, you're going to be on the left side of this chart. And by the way, you can do a keto vegan diet. That does exist. Doing plant-based fats. So wherever you fit on this chart, put yourself there, okay? Maybe you fast a lot. That's very interesting, right? Where would you put yourself according to the way you see things? And also, Mark Passio, someone who talks about natural law, talks about how the right brain is usually associated more with the eastern hemisphere of the world. The western hemisphere of the world is associated more with the left brain. And so I mapped that out again, where the left brain, the western, is more the Dorvan. People in America, people in the consumer-based countries, they're consuming a lot more meat than the people in the East who are utilizing a lot more plants, and they're doing yoga and more of these Eastern modalities. I think this is a very fitting chart. I know it's going to be controversial for some people, but I think it applies very well to our current world. So what race are you? Are you a dwarf? Are you an elf? Are you a human/hobbit? Where do you fit in? Here are benefits of paleo, keto, carnivore, vegetarian, and vegan diets. Notice you can find studies on any one of these, okay? There's going to be people who say this one's better than the other ones. But if you want to find a study out there, you're going to find it. Because again, that's what dietism is. That's what scientism is. I've got to find something. Oh, I have AI now. I can find anything I want. I'm here so it does exist, here's studies, but I want you to find out what works for you, which kind of throws all these studies out the window, doesn't it? At the end of the day, though, it is interesting to see your options and see what you can eat. Because again, you limit your options and you say, this is the only diet. And so then you never experiment and you never go on that journey. And I've made so many charts that are so complicated talking about this, the quality qualifier and the art of wheel, the art of food circle, and the very complex, charts talking about where you're at. This one has everything in it, the bodily world of Arda. Again, I don't recommend these for people. These are very complicated, detailed charts, just like the book. That's why you're watching this seminar right now, the transition wheel, how you go from one step to the other. Crazy stuff. Anyways, next step. Okay, so we got our faction, we got our...
All right. Corey Andrelot always does high quality presentations. So that was very in-depth, very interesting. I hope there was a lot of good takeaways from people. Derek, Chris, how you guys feeling?
I like that a lot. It was cool. I like Corey's such a great speaker, and putting things into context, that's really a big part of what I was talking about in my presentation later today too. And there's some parallels there. And man, I appreciate the enthusiasm about health. And I like that comparison he made about being a good person and being a healthy person, and how those two things are very tied together, inextricably, I guess you could even say, they're hand in hand. And so great points, Corey. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Well put together and beautiful aesthetics. Nice work.
Yeah, I think that what he's talking to are the very real and personal dilemmas that people often face in their health journey. And when they come to crossroads where they sometimes have to face a food decision may be in conflict to their values and morals, or how they're eating is in conflict to it can be one of those awakening opportunities where we actually have a crisis, and we're face to face with these difficult choices, and sometimes it's not that clear cut, or it's a process. In my presentation, I really emphasize this idea of process, and how do we sometimes integrate opposites and face these things that seem in opposition. How do we, as humans, work through that? And that is the human dilemma, the human journey, especially at this stage of the game when we have generations and generations of different types of evil impacting our minds, bodies, and spirits, right? And so I think what's important, is that we not jump on some dogmatic, morally superior, platform where we are uncompassionate to people and their various individual struggles. I think that spirit of understanding and working in the direction of right action and less harm, least amount of harm, right? Without thinking that we have to just sacrifice our entire health, So it's a complex subject. I give Corey a lot of kudos for his courage, for coming out and speaking in this very, really trying to make it intellectually, like balanced, and bringing it back to the power of the individual, because in the end, it's up to us, to do our own moral inventory, right? It's not for necessarily some, other people to individually think they're going to do my work for me, or for me to do your work for you. And that's another piece of this, is it all comes down to us really needing to take the responsibility to do our own inventory around our choices.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, quite possibly if you're in Rivendell, you could be living well. And yeah, Corey and I got much more lore to explore, from Gondor to Mordor and the Loth lore. Ian, my friend. Yeah. It's interesting. If you guys saw my presentation yesterday, I talked about the creator Eru Iluvatar, which he, had that slide at the end. And it's interesting because there is that, in the Legendarium of Tolkien, taken to the Silmarillion, there's this step-down consciousness. And elves are like the only immortals in Middle-earth, actually. They get to go to the Grey Havens afterwards. Maybe the Ring Bearers, but that was it. And yeah, it's just kind of interesting. You could see them as like breatharians, even though they would love to feast and all that stuff. Yeah, they drink wine and things like that. But it's there's a lot to just. I gotta speak with them for some hours on some things, maybe collaborate one time. But yeah, appreciate you, Corey, bringing some of that Tolkien lore to the dining table, even. And yeah, that scene in the Hobbit movie, with the dwarves, holding up the salad, like, what the hell is this? That was pretty funny, man. Yeah, definitely like that meat eater vegan contrast up in there. So yeah.
I gotta go get some ice cubes right now. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I love the allegory. Obviously, Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, these stories are just fantastic. I mean, what is the ring but the desire of power? It's the representation of the belief in human authority, right? People that vote, they want to wear the ring of power. They want to use coercion and duress upon others. Government is the ring of power, right? So it's just, there's so much symbolism in there. And yeah, I like the different races and yeah, he did a great job. This just multiple perspectives of reaching people and letting them know that we are in a state of imbalance, right? This is what nature does to perfection, is symbiosis. And we can learn from the greatest mentor in reality, which is nature itself, and we can mimic that. And that, that can show up from many different realms and expressions on the individual path. And I love how he brought in creativity. I think this is a big one, right? So well done, solid. Corey's a fantastic author as well. I mean, he's got a whole list of books, and I almost have all of them, and I've gotten through most of them, but I'm a big fan of his written word. And speaking of creativity, we're going to get into this is almost like the intermission of the conference on day 2, Funnel 5. We have Grant Presence in the building live, going to bless us with his incredible talent, multi-instrument capabilities, and doing it live. And this is going to be fantastic. We'll get to him in just about 1 minute. Shout out to everyone in the chat across all platforms. We are green. One Great Work Network, Odyssey, YouTube, Twitch, X, Facebook, and YouTube as well. So appreciate everyone. And let's go ahead and get into it. We'll get Grant to the stage in a second. There he is.
Boom.
How you doing, brother?
How we doing? Nice to see you all.
It's a pleasure, man. You know, I had for without trying to sound super fanboyish, but I mean, I'm a huge supporter and fan of your music. Coming from the music industry myself, and towards the end of my career, I had a live band, and I was really getting into, you know, the reggae hip hop. I mean, originally I came from rap and hip hop, but so then, you know, retiring, so to say, and then coming across your work, you know, a few years ago, it was just like, oh man, that's the type of music that I love. And I would love for you to kind of just give the audience that might not be familiar with you just a little bit of background and, you know, kind of how you got started.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? Super grateful. Thanks, Will, Chris, Derek, Leslie, for having me today. Super stoked to be here, and just appreciate everybody for putting this effort together to bring natural law to more people. So thank you all so much. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Grant Oman. My artist name is Presence, and I've been doing this particular project since around 2020. And I woke up in 2016, roughly around there, through psychedelic plant medicine work and a lot of like vision questing and engaging in different, you know, going out into nature by myself for vision quests and things like that. I started to wake up, and then I discovered Mark Passio's work, and he was the one who really inspired me to start using my gifts in service of the Most High, in service of natural law, in service to the truth. And so I'm just grateful to be here sharing that music with you all today. Thanks for being here. And I also have this blasting out to my own personal YouTube channel and my people on Instagram as well. So thanks to everybody who's tuning in on my channel and Instagram. And yeah, big up. Spark 'em if you got 'em. That's what I'm talking about. So yeah, anything else you guys want to chat about before we get going here with some tunes?
No, man. I mean, you can go ahead and take it away, and we could chat afterwards, man. This is I'm excited. So yes, Spark,
all right,
if you got them, get up.
This first tune is called Realign. Choosing to realign ourselves with the divine today, you know what it is. Choosing to realign ourselves with the divine, choosing to realign ourselves with the divine. How we all doing out there? Yeah, when I choose to realign, Hey, yo, I'm tired of being silenced by the fear of ridicule. It's time to rise up like a lion and to speak the truth. Because to know and not to act is not to know or care. Gotta do my part in declaring awareness into the air. Unto the ether, for those who know it's time to become leaders, keepers and speakers and teachers of sacred knowledge to all who are still sleeping, upgrading them consciousness, suffocating them with lawlessness. Truth and love are synonymous, situations ominous. I won't remain anonymous. You were never gonna mute this, don't chakra fully open and the words flowing like a lava. Mine ain't gonna be bound by dogma. No, we cannot be the natural law or karma. Tablegram, all the propaganda. Raise our brain waves in the camera. Wage slaves breaking cages, disengaging the limitations. Skill the goals of the new plan. Hey, are you on the same page to understand? Ego out of the way, spirit engage. Mind control slaves, feeling enraged. Ego can't handle the truthful vibrations, but I got no patience for their frustration, and I'm not given to their temptation. We must know government regulation. Conscious life is the real education. Anybody who subscribe to an institutionalized belief system is under mind control. Yes, anybody who subscribe to an institutionalized belief system is under mind control. Yes, when I choose to realign to my inner guidance, I know that my heart center is truly masterful. Yeah, when I choose to realign, to be put into an institution. Let me get in here and dispose on a major illusion. Them chief religion, binding, grinding the mind to a halt. Oh, when they default to politics, then they got to play like a fiddle. Here's a little riddle, think you got swindled. Paying them taxes, getting crippled, then your bank account dwindled. Don't like it, then they coming at you with the missiles. Drippy cat a little bit of scribble on a piece of paper underneath a little bit of Satanism, symbolism underneath a little bit of communism, euphemism, sounding shit. There's some dead ass criminals. Sign your initials on the dotted line, hand us your rights. No, you bit us just won't put up a fight. We got the guns and we coming for yours. We will force you into funding our wars. Give the woman first, do classes second. Don't ask no questions if you get threatened. Do we lock you in a cage? Lock you in a cage. Say. So we choosing to realign ourselves with the divine. Yeah. Hey, hey. Choosing to realign ourselves with the divine. Yeah. Y'all know what it is. Yeah, because anybody who subscribes to an institutionalized belief system is under mind control. Yes, anybody who subscribes to an institutionalized belief system is under mind control. Yeah, when I choose to realign to my inner guidance, I know that my heart center is truly masterful. Yeah, when I choose to realign. Big up Jamaica for the reggae music, yo. Say ya. Choosing to realign ourselves with the. Oh yes, we choosing to realign ourselves. Oh yeah, hey, choosing to realign us with the. With the divine, with the divine, with the divine. Oh yeah, hey, choosing to align us with the. Oh yeah, we choosing to realign ourselves. Oh yeah, hey, choosing to realign us with the divine, with the divine. Oh yeah. Nobody's gonna give us our freedom. If we wanna have our freedom, we gotta take it ourselves. Ours for the taking. Yeah. You know, right now, yes sir. History now in the making, I say. Fuck the government, el gobierno only exists to take our money and no dinero. I ain't scared of nothing, I am moving, I am budging. A lot of population trusting that the bullshit we be cutting better assess the situation. If you want liberation or disinformation, pollute your clear mind. Some be caught up in the lie, must be order fluoride 99. Keeping them mindless, spineless, fine with me. I got no time for this. I'm taking a trip into the future. No master, no slave. Gonna be living with our rulers by any measure we maneuver. No job and no booster, cause we lost our man recruiters and we been in prosecutors. Hey. History now in the making. Freedom is ours for the taking, yeah. History now in the making. FUNL, freedom is ours for the taking, yes. History now in the making, yeah. Freedom is ours for the taking, yeah. History now in the making, I say. Yo, I love to see my brethren standing up to tyranny. The sound of freedom resonating like a symphony. We ain't no fringe minority, a threat to authority. When we coming together, I'd be a silent majority. See, most people don't wanna rock the boat. They afraid to go against the grain, and the system keeps them broke. So they comply till our freedom implode. Whatever hell it became, that finds just at the end of the road. Let's go, boom, history now in the making. freedom is ours for the taking, yeah. History now in the making. Say, freedom is ours for the taking, yeah. History now in the making. Freedom is ours for the taking, yeah. History now in the making. Because collective consciousness rising, the truth is so inspiring when we shine. And it is high state of mind. You, the mankind, is intelligently designed. We in love with this beautiful life, humanity living and breathing a thrive. We're misstepping at what is aligned. Say, my people ready to rise, yeah. Let's move into the new paradigm, yeah. And break the chains of the past. Ascend into the brighter future, yes. History now in the making. Cause freedom is ours for the taking now. History now in the making. Freedom is ours for the taking, yeah. History now in the making. Freedom is ours for the taking, yeah. History now in the making. Say, boom. How we all doing out there? Put a note down in the chat if you're feeling irate. You know what it is. Ours for the taking, yeah. History now in the making. Freedom is ours for the taking, yeah. History now in the making. Ours for the taking, yeah. Yo, what's up, Hexproof Anarchist? Love you, brother Josh. Also Nathan, what's up, brother? Hey, everybody, thanks for tuning in to the live stream. Grateful to be here with all of you today. Once again, big up FUNL for having me. This next tune right here is called Natural Intelligence. This is a brand new song that I've been working on with my sister, Rhea Light, out of Sedona. Some of y'all been commenting on my YouTube channel asking for more songs with Rhea, so we got her back in the studio. And this one right here is called Natural Intelligence. This one's about the fact that we don't need no AI bullshit. We just need that intuition within ourselves, you know what I'm saying? I won't need to feel. Yeah, we gotta be free, yeah. Y'all ready? I feel the natural intelligence of divine keys, and the intuition of within is calling the peace. Keep it locked up in the flow and won't eat their feed. And the swiping, scrolling, yeah, we got to be free. We better hold up, hold up, hold up. Before we give away our freedoms and rights, we better show up, show up, show up. Remember our true purpose in life. Rhea.
Brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers of humanity, do you hear the earth calling, saying, listen to me. Open your heart and feel the beat, the rhythm of the earth beneath, guiding us to be saying, wake up, wake up, wake up. Open your eyes, saying, take up, take up, take up. Space has the light of the sky.
Your soul is needed here to truly live. You gotta let your ego die and face your fear.
Express your soul,
cause it's all you got, you're
already home.
Forget what they told you, you're not. I find your power, free yourself from any traps you've been caught. Yeah, we are the ones we've been waiting for, and there is no reason to wait anymore. You know, we are one and we have a memory. Restore your truth and your holy purity. No need to come back here and spend another century. Natural intelligence, a divine keys. The intuition of within is calling a peace. Keep it locked up in the flow and won't eat their feet. And they're swiping, scrolling. We got to be free. We better hold up, hold up, hold up. Before we give away our freedoms and rights, we better show up. You know what it is. Straight into the mainframe, same game. Free will is drilling in a dwindling decay. Only a few of us are seeing what's coming. Majority are mobbing straight towards the cliffs running. Hordes getting awards for sporting wars on foreign shores. But the peaceful population won't be paying these whores, making us poor. Time to straight settle the score. Got the guidance and protection now and forevermore. So race to the bottom, content saturation. Every corner of the media portraying its strain mayhem. Artificial music taking over Spotify. Vested in warfare, said the artist, it's impossible to justify. Fake currency and competition for attention. Clickbait KPIs and your data is for collection. How about we start showing other human beings some real affection? Smiling at
let your neighbor appreciate that, cause with a natural intelligence of divine keys, intuition up within is calling the peace. Keep it locked up in the flow and won't eat their feet. And they're swiping, scrolling, we got to be free. We better hold up, hold up, hold up. Before we give away our freedoms and rights, we better show up, show up, show up. Remember our true purpose in life. Remember purpose in life, yo, 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 yo. Yeah, yeah, we gotta be free. We better hold up, hold up, hold up. Before we give away our freedoms and rights, we better show up, show up, show up. Remember our true purpose in life. Yes. Yeah, we gotta remember our truer purpose in life. You know, all this AI. Everybody's leaning on the AI to do everything under the guise of productivity, right? Oh, I'm so productive because I'm using the AI. Okay, that's fine. I'm productive without the AI, right? We got to listen to our natural intelligence. We got to listen to our intuition. And the more that we give away our intuition to some computer program, the more we give away our freedoms and our rights, and the more we give away access to the most sacred gift that we have, which is our inner wisdom. So that's what that song is about there. That's going to be dropping soon. Yes, Josh, I got a new album coming out just in time for Confluence. If anybody wants to see my next live show, I'm going to be at Confluence in Texas, one of the best events that I've been to. It's amazing, organic, regenerative food, all grown on the property. And yeah, highly recommend checking it out. Go to Confluence TX. That's the name of the website. And you can use my code PRESENCE10 for 10% off if you want to come see me live in person. I'll also be opening for Dub Effects in Portland and Seattle coming up pretty soon in April as well. So if you're up in the Pacific Northwest, come out to Portland and Seattle. All right, this next one's called Taxation is Theft. I'm going to do a live looping one of this. A product of our labor and our divine creativity, yeah. We won't be used for funding war and genocide and heavy weaponry, yeah, yeah. Taxation, theft. I won't be paying no money to fake it for taxation, theft. I won't want no war, no genocide. Do you know I'ma keep my money in the community? Or prosperity, you know. We know that taxation, theft, and the governing is slavery. It's a modern form of slavery. system treats you like commodity, taking their cut every transaction, every quantity. They tax on what you earn, what you buy, what you sell, what you own, what you inherit. That shit is an atrocity. That don't even include the hidden tax, that of inflation, when they print money and take a luxe vacation. Then they counterfeit a couple stacks of more, spend it on war and corresponding media campaign. Most people know that it's a wrong to rob their neighbor, but they think that it's a right if a covey wrote it down on paper. Programmed to believe slavery a racial issue, whites versus blacks. Either way the master get the revenue, either way the subject is you, until you choose to own yourself in everything you do. You stop being subdued by the coercion of the few and break the bondage and acknowledge your inherent worth too. Yeah. A taxation, theft, and the government is slavery. Yeah. It's a modern form of slavery. We're paying no mind, no money, the false authority. Yeah, yeah. Because we own the product of our labor and not even creativity divine. Alright, every single person at home, I want you to sing this with me right now. Taxation theft, and we already know that it is, oh yes, taxation theft. A taxation is theft, taxation theft. So I'll be paying the government a corrupt crooks, you know, you know. A taxation. And now the banks of the river guide the flow of the currency. Now all of a sudden, for the first time in history, you can get your currency out of the banks and grow your own. Take ownership of your life force energy. Even back in the days of Rome, they used silver and gold to protect against the parasitic entities. So now I use ancient and modern technology, stacking precious metals. Crypto is my philosophy. Thrive and prosper straight to the coming apocalyptic collapse. Narrow beaten used to the counter economic attack. Living life like a certain Samuel Edward Conkin III, inspired by the agora, the free market's absurd. Ross Albright got locked up for just creating one. Countless other men and women lives ruined or done. For heaven's sake, let us engage in voluntary transactions. No criminal in the middle taking fractions. Now, taxation, theft, and the government is slavery. Yeah. Passio, we're paying no mind, no money, the false authority. Yeah, yeah. Divine, yeah. A heavy weaponry, not mine. I won't be paying for a genocide in a Gaza. You know, I won't be paying for a proxy war in the Ukraine. Authority comes from myself, from within. Huh. Taxation. Big up to my boy 33, aka Derek Bros, for writing the second verse on that one. If you haven't seen the full music video, go to presencemusic.com and you can see my video with Mr. 33. This song right here is for all those chemtrails being sprayed up in the sky right now. Woke up this morning and the whole sky was completely whited out, you know. Stuff spraying the sky. I wanna see blue sky, I wanna see blue sky, I wanna see blue sky. Oh, would you stop spraying the sky? I wanna see blue sky, I wanna see blue sky, I wanna see blue sky. Oh, would you stop spraying the sky? Big up to that truth music, you know. I wanna see blue sky, I wanna see blue sky, I wanna see blue sky. We better walk the walk to get the spray in the spots, cause they be poisoning the air on a scale colossal. Tired of talking about a right and a wrong, but when they killing you softly, it's impossible not to. Geoengineering, always smearing, domineering, playing God with the weather like a Satan's apostle. Sweating in the sun, I bet the sun, I leave it longer, never victim consciousness amongst a fat debacle. No, we already got the solution within us, remove the inner pollution and see the blue in the ceiling. Evolution up in here and the community healing. We know morality freeing because of what we've been speaking. All we gotta do is just stand up, say no. Enough is enough to your criminal foes. We get vocal with your disposal, bring in a new proposal for some clean air, water, and soil. Let's make it total. Stop spraying the sky. You know what it is, yeah. Huh. I wanna see blue sky. I wanna see blue sky. I wanna see blue sky. Oh, would ya stop spraying the sky? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wanna see blue sky. I wanna see blue sky. I wanna see blue sky. I'ma Cause every single day I see a new disaster. The weather warfare pushing faster, faster. Revelation of the method, they call it climate change. Carbon tax on us when they the ones to blame. Aluminum and DE double make a wildfire. Harping X rat flood you like a geyser. Burn Lahaina, California for the 100th time. Drown in Texas, Carolina to get lithium mine. For a battery, the real Tesla made obsolete. Free energy existed in the 19th century. If we care about environmental recovery, stop crediting the private flying climate puppetry. Like a Lyndon B. Johnson back in 62 said, who control the weather will control the world, that's true. But if we control the climate with our minds alone, now we beat them at their own game or claim the throne, yo. Stop spraying the sky. Everybody sing this with me, here we go. Boom, I wanna see blue sky, I wanna see blue sky, I wanna see blue sky. Sing it with me now. Stop spraying the sky. You know, yeah, 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 yeah. I wanna see blue sky, I wanna see blue sky, I wanna see blue sky. And for the crimes against humanity, we're gonna hold them all accountable. For the crimes against our sanity, we better hold them all accountable. And for the crimes against our life on earth, we're gonna hold them all accountable. Because their poison not allowable, we better hold them all accountable. And today, stop spraying the sky. Would you ever look up, curse the white lines and say, please, I wanna see blue sky, I wanna see blue sky, I wanna see blue sky. Or would you stop spraying the sky? Yeah, I wanna see blue sky, I wanna see blue sky, I wanna see blue sky. Yeah, and those natural rain clouds too. The blue skies and the natural rain clouds and all the natural weather, you know. We don't want any of this fake, manipulated weather. Yeah. Thanks for listening, everybody. Once again, if you want to find my music, you can find me at presencemusic.com. How much time do we got, guys? How much time we got? I'm going to keep it rolling. Yes, we got to unify. Differences between us make us beautiful and divine. The politicians, they use the difference to divide. And I know who I am, my heart is in alignment. Standing up to the tyrant, no need to live in confinement. Babylon crumbling before my eyes, I'm not surprised yet. Every breath I take in the oxygen, I'm optimizing. My health is my true wealth and no vaccine will compromise it. Leaders injecting into the ship with the genetically modified. Installing the operating system, 5G comes online. If death by toxic chemicals, heavy metals ever make the headlines, blame it on the virus which they never purify. That's right, oh yes sir, because we're living through a scam, yeah, yeah. I said we're living through a scam, a scam, a scam. Said we're living through a scam, yo. yeah, there's a new type of Nazi on the block. Political correctness is the branding on the flock. Operation Warp Speed, they're coming with them vaccine. When them needle come at me, there's only one who takes a shot. Hey, I got the 12 gauge in the closet, 357 on my bedside. Flock on my appendix, I'm athletic, train myself right. Contact tracers, come at me, your medic won't be too sight. Owning this human body, self-defense, it is my birthright. Indoctrination, yeah, that's a great. I'm living under a slave state. You figured out yet that the criminals can only rule your true religion and hate. Authority held in belief a majority for nothing more than this breaking conformity. Outnumber them, 1,001. Wake from your slumber, job battle is one. Yes, I say, because we leave them through a scam. I said we leave them through a scam, a scam, a scam. Said we leave them through a we will reclaim, we will reclaim, we will reclaim our sovereignty. We growing stronger each day. Yeah. Let me see everybody's fist in the air like this. Yeah, we will reclaim our sovereignty. We growing stronger each day. Because election is selection, let the fraud get your attention. Every 4 years, put a new puppet in the phone with no objection to aggression, no oppression, no violent tax collection, true democracy. Each individual making their own selection. 51, thinking they own the 14, that's my blue. Dialectic to distract us, even divide is not cool. Time for us to each become the master of our destiny. Individual sovereignty is the way to free society. Rise up, we take our power back, yo. Rise up and be the change you want to see. Rise up, your silence is compliance. So let your words shape your future destiny. Oh yes, rise up, I counter-attack you. Rise up and take a stand for love and peace. Oh yes, we rising up. There's no more playing small now. The time has come to choose to be free. Cause we're living through a scam. Yeah. And we not let no politician. I said we're living through a scam. Yeah. We're free in our minds and in our hearts. Cause we're living through a scam. Yeah. We practice self-ownership. Said we're living through a scam. Yeah. And you know child love always prevails in the end. Deliver propaganda. Yo, thank you all again for tuning in. For FUNL, chanting down all of the sign of me. Yeah. Alright, okay. Another false flag. Yeah. Propaganda delivery device, you know. Say, a possibility the people stop buying into the puppetry. Waste a life fulfilled by what's in harmony. With a false selection, use discretion, find perfection of our honesty. Honest with ourselves right now. If we honest with ourselves, we see theater for the masses at play. We got to outbow the curtain, all determine what to do and what is right for we. It's called a self-responsibility. Disengage from the world as a stage. We got to channel our rage into productivity. We got to know absolute state of relativity. Gotta lose attachment to emotional negativity. We got to disengage from the publicity of all the actors, actresses who put us in harm's way. We got to stop to worship a human sacrifice. Petrified, blaze the fire on Babylon and their conspiracy. They coming with another side upstage, another false flag plan. False flag plan, say. And the first casualty of war is the truth, and we ignoring all the scams, right? So we keep on shouting from the rooftop, disengage from Instagram, say. And the social media deliver propaganda to the palm of your head. The social media deliver propaganda into the palm of your head. The media already admitted to all the vax damage. Let little fat sandwich between a couple piece of lies on toast. COVID misdiagnosed, a big nothing burger reduce a population with injected murder. Public somehow forgotten, a MAGA really meant job a catastrophe. Clear people out of the street, soon replaced by a new definition. American idiot shit, and in diapers can formulate no sense without a script to write. One false flag to the next, look to your right now, look to your left. No free speech on Twitter or X, and a car gonna wreck when you drive while you text. When the mind of a jump from a thing to the next, then ejaculate to porn up sex. Everybody compete for the baddest, get a new iPhone cause it got better specs. So perplexed, people haven't learned yet. Government only give lies and threats. Run a hamster wheel from your birth to your death. Gotta work to your sweat, gotta pay that debt. Stop, meditate and calm your breath. Stop, meditate and calm your breath. Stop, meditate and calm your breath. Because they're coming with another psyop stage, another false flag plan. False flag plan, say. And the first casualty of war is the truth, and we ignoring all the scams, right? So we keep on shouting from the rooftop, disengage from Instagram, say. And the social media deliver propaganda to the poor. Social media deliver propaganda, you know, to the palm of your hand. The social media deliver propaganda. A false flag. A social media deliver propaganda. Thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. This is my last song today. This song is called The Breath of Life. If y'all are listening, take a deep breath in your belly all the way to the top of your head. All the way up and hold it at the very top of your head. And now everybody release that big breath with a nice sigh. Got to own the side. A breath of our life, a ride on. Leave behind the fight or flight, a fly on. Turning our minds, I own. Got to know the sound. A breath of our life, a ride on. Leave behind the fight or flight, I fly on. Turning our minds, I own. Got to own the sound. I breathe in a new type of vibe energy. I disconnected from the external sensory, and now I hold a vision of pristine clarity. Envision people living in prosperity. I breathe out and release all the density. I listen closely to the harmonies and melodies, and now I'm holding and unfolding to the remedy, the heavenly presence of serenity. We got to get out of our own way, holy. Know the heaviness, carry no way, no way. Don't be waiting for somebody's okay, obey. Only the voice inside your heart and what your conscience say. Trust in the guidance from the silence eternal. With the power of our breath, we're flying over the hurdles. Let the fire burn as we affirm that we are eternal. Violet flame and my brain is glowing up a bright purple. Say, breath of my life, ride on. Leave behind the fight or flight, I fly on. Turning our minds, I know. Got to know the sound. You know, a breath of our life, ride on. Leave behind the fight or flight, I fly on. Turning our minds, I own. Got to own the sound. I breathe in as if it was my last day on this earth, and God had gifted me the opportunity to serve. Now I hold it and observe the beauty we deserve. The waves coming, whether we like it or not, it's time to serve. Breathe out and obliterate the fear and the doubt. The water abundant, no need to manufacture no droughts. Now I hold it out and love my whole being throughout. We are perfect as we are, and our purpose allowed. And let it go of the attachment to the physical material, creating more efficiently, reside in the ethereal. Cause we wanna take our freedom, make it illegal. We're immune to their fake disease, and our people are peaceful and safe, and no need to stress. Everything blessed, gotta be fit to express. People depressed, nevertheless we can make it by the bottom of the mess, and we rising above with the power of breath. Rising above with the power of breath. We're rising above with the power of breath. We take a breath of our life, a ride on. Leave behind the fight or flight, a fly on. Turning our minds, I own. We got to know ourselves. A breath of our life, a ride on. Leave behind the fight or flight, a fly on. Turning our minds, I own. We got to own ourselves. my life, right on. I leave behind the fight or flight, I fly on. I turn it on minds, got to know this, you know, a breath of my life, right on. I leave behind the fight or flight, I fly on. I turn it on minds, got to own this. Yo, thank you all so much for listening again, once again today. All my people out there celebrating freedom, truth, natural law, peace, abundance, prosperity for all of humanity, all living beings, all animals, all plant life on the earth. Yes, hope you all have a beautiful day. Once again, you can find all my music at presencemusic.com. It's in my name here on StreamYard. presencemusic.com. All my videos, all my music, all of my lyrics, it's all self-produced. Go there and check it out. Thank you all so much for listening today. Once again, thanks to the organizers, and appreciate y'all very much for sharing and spreading this message of truth, freedom, and love. Big up to all involved. Peace.
Wow.
Right. I was dancing the whole time. Thanks so much, Grant. That was great. That was beautiful.
Thank you all.
Yeah, brother.
Master
Appreciate
of
you,
your
man.
craft.
Fantastic.
Everybody in the chat was loving it. Yeah, so powerful, inspiring, energizing. Yeah, you're talented, man.
And
Your
remember,
message is fire.
Thanks,
remember,
Leslie.
yeah,
Thanks
Grant's going to be at
Into the
Confluence
chat as well. Appreciate everybody for tuning in today.
Thanks, brother. Confluence, April 23rd, correct?
Yes, Confluence. It's going to be a really good one. I'm going to be there, and I'm also bringing Dub Effects out. It's going to be the Dub Effects. If you aren't familiar, he just took me on a huge tour with him and Mr. Woodnote, and he's going to be the biggest artist they've ever had at Confluence. So I'm really looking forward to him coming out, and he's just such a conscious, inspiring dude as well. So yeah, plug for Dub Effects and myself at Confluence, a lot of other great artists and speakers and workshops. And then if you want to catch us in the Pacific Northwest again, Portland and Seattle, I should put these on my website. The dates aren't up there yet, but I'll put them up there today.
Got it.
Yeah, thank you all.
Right on, brother. Yeah, thanks for blessing the event, man. Appreciate you. All right,
quite the
folks.
musical mage with a unique presence on stage. And so thank you for setting this conference ablaze. Smoking like a humidor. Peace from Numenor. Right, Corey?
All right, brother. Much love. Okay, folks. Man, woo, that was a hell of a intermission. Everyone go support Grant over at presencemusic.com and keep in touch with his live events, man. I mean, if you thought that was dope digitally, wait till you see him in person, live in the flesh on stage. I was lucky enough to see him at the People's Reset, which was fantastic. Same with Dub Effects and Derek Bros 33. It was really, really cool to vibe with everyone during those tracks. So
yeah, he was at Soundpath as well, which I got to see him live there, which is fabulous. And 33, Derek Bros. Yeah, so I think that we'll be seeing him again at our events. Right there.
Yeah, and I got, a lot of his tracks downloaded now to my playlist, so where, I'm hearing Presence throughout the week in my day-to-day and just loving those songs. It's a good addition to life to be listening to this type of music when you're having to go back to your job or whatever too,
Absolutely.
Keep the fire burning.
That's right.
Yeah, I think it's there's been several things that I've noted are inspirational to me that I've heard. Presence music always. The message of Theo's song was really positive to me. It felt like, oh, that's something I should be listening to, to bring this positive mindset, right? There's things that Dan Arnold said. There's various things that people have said that are uplifting, that are inspiring, that help ablaze that fire, right, of willpower. And I think we want to take note of those things and remind ourselves every day after this conference.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the human experience and self-discovery, right? Like, we all have unique attributes that we can discover and amplify and utilize for a message of truth, natural law, and right action. And you just witnessed an adept at, a master at his craft live, so that was fantastic. And there's advanced people in their craft here in this in the presentation, whether it's animations, presentations, artwork, and like what coming up next is voices. Let's get into another comedy clip before we introduce our next presenter. So this is Logan Makes Noise.
Hello, it's Rick Sanchez. You're watching Funnel 5 Ignite. Anarchy, self-governance, no rulers. Really high IQ stuff. Try to keep up, Morty. Or don't. Nobody's forcing you. That's the point.
You're watching Funnel 5 Ignite. The human tendency towards sovereignty is predictable. You call it freedom, we call it a malfunction.
Hi folks, Alex Jones here. Let me tell you something. The globalists don't want you self-sufficient. They don't want you thinking for yourself. That's why they hate conferences like this one. They're scum. They're cowards. They want you dependent and confused. And gay. They can't handle strong, laughing humans. It pisses them off. Good. The answer to 1984 is 1776. And while you're at it, get my new Liberty Lung reptile repellent mega stack. It oxygenates your blood, fortifies your aura, and makes globalists visibly uncomfortable. You'll have the globalists running for the hills. Get yours today at Infowars.com.
Somewhere in the sound, the color, the vibrations, the culture, we find another outlet. Views of past expression, now brought to our attention. Very throughout in parallel, others in divine indivisibility brought back.
All right. So, yeah, Logan Makes Noise, some great comedy right there. That's fantastic. Let's go ahead and check the schedule. We are pretty close. We're a few minutes early of schedule. So, coming up, Jerry Capizzuto taking responsibility for love, applying natural law to love and relationships. That's going to be fantastic. Oops. Is that... Okay, Chris, what's up? All right.
Yeah, it's worth seeing so over and over and over. And I can't wait for Logan to put out some other stuff. I feel so grateful for him. It's so creative what he did, and like implementing, the funnel conference into his, sketches and stuff. Phenomenal work, brother. Thank you so much, man.
It's like top tier.
Oh,
Chris, you're muted.
I was thinking, like, between, Grant Presence and Logan, we got like this top tier artistry, this is some professional level. He's really good at those impressions. It's impressive, And Presence, like Grant, he always blows me away. Just his ability to improvise too. He can just add words as he's going too. He's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I think we all need outlets, right? We talk about the shadow and all the emotions and the frustrations and everything that's coming up emotionally in this world today. Like, we have to be selective in the outlets, right? And I think that this humor is like a perfect one. Yeah, really good. Yeah, when what David Rodriguez showed yesterday, and if you haven't seen the whole of his presentation, you'll have to check that out, because he talks about the power of humor and really it being a way that we can say some things generally that we might not be able to say more directly.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good. Okay, we can get into our next presentation. Was it you, Derek?
Oh yeah, I wanted to do the honors of introducing Jerry Cabazzuto, who's the founder of Sound Path to Freedom. And this conference has over a dozen members who took part in the last festival. Even, Chris and Leslie, as you might have heard, they went up and saw the live event. Derek Rose, Presence, Joe Murray, Apophysis, and a couple others. Conrad, who's also in this conference. And she's been such a conscious conference social butterfly and facilitator of connections and that kind of stuff. And I really appreciate what she's done and had to overcome, and just continue going at it. And we'll be back at it next end of summer with another conference. And but not only that, so she wanted to mention that Sound Path to Freedom Music Festival is the first hybrid natural law based music festival. If it's not, let us know, because, we ain't heard otherwise, right? She's also the founder of the Libertarian Academy, which is a natural law-based homeschooling co-op for middle and high schoolers rooted in the trivium. Liberal arts and sciences, probably quadrivium as well. But, got to start with the first. Anyways, get your grammar right, kids. She also hosts a periodic podcast at godislovetruthfreedom.com, collaborating with fellow One Great Work Network creators and faculty, amongst others. That it's that cross-pollination that I love to see people do. And you see what last FUNL conference inspired, which is the Sound Path. Jerry was really impressed and motivated to do something. So that's like this time around, like, who else is gonna feel that ignited passion to pursue something that can be a positive impact on this world, right? So thank you, Jerry.
Hi, my name is Jerry Cabazzuto, and today I'll be talking about taking responsibility for love, applying natural law to love and relationships. Thank you to the organizers of the Freedom Under Natural Law Conference for inviting me today, especially Leslie Powers, Will Keller, Derek Barlicelli, and Chris Jansen. Thank you so much. So, a second failed marriage, 8+ months of arguing for child custody, one tower moment. This was my reality last year, a year where I was immersed in my traumatized victim. How could they do this to my children and I? Vengeful warrior, if my children and I suffer, then they should suffer. And martyr, I will fight the system and bleed by example. This endless Karpman triangle loop led me back to where I began, with myself. By hitting rock bottom, I was forced to look at myself in the mirror and truly ask where I went wrong and how I can improve in my thoughts, emotions, and actions. Through developing an integral approach between natural law, transcendental meditation teachings, modern psychology, and ancient Western and Eastern philosophy in the trivium, I found out how to take responsibility for my love life. But let's go through the grammar of how I started this journey. Firstly, what is love? For this, I examined how ancient Greek philosophers defined it. The most obvious kind of love is eros, a passionate, romantic, or sexual love. Then we have philia, an affectionate regard, friendship, or brotherly love. This is the deep bond between equals. friends, comrades, or community members built on loyalty, shared values, virtue, and mutual respect. The term platonic love, or non sexual affection, stems from Plato's emphasis on this as a higher form. We also have storge, familial love or natural affection. One type of love not highlighted often enough is philautia, or self love. Aristotle viewed this as the foundation for other loves. A healthy self-compassion and care for oneself enables better love towards others. It has positive self-esteem, self-care, and negative narcissistic, self-obsessed aspects which obviously require balance and discretion. And finally, the one I choose to live by, agape. Defined by Mark Passio as the love of truth, agape is when you, quote, deeply care for the truth and you want to learn all of the requirements for what it's going to take to make humanity free. Episodes 235 to 236 of whatonearthishappening.com. Though I had thought I had understood each of these, in my recent experiences, I realized the one I struggled with the most was philautia. I had allowed myself, and therefore also my children, to be harmed for far too long in an abusive home environment. Because I hadn't set boundaries earlier, we had to pay for these accrued consequences later. That was my karma to bear for the lack of care I gave to myself and therefore my own children. So, if we look at the Hermetic principle of mentalism, that the all is mind, I ask myself how I can change my own thinking. Instead of thinking of myself as a traumatized victim, vengeful warrior, or self depleting martyr, I could start by not personalizing what was happening to me and my kids. The parties involved in my divorce and child custody case were part of a system working exactly as designed. Catherine Austin Fitts' work reveals that the legal and financial systems are designed to strip assets from the middle class and transfer them to the central banking and corporate elite, otherwise known as the financial coup d'etat. This is accomplished through what she coins as the harvesting model. The current economic system isn't capitalism, but rather a harvesting operation. Systems are engineered to liquidate the wealth of the middle class and move it upward. The family court is one mechanism for wealth transfer. Divorce proceedings often force the liquidation of family assets, homes, savings, businesses to pay legal fees, experts, and court costs, effectively transferring generational wealth from the family unit to the legal industrial complex. Fitts also describes the destruction of the family unit as part of this wealth transfer operation. The nuclear family is the primary unit of economic independence and resistance against state or corporate control. By breaking up the family, facilitated by an adversarial family law system, individuals become more vulnerable and dependent on the state and or in massive debt. High conflict divorces destroy the financial stability required to maintain middle class status. The legal process itself is the punishment, designed to bankrupt the targets regardless of guilt or innocence. Extending this logic to family court, the process is viewed as a way to ensure both parties emerge poorer, with the system, lawyers, courts, state agencies absorbing the difference. Once I saw that the attorneys and judges were acting exactly as they should, with no regard for actual truth or justice, when I realized my ex-husband was going to continue to treat me and the kids poorly, just as he had in the past, I stopped personalizing everything. They would have done all they would have done to whoever committed the justified self-defense reactions. Which brought me back to my teen years when I read the parable of the empty boat by Taoist philosopher Zhuangzi in his ancient text Zhuangzi around 4th century BCE. A monk decides to meditate in solitude, so he rows a small boat to the middle of a calm lake, anchors it, closes his eyes, and to begin his practice. After some time in peaceful stillness, he suddenly feels a jolt, the shock of another boat colliding with his own. His eyes snap open, and anger surges through him. He turns, ready to shout at the careless fool who interrupted his meditation. But when he looks, the other boat is empty. just drifting on the current. There's no one to blame. His anger vanishes instantly, replaced by calm acceptance. He realizes that the collision was simply the result of wind and water, without intent or malice. An even more concise version from Zhuangzi himself. If a man is crossing a river and an empty boat collides with his own skiff, even though he be a bad-tempered man, he will not become very angry, but if he sees a man in the boat, he will shout at him to steer clear. If the shout is not heard, he will shout again and begin cursing, and all because there is somebody in the boat. Yet if the boat were empty, he would not be shouting and not be angry. The story we are told are the stories we tell ourselves. Being aware that I was programmed by the family law system to personalize what had happened to my children and I, and blame others for running their programs they were programmed with, the only way out, I realized, was within. By not taking things personally, I could avoid projection of my Karpman triangle mentality. There is a balance that can be found between setting boundaries, continuing to fight for the children's best interests, otherwise known as divine masculine self-defense, without personalization. In his landmark book, The Four Agreements, A Practical Guide to Personal Freedom by Don Miguel Ruiz, he writes of not taking things personally. Nothing others do or say is truly about you. It's a projection of their own reality, dreams, or inner struggles. By not internalizing others' opinions or actions, you can free yourself from unnecessary suffering and ego-driven reactions. Ruiz emphasizes emotional detachment without apathy. Ruiz explains that people live in their own personal dream, a subjective reality shaped by experiences, beliefs, and traumas. So their words or behaviors reflect their inner world, not an objective truth about you. If someone criticizes you harshly, it's often rooted in their insecurities, pain, or programming, not your inherent worth. Taking it personally creates a poison of resentment or self-doubt, trapping you in victimhood. Instead, respond with compassion or neutrality, recognizing it's not about me. Ruiz uses metaphors like arrows. Others may shoot them, but you choose whether to let them pierce you. This leads to greater freedom, as you're no longer controlled by external validation or rejection. The empty boat parable directly mirrors this. Anger arises from assuming personal intent, malice in a collision, but seeing the boat or person as empty of targeted harm dissolves the reaction. Seeing others' reactions as their unhealed child self, to borrow from the internal family systems framework, or shadow, Jung, this echoes attachment styles, for example, anxious types over-personalizing rejection, which I will outline more below, and Mark Passio's natural law. Violations stem from ignorance rather than personal vendettas. By applying this, one can break cycles of self-loathing, as in developing philautia or positive self-love versus narcissism, and stop internalizing societal slavery as one's fault. Another source of information I gathered in the grammar stage of my trivium process was that of different attachment styles. Attachment styles are patterns of how we form emotional bonds and interact in close relationships, particularly romantic ones, but they also influence friendships, family dynamics, and even professional connections. The concept comes from attachment theory, pioneered by John Bowlby in the 1950s and expanded by Mary Ainsworth in the 1970s through her famous strange situation experiments with infants. These early caregiver interactions create internal working models of relationships that often carry into adulthood, shaping expectations of intimacy, trust, and independence. There are different types of attachment styles. The first is secure attachment, the healthiest and most common style, around 50 to 60% of adults. People with secure attachment feel comfortable with intimacy and independence. They trust others, communicate needs openly, handle conflict constructively, and view themselves and partners positively. They expect relationships to be supportive and reliable. In relationships, securely attached people are balanced, resilient during stress, good at emotional regulation, and able to seek or receive support without fear. This stems from childhood roots of consistent, responsive caregiving that are built on trust and safety. The next type is anxious or anxious preoccupied or anxious ambivalent. This attachment style features high anxiety and low avoidance. Individuals often worry about their partner's love and availability, fear abandonment, and seek constant reassurance. They can become clingy, jealous, or overly emotional and may overanalyze interactions. In relationships, they have an intense desire for closeness, but heightened sensitivity to perceived rejection or distance, drama, or protest behaviors when feeling insecure. Childhood roots include inconsistent caregiving, sometimes attentive and sometimes neglectful, leading to uncertainty about reliability. This was clearly my attachment style, programmed in me from childhood. The avoidant or dismissive avoidant attachment features low anxiety and high avoidance. These folks prioritize independence, self reliance, and emotional distance. They downplay the importance of relationships, suppress feelings, and avoid vulnerability or deep intimacy to protect themselves. In relationships, they may seem aloof, emotionally unavailable, or uncomfortable with closeness. They value autonomy over connection and can pull away when things get too intimate. Childhood roots include caregivers who were rejecting, dismissive of emotions, or encouraged premature independence. This was the attachment style of most of my exes, and I attached to them to relive the traumas of my own childhood while they relived theirs. Disorganized or fearful avoidant attachment features high anxiety and high avoidance. This is the most complex or insecure style. People desire closeness but fear it intensely, often due to unresolved trauma or frightening or abusive caregiving. This leads to unpredictable behavior, pushing away then pulling back, confusion in relationships, or difficulty trusting. In relationships, they display chaotic patterns, fear of both abandonment and engulfment, emotional volatility, and challenges with consistency or safety. Childhood roots are abusive, frightening, or highly unpredictable in caregiving, creating a conflict between seeking comfort and fearing the source of it. I've seen this attachment style in some of my former relationships, and it was like living with Jekyll and Hyde all the time. I was part of my own problem. Anxious attachment programs had been written into my mind from childhood wounds I had subconsciously been operating. I had been picking romantic partners that were operating under their subconscious unhealed programs. And my ex and I allowed these programs to affect our children in our child custody case. Though my self defensive reactions were justified, I realized I could free myself from the prison I allowed my children and I to live in by not personalizing any of it and continuing the fight without fear or Cartman triangle looping. Once I had gathered the grammar and processed and understood I was part of the problem, I then began researching solutions, which I will discuss further next. Suffice it to say for now that when I was able to change my thinking, the traumatized reactive emotions subsided due to a variety of healing modalities, which included transcendental meditation, and clarity began to emerge for right action. Once I had gathered the grammar and processed and understood that I was part of the problem, I read that part already. Cut that part. To begin discussing solutions to cultivate self love or philautia, the basis for all types of love, including agape, we have to rework the Cartman drama triangle we began with at the start of this essay. David Emerald, in the early 2000s, created a framework of healing he dubs the empowerment dynamic, which transforms the victim in the Cartman drama triangle into that of the creator. The creator focuses on desired outcomes rather than problems, asking, "What do I want? And what can I do next?" Creators take responsibility for their choices, seeing themselves as capable of designing responses and using challenges as fuel for growth instead of evidence of helplessness. We also need to transform the vengeful warrior or persecutor in the old model into that of the challenger. In Emerald's framework, the challenger still tells the truth and confronts reality, but does so to provoke learning and development rather than to blame or control. She or he holds people to higher standards and asks, "Given this situation, what can we learn here?" and invites others to step up rather than shrink. Finally, rather than playing the martyr or rescuer, people can choose the role of the coach. Coaches offer support through questions, curiosity, and deep listening, helping others discover their own solutions instead of fixing them for them. Coaches respect other person's resourcefulness, encourages experimentation, and avoids creating dependency or burnout. The only way out was within. I had to rework the drama triangle I had been socialized and programmed into by the legal industrial complex and through insecure attachment styles of my childhood and cultivate the self responsibility necessary to generate philautia. The idea of care had always been shared with everyone but myself. By handling my own oxygen mask first, I can be more abundant with the agape level care I have devoted my life to today. You've probably heard of the phrase know thyself. It is an ancient aphorism that originated in Greece, inscribed at the entrance of the Temple of Apollo at Delphi, a sacred site known for its oracle and philosophical wisdom. It's not definitively attributed to a single individual. However, it's most famously associated with the philosopher Socrates, who referenced and embodied it in his teachings, as recorded by his student Plato. It echoes the Hermetic principle of mentalism, all is mind. Through changing one's own mindset, one can affect change in the world through the alignment of our thoughts, emotions, and actions. I realized that the only way I was going to change my love life and child custody situation was by first changing my own mindset. Now that I was aware of the Cartman drama triangle I was in, incorporating the empowerment dynamic as a shift in mindset, I also began researching the internal family systems framework of Richard Schwartz. In this modern framework, the shadows of Jung are reframed as parts. These shadows or parts aren't meant to be just confronted, but integrated. Our inner parts interact with each other like members of a family. My inner mother or manager was trying to prevent pain and keep life under control. Perfectionism, people pleasing, overworking, harsh inner critic, and hypervigilance. My inner father or firefighter was reacting when pain broke through, using urgent strategies to numb or distract. Rage, dissociation, compulsive sex, etc. My inner child or exile was the young, wounded parts that carried shame, trauma, grief, fear, or loneliness. They were exiled from my awareness because their pain felt overwhelming. People often talk about killing one's ego, but if one were to do that in the IFS model, one would be killing one's own inner child, the exile who is hurt and requires nurturing. The point isn't to eliminate pain, but to parent it. I realized I had to heal my inner child with my inner parents. The Divine Mother is within all of us. She is nurturing, loving, and a place of rest and surrender, and a place of inner connection and introspection. The Divine Father in us is protecting, reassuring, and encouraging to take right action and is part of an externalization process. You need both to manifest or create. To work with the divine connection within oneself is to take right actions in the world. Which brings me to transcendental meditation. I encourage you all who have not yet been trained to find an independent transcendental meditation teacher in your area so that you can experience it yourself. Though it is grounded in Vedic traditions, it is the only spiritual practice that I have become aware of that invites practitioners to directly experience with Source, a connection we all have within us. I can't meditate because I have too many negative thoughts, or I can't meditate because I get too distracted and can't sit still. If any of these are parts in your psyche, I would say you may of all people I would say you may of all people probably benefit the most from meditation. I'm not saying meditating is the only way. It's just a way I have experienced that has worked for me and would recommend. By cycling through an inner mantra, as a practitioner, you can fall past the point of sleep. The mantra keeps you in a state of awareness, and you develop not only a sense of inner peace, but also a sort of divine indifference or depersonalization, as alluded to in the empty boat story and with Ruiz's work, with all that occurs in life. You begin to see how connected we all truly are, not just to each other as humans, but to everything in existence. You develop a sense of unity consciousness that transcends one's individual illusion of separation from the whole. What does this have to do with love? By depersonalizing, we can start to see the other your and their patterns, where we all are in our healing journey and not involve ourselves in their or our drama triangle. Emotionally focused therapy, EFT, not to be confused with emotional freedom technique, which uses the same acronym and is also helpful for individual trauma healing, by Sue Johnson offers an answer to different attachment style combinations or the demon dialogues, aka negative cycles. 70 to 75% of couples move from distress to recovery, and 90% show improvement. The first stage is of de escalation or stabilization. The goal is to stop the bleeding. The therapist helps the couple see that the cycle is the enemy, not the partner, aka depersonalization. The couple learns to identify their dance. Here we are doing that thing again where I get scared and poke you and you get overwhelmed and run away. Conflict becomes less dangerous because the couple understands what's happening. Stage 2 is restructuring or bonding. This is the heart of EFT. The therapist helps partners express their deep fears or vulnerability rather than their secondary reactive emotions, i.e., anger or frustration. The withdrawing partner learns to stay present and express their fear of failing the other. The pursuing partner learns to ask for their needs from a place of vulnerability. I feel lonely, rather than a place of anger. You're never home. This results in a new emotional experience where safety is created. The last stage is consolidation. Once the bond is secure, the couple uses this new safety to solve old pragmatic problems. Issues that seemed impossible to solve, money, in laws, sex, are often resolved quickly because the emotional threat is gone. Obviously, both parties need to be open to this type of healing. In my love journey, though emotionally focused therapy did not result in healing for the relationships I've been in where I used it, I was still able to see the attachment style patterns within myself for all my relationships, not just my romantic ones. But before I zoom out on how to apply an integral approach to my natural law based activism when it comes to love, I also want to mention the healing methodologies of the Gottmans. John and Julie Gottman are renowned psychologists and relationship researchers who have studied thousands of couples for over 40 years through their Seattle Love Lab and longitudinal studies. Their work encompasses on core concepts on love and marriage. The first is that of the magic ratio, a 5-to-1 positive to negative interactions. In happy, stable relationships, couples maintain at least 5 positive interactions, like affection, humor, appreciation, empathy, or support, for every 1 negative interaction during everyday life and especially during conflict. This magic ratio buffers against negativity and helps sustain love and connection. Couples who fall below this, for example, closer to 1-to-1 or worse, are more likely to deteriorate over time. The Gottmans have also identified the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. These are the most destructive communication patterns that erode love and predict divorce if unchecked, especially contempt, the strongest predictor. Criticism is when you are attacking your partner's character or personality instead of a specific behavior. You always or never, you're so selfish, versus a gentle complaint like, I feel hurt when. It feels like a personal assault and escalates negativity. When we change into I statements instead, when I see you do X, I feel Y, it's a method where the message can be heard better by the other party involved. Contempt is the second horseman, showing disdain through sarcasm, mockery, eye rolling, name calling, or superiority. Oh, great job, genius. Way to screw up again. This is toxic and weakens immune systems per research and is the #1 predictor of divorce. The third horseman is defensiveness, counterattacking, making excuses, or playing the victim instead of taking responsibility, e.g., it's not my fault, you're the one who. It blocks accountability and fuels escalation. Stonewalling is the final horseman, withdrawing emotionally or physically, shutting down, tuning out, or going silent, often due to feeling overwhelmed or flooded. It prevents resolution and signals emotional shutdown. Replacing these horsemen with healthier antidotes, gentle startups, appreciation, accepting responsibility, self soothing, is central to their approach. In the sound relationship house theory, their foundational model, the Gottmans visualized a strong marriage as a house with levels built on trust and commitment, the weight bearing walls. The foundation is building love maps, deeply knowing your partner's inner world, dreams, stresses, likes, dislikes, and history. They also recommend sharing fondness and admiration by expressing appreciation and respect regularly. Turning toward instead of away means responding positively to your partner's bids for connection. Small requests for attention like, "How was your day?" They also recommend having a positive perspective, approaching problems with optimism and goodwill. Managing conflict means handling solvable problems practically and understanding perpetual ones. 69% of issues are unsolvable due to personality differences. Focus on dialogue, not resolution. They also recommend making life dreams come true by supporting each other's aspirations. By co creating shared meaning, a couple can build a sense of purpose, rituals, values, and culture. Trust and commitment hold the relationship house together, creating emotional safety and lasting love. So, given all of the above research or grammar, how can we logically integrate these tools for the rhetoric stage of our trivium process? How can we apply what we learn in our romantic or familial relationships to a societal agape level? I first recommend promoting empathy education. By teaching others, especially the next generations, empathetic perspective taking through homeschooling or unschooling, this reduces prejudice and builds secure societal attachments. We should also encourage public activation by volunteering, mentoring others, or donating to causes promoting empathy. By focusing on the mental health strategies people can use on themselves, we can address systemic barriers to love. When engaging with others, we can combat division with dialogue. By using social media mindfully, we can respond to differing views with curiosity or Socratic questioning. "Help me understand your perspective," or "What would happen if this were to happen?" instead of contempt. Movements like restorative justice apply Gottman principles to societal conflicts. Finally, we should network globally by traveling, learning other languages, and or engaging in cultural exchanges to expand philautia, or healthy self-love, into universal respect. By supporting orgs or actions based in natural law and agape, we can parent ourselves and therefore future generations. I would also like to leave you with one of my favorite parables borrowed from Eastern philosophy, the parable of the tiger and the strawberry. A man was walking through the wilderness when he encountered a fierce tiger. Terrified, he fled, and the tiger in hot pursuit. With the tiger in hot pursuit, he came to the edge of a steep cliff and, with no other escape, grabbed hold of a wild vine root growing there and swinging himself over the precipice to dangle precariously. Looking up, he saw the tiger snarling at him from above, ready to pounce if he climbed back. Looking down, he saw another tiger at the bottom of the cliff, waiting hungrily for him to fall. As if that weren't enough, two mice, one black and one white, appeared and began gnawing at the vine that held him. In that moment of despair, the man noticed a single ripe strawberry growing from a clump of grass on the cliffside just within reach. He plucked it, popped it into his mouth, and savored its sweetness. "How delicious!" he exclaimed. This tale resonated with me because it was a reminder that I have a choice when it comes to how I perceive problems. To see myself as trapped was my own perception. Perception and reality are not always the same. To view the divorce and child custody situation I was in as a trap was the obvious choice. By changing my perspective, to know myself, and to see that I had a choice in how I perceived my situation, no matter how seemingly futile, an answer appeared. By focusing on the present moment, by finding pockets of joy in the seemingly hopeless situation I was in, by creating positive bonding experiences for me and my children every time we have our supervised visits, I've managed to effect change in my case. By finding present moment awareness and even finding joy as a form of resistance, I've had to first know, and I had agency over how I perceive my reality. I once told this same tiger strawberry story to my older son. He then asked me, "Why can't the man just feed strawberries to the mice and tigers and climb up and run away?" I smiled and hugged him. My own child was able to help me see that there was always another answer I haven't yet seen. Just when it seems like all hope is lost, the next generations may come with the narrative rewrite that changes humanity's trajectory. Thank you.
All right, Jerry Capizzuto, that was fantastic, hitting on the psychological aspects that not that many people consider or even diving into when it comes to the relationship and the familiar dynamics of relationships.
Yeah, these are the deeper issues that really block the dynamics of people getting along and doing well in our society and being healthy, like Corey was talking about too. You know, the mental and psychological health are super damaged in today's world, and that's something that needs to come into focus. And I love all the tools she was sharing and techniques to understand some of these things going on, and the honesty too of, like, here's me dealing with real world problems, and they're super real. Mother, children, you know, stuff that we all care about. Thanks, Jerry. Your energy is always on fire, and in the past year or two, just really lighten up everything with sharing everybody's work and always being enthusiastic. Your energy is so appreciated by us. Thank you for doing that, being who you are.
Yeah, Jerry, yeah, like I said in the comments, you know, what you're sharing is a really powerful personal testimony of like a transformation. And it's so succinct. And I appreciate that the way that you do your research and find these relevant concepts and theories and apply them to your life through that deep introspection, through that meditative quality of that mindfulness of really looking within and then taking the action to transform your thoughts and finding a mental freedom that has given you power, right, to then take action in the world in really beautiful ways. So I admire you so much. Appreciate your message.
Yeah, fantastic. That was great. Thank you, Jerry. Her website is God is Truth. I'm sorry. Actually, it's One Great Work Network. Content creator, Jerry Capizzuto. And she's got a few. She's also the creator of SoundPath. Most people here know that. GodIsLoveTruthFreedom.com was the website that I was thinking of. And everyone can go check out that first SoundPath. Fantastic in-person event. A lot of good artists on there, including the one we just had, Grant Presence, which actually we're going to bring back on because Grant's got a great message to share with people. Welcome back, brother.
Hey, thanks for having me back. I appreciate it very much. And yeah, I was just reading through all the comments, and I really appreciate everybody's support and positivity. It means a lot. So thank you all for your support. And yeah, thanks to the three of you for putting this together. Big up Jerry for the epic presentation as well. And yeah, so I wanted to talk for a brief moment. I'm going to be giving my first passive income mastermind. This is going to be a conscious entrepreneurship course over the course of 12 weeks. It's going to be starting a week from this Wednesday. So I think that's March 4th. And we're going to be going for 12 weeks. And I'm really looking forward to it. So if you aren't familiar, I've talked about this on some of my vlogs, my walk and talks. But I run a property management and short-term rentals, vacation rentals business out of Aspen, Colorado. I've been doing it since before COVID, since 2019, so about 7 years now. And it makes me a comfortable six-figure income that I barely have to work for. And it took me around 3 months to set up the whole business. And I hustled and I grinded and I paid $1,000 for a course to learn how to do this from an expert, somebody who'd been doing it for a long time and had done it for over 60 listings. And now I'm going to be giving my own spin on this mastermind. I'm going to be leading people directly. We're going to meet every single week for 90 minutes. The first hour, I'll be presenting how to actually take actionable steps towards building this business. And then the last 30 minutes will be a Q&A where people can ask questions and I can directly answer people. And then we'll also have a Telegram group available as well for the community to share support and share encouragement. But the idea is that by the end of the 12 weeks, I'm going to show you, walk you through, hold your hand, and give you the confidence boost to go out there and start your own short-term rentals and property management business that could have the potential to grow like mine to the point where you could make 6 figures basically while you sleep and use that income in support of your dreams. If you look around at my studio here, you can see that I have a lot of expensive equipment in here. And you might be wondering how I afforded to buy all this equipment. And that's the whole point of this, is it's about using passive income to be more active in your life and to be able to have more resources at your fingertips to be able to actualize your potential and be of service to truth and freedom and natural law. And the best part is about this business is it requires no upfront cost to actually start the business. So you don't need any money to make money. All you need is a skill, which I'm going to teach in the course, and then you need the integrity and the follow through and the discipline to follow through and actually set this up. So I'm going to be teaching other people how to do this for the next 12 weeks. I hope to have you be a part of it. And if you are interested, just go ahead and shoot me an email. I will put my email address here in the chat, but it is grant@presencemusic.com, and just put the subject line mastermind, and I will send you all the details. But the long and short of it, it's going to be $555. That's going to be the donation investment. And I'm literally going to teach you a real, legitimate money-making skill. You're not going to learn this in college. You're not going to learn this for your $100,000, $200,000 degree. For $555, I'm going to teach you how to actually build a passive income business that could generate you 6 figures if you work hard at it like I have, and then give you the time and the energy to be able to invest in your true higher purpose in life. So if that sounds interesting, once again, send me an email, grant@presencemusic.com. Thanks again to the organizers for offering me the chance to give that little plug. And again, thanks again for tuning into the music, and appreciate you all very much.
Fantastic. Grant already knows I'm signing up. This is perfect. I see a lot of issues.
I want to say,
it's all good.
I just want to give Will big up because he was the first person who actually was like, hey, I'm locked in, sent me the 555. He's like, I'm locked in. Let's go. Let's do this. And then I actually kind of put this on hold because I was having a lot of people who were kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And so this is for people who are really serious. This isn't going to be a get-rich-quick scheme. This is about people who want to put in the effort. And so, yeah, I just want to acknowledge Will for being the first person to be like, yeah, I'm in. And, you know, no questions asked. I'm ready to go. Let's do it. So this is for people who are locked in. If you're locked in, you want to figure out how to make passive income and support your dreams, this is for you. It's not going to be a get-rich-quick scheme. It's not going to be, easy. It's going to be something that requires some effort. But, yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge you, Will, for that because you were the first guy who was like,
that.
Let's do it. Okay.
Oh, yeah. It was, when I heard your talk, and I recommend people go to the People's Reset and watch day 3. Grant was the first presentation right before mine of the day of day 3. And he gave this fantastic talk of what he is talking about. And ultimately, your presentation was about right livelihood. And I see this within, our communities, the issue of generating resources. And Grant has a fantastic opportunity that might fit you and something that you might want to do. But we need to generate resources so we can activate within this world, right? Do what we really want to do, applying right action, and absolutely generating resources is part of it. So
yeah, exactly. And like you said, right livelihood. This is about doing something that does not cause harm to other sentient beings. So this creates a win-win. It creates a win for the property owner because they're going to have their place taken better care of than if it was a long-term rental. And then you're going to take care of your guests, your short-term rental guests, who are going to get a really amazing 5-star experience. And then as a result, you're going to also be the third party to win. So it's a win-win-win. And for anybody who's saying, oh, you're going to be taking affordable housing away from the market, guess what? The reason that there's no affordable housing is because the government makes it impossible for people to just buy land. I don't want to hear any whining or complaining that Airbnbs is the reason we don't have affordable housing. The reason we have no affordable housing is because of regulation and taxation and government getting in the way for people to have affordable housing. So you can go into a market like I did in Aspen where there was no affordable housing to begin with. It's all, it's all vacation rentals to begin with. The train has already left the station a long time ago, and you can provide a legitimate service to property owners and make a legitimate, honest, aligned income that way. So hopefully that helps answer people's questions.
Absolutely, man. Appreciate that. Again, anyone's interested, email grant@presentmusic.com, subject line mastermind. And and again, the People's Reset Day 3, watch his presentation. And yeah, man, thanks for coming back on and pitching that. Appreciate it. And I'll see you in the workshop, March 4th.
Thanks,
See you
Grant.
there. Thank you, Will.
All right, brother. Right on. Okay, folks.
Real world solutions right in front of us, folks.
Yeah, dude. I love it.
Trying to
This
pave
is
the
what,
actual road.
This is what it's about, 100%. All right, so we're good on time, running just a few minutes early. So let's play. Should we play a musical track?
Well, that sounds great.
Yeah.
All right, let me get this pulled up real quick. Let's do Apophysis.
Right on. These guys are great.
This is called Hold My Hand. Also a Sound Path to Freedom artist. Let's check it out.
In a world of synthetic solutions, hydrogen is the element of truth for health and wellness. Hydrogen is the essence of life, the first, smallest, and most abundant element of the universe. This powerful tiny molecule can calm inflammation, neutralize oxidative stress, enhance cellular energy, and protect your body at the deepest level. Backed by over 3,000 studies benefiting every organ of the body, molecular hydrogen therapy is simple, natural, and safe, helping you to think clearer, heal faster, and feel more alive every day. At Ostara, our mission is clear: to bring awareness, access, and activation to the public for this revolutionary therapy. Through education, community, and cutting-edge solutions, we empower you to take control of your health and unlock your full potential of longevity and well-being. Discover the future of wellness, rooted in both nature and science. Start today with our free Hydrogen Essentials Kit, including a video and ebook that will reveal everything you need to know. Visit ostarahydrogen.com.
Sorry, I got my dog in the background going a little crazy. That was Apophysis Band right there. That comprises of Devin Waldman, which is also on the One Great Work Network. People can check his personal content out, and also Georgia Waddle Collins.
You had the pleasure of having Devin on the podcast recently in the last month or two, and he was a great guest. And you should check out his Instagram. He does some great talks. Very good speaker.
Okay, Chris Janston is up. Our own Chris Janston. So,
yeah, Chris, I'm excited to see this presentation. I've been hearing about it, but haven't seen it. And I want to introduce you because you are truly like an authentic and wonderful person. Chris is the host of the End Evil podcast, which he established in 2020. It's one of the most consistent podcasts on the One Great Work Network. And he is a funnel organizer since the beginning. Really, it was his idea that spurred this project into existence. He's a dedicated and wonderful father. He's a very capable, very skilled carpenter and draftsman, very creative mind in so many areas. He shares about natural law, moral clarity, and real world action to help people turn care into action. And one of the ways that he created took action was in creating a very successful prototype for teamwork, basically creating a very successful team working experience in the One Great Work Network. Or not the One Great Work Network, but the One Great Work Warriors, which Derek, Jim Adams, Rick Cryptorick, and Brandon Spencer are all members of, and they've been very consistent, providing very high level content, and really demonstrated that people can work together. And there is a method to how to create successful teamwork. So I really want to highlight that as part of Chris's skill sets. So with no further ado, here is Chris Jansen with his presentation called Finding Center in the Apocalypse.
What is the cure for our sick world? Jeremy Locke said, "Evil is the destruction of freedom," in his book, The End of All Evil. His book does carry hope for the future of humankind. However, it does also recognize the current condition of slavery and how long that's been going on. If we humans are sick of this cycle of violence and oppression in this state of slavery, we must eventually rise above this existing paradigm to recognize the power of our choices. Ultimately, the meaning of our existence hinges on our ability to interpret freedom and recognize the principles of natural law. This presentation is called Finding Center in the Apocalypse. Welcome to Freedom Under Natural Law, conference number 5, meant to ignite the hearts and minds. I chose this Lady of Justice and the exploding planet symbology for this presentation because it's all about the context of this rapidly changing time we're living through. We're filled with the need to find balance in an upside-down, topsy-turvy, crazy situation. The time we're living through right now is intense and is different from other times in history and every other story we've read, in that we are facing the advent of new technologies and worldwide communication and technology that, as far as we know, the world has never seen to this extent. So for those who are brave, for those who are ready to face the challenge of siding with care, of understanding natural rights, the equality of all humans, and the respect for all individual free will choices, there is a war being fought in every little thing we do and in every little thing we see, hear, and speak. One of the aspects I've come to realize about our current paradigm, there is very little common understanding of common sense. Sense has become uncommon, or even ethics. But on the deeper level, an inherent moral law is not widely understood because it has been largely replaced by authoritarian edicts and rules that they call laws, man's law. Without this true understanding of the deeper moral principles of reality, by glossing over them, by ignoring them, by being distracted, we find ourselves kneeling before the authoritarians and doing things and being part of things that are evil and wrong, that deep down we know should not be. So it's our job, as difficult as it is, to bring some difficult topics to the surface and to find balance and center in this quickly changing landscape. The explosion of changing times, the changing of tech, and the destruction of formerly held ideas. Here, our job becomes to put this puzzle pieces back together of a world that's exploding on fire around us, metaphysically, and perhaps soon in the physical realm. Will natural law be understood by the coming generations? Will humans work together to prevent the ultimate slavery that otherwise looms and threatens the future of our humanity? The care for truth, the love for justice. A diligent heart knows that there is truth in love and moral care for the cause and effect relationship of universal principles that ultimately will bind us all. Modern humans are desiring to coerce, control, and own at whatever means, through murder, through trespass, through thievery, through rape, through coercion. And this cycle of violence will continue and looms before us to even pick up steam if we do not find our sanity in this madness, if we do not manage to sell these ideas of truth and freedom to our fellow human beings we will go down the slippery slope of destruction. How do we find center in the apocalypse? We are living through an apocalypse. We're going to look at the definition and meaning of that word, reconsider what it means to be living in the context of the time we're living in, and what tools may help you to survive and keep your balance in a very off-centered, tilt-a-whirl funhouse of a time that we live in. The goal for us as people that study and teach and learn natural law, that speak about freedom and individual free will choices, is to stay oriented when the pressure gets put onto us, when the fear gets ramped up, and when the world problems are right at our doorstep. How do we find that internal stability, that discernment, that attention and conscience under stress? And I propose that by being very sure about our moral compass and recognizing the terms that we're dealing with and finding some context in this mess is part of the key to survive this and come out as a whole being who serves a purpose that is bigger than just him or herself. There's a modern recipe in so many movies, like the Transformers, the Tomb Raider, the Age of Ultron. There's so many Hollywood movies where this Hollywood apocalypse recipe of destruction of material things is apparent to strike the fear into the heart of those who might be watching. The recipe is fairly commonly the same thing. The humans, the beings, uncover or discover something shocking, something exciting, something that changes the world. In some form or another, by discovering it and opening some box, the humans manage to unleash something that is out of control or more powerful than ever expected, or they can't control it. As in the Age of Ultron, where as soon as the AI superhero is created, it turns and wants to destroy all of humanity like cockroaches, looking for authority or some magical solution to fix the problem. In the end, all these superhero movies and all these blockbuster big movies, it takes people with great superpowers, or they have some object, as in the Transformers, this ancient little shard of technology that can change the whole dynamic of what's going on. And it's just up to people to get the right Transformer or the right hero with the right superpowers to find this magical item, which represents the lost principle of care, symbolically, outsourcing the fix to some other authority hero. We're looking for a magical institution or something we can be dependent on so we don't have to have personal responsibility. This apocalyptic recipe that has been drilled into our heads since very young through Hollywood and through the paradigm of thinking that we're in this realm does not support balance and care in this corrupted world. It supports a viewpoint of destruction and fear of materialistic concerns. Balance doesn't mean denial. It doesn't mean offloading your problems to someone with more power. It means don't become what you hate. It means don't normalize dysfunction just because it's common. Our ethics, our ability to grasp the deeper concepts and apply them in the world around us. When we look at the origin and etymology of the word apocalypse, we actually discover something very exciting. The word does not actually really come from the idea of destruction or the world exploding at all. The word means to reveal or to disclose or uncover. Apocalyptine, from the Greek apocalyptine, means off, away, or kalyptine, cover or conceal. So the veil comes off. Something is uncovered. What an apocalypse really is a revelation, a realizing, and opening of something that might have been previously covered. By throwing away our previous Hollywood definition, we can see that there is a great opportunity in the realization of truth. And for that, we have a great allegorical story I'd like to share with you now. And this is the story of Pandora's box, which is actually a story of opening and unveiling, and it's the perfect symbol of the time we're in and the problems that we're currently facing. Pandora's box actually starts as a jar, a pithos. In the earliest surviving Greek sources, Hesiod, 8th and 7th century BCE, in a book called Theogony and Works and Days, he describes a pithos. A pithos was originally described as a storage jar for grain or wine or oil or normal life. But in Hesiod's telling, the story is tied to the fallout of Prometheus stealing fire from humanity. Now, this is important for the theme of Funnel 5 with Ignite Hearts and Minds. Prometheus is trying to bring fire to the humans. Zeus responds by sending Pandora, whose name is often glossed as all gifted. Pandora opens this sealed container, and what spills out isn't just bad vibes. It's the arrival of human afflictions, misery, hardship, sickness, toil, things that don't go back in the box once they're loose. And then comes the strangest line. Hope remains inside after the opening. Oh, people still argue about what that means. Was hope preserved as mercy or withheld like a leash? Centuries after Hesiod, Renaissance-era translation choices swapped it. Pithos jar, it was swapped for a pyxis, a pyxis, but that means a box or a casket. And that box stuck in the Western imagination. This is another allegorical warning or symbol of the changing paradigm and shifting viewpoints of the Western world. As we begin to see this jar that could be opened, representing a household, everyday thing that everybody would have access to a box or a casket that's more representative of where we bury people. This is part of the whole apocalypse mindset. Who's going to fix what's been unleashed? And whose responsibility is it when the seal of truth is broken? The truth that I would like to share with listeners today is that hope can be contagious and truth can be shared. Every jar which represents the vessel is your mind. And if you actively seek information, if you are actively curious about what life is all about and why we're here, the meaning behind things, the deeper issues, then there is great opportunity of discovery. And there are a lot of things that can happen and change in the world around you, which is scary and could bring about a fear, especially for the authoritarian and those who do not want responsibility, who do not want to make personal free will choices. Then opportunity and the vessel being open, people's minds being open metaphorically, could be the scariest thing in the world if you wanted complete order and control. But that is our hope in this realm, is to work out of this current paradigm of destruction of material things, which is the current Hollywood definition of apocalypse. The destruction of material things strikes fear into the hearts of modern people. My fancy car and my fancy meals and all my comfortable things that I desire. And the fear of things coming apart, unraveling, changing. When you talk to people about, we don't want government, they immediately fear gangs and thugs and streets being filled with people trying to steal from them because they don't have law and order anymore. And this is what Hollywood wants you to believe, and this is what the dark occultists and the mental manipulators behind Hollywood want you to believe. And this is where your mind is best controlled and owned by authoritarians. When in truth, we are in a time of revelations, which is partly why this word changed, is that another definition for apocalypse is revelation. And the book of Revelation helped this shift towards destruction and end times. When in truth, what I am going to deposit here for you to mull on and think about, there's more information available now than ever has been available in the history of humankind that we know of. There is books, there is movies, there is more access to this information than we've ever known in all of history that we can account for. The ability to transmit that information by any individual on the planet to any other group or individual is more available, perhaps, than it's ever been in the history of humankind that we know of. We are living through the great unveiling, the opening of Pandora's box. We don't have tight cultural, familial, tribal ties the way we might have in different areas in history. We have very little shared agreement on what's right and what's wrong because we've allowed authoritarians and various ruler situations to dictate laws. We no longer have our own internal compass that are sure of what is right and wrong. And without this shared agreement, the evil, which is the rape, which is the murder, which is the taking away and the stealing of other human choices, essentially, erodes and destroys the freedom that we might otherwise experience. Having not experienced this full flavor of what freedom and personal responsibility, ownership of our own choices could feel like, is very hard for us to grasp that there even is a such thing as objective truth or objective moral truth. And many people shirk that idea because they can't access it and it feels so far away. But some objective moral truths can be seen far and wide and very simply, as I've described. Forms of stealing, like murder, rape, coercion, thievery, adultery. And by recognizing that these things are deep in the heart of all beings, that those who look into their divine conscience can recognize that all beings are equal by virtue of the fact that the universe granted those things life and mobility in this realm, that rights are inherent, that the right to live and move and breathe and speak is actually given to us by the great creation process itself, the great all, whatever divine force popped us out into this realm, and that no man, woman, or other sentient being has any claim or right to normalize the stealing or taking those rights, to charge you to move around on this planet that you were born freely into by the Creator. So we've normalized practices such as taxing one another, as allowing voting the majority to rule over the minority. Even if the minority is 49%, they're still wrong if the majority win. Think about the numbers of people that can be murdered, bombed, killed by these conglomeration of corporate interests, governments, and evil networks behind these structures pulling the strings. If individuals don't have the ability to defend or group together to stop something, then what keeps these evil decision deleting entities from taking over completely? Well, there's nothing other than our own ability to find some sort of inner justice. This is an ancient symbol, and the reason I chose this Lady of Justice we're going to talk about in the next few slides. Almost every slide has this symbology on it of the world not completely blown up yet. Behind this figure, this feminine figure holding a scale and a sword while she's blindfolded. This is an ancient symbol that we see back to Rome and Greece and Egypt. Similar versions and iterations of this justice, which is the principle of fairness, justice, essentially, and moral rightness. The process of resolving wrongdoing, of resolving disputes, and applying penalties or remedies. This is a necessary process when we live in community, when we relate with one another. We need some semblance of fairness, and this we desire because we all have our own wants and needs, and eventually, however kind one person may be, another person may stomp on another person's will and free will choices to some extent, at which case, what do we do? And especially if we don't have authoritarian government ruling us, it even begs this question more. What would we do if there wasn't the systems we have in place now? Well, let's look at that. What does justice even mean? It comes from an old French word and Latin justitia. Just essentially just means law or right, which, if you think about it, the definition itself connotes that this word has an inherent reality and meaning. And also the rediscovery of the same concept over and over through time also lends us to think that justice is an inherent process that we want to work towards. It's our ability to discern right and wrong. And one of the ways we do that is with our mouth, with our speech, with our words. And this is partly the symbology of the sword. It's a weapon of self-defense. It's also a tool of destruction. It symbolizes your word. Take off the S, and sword is literally word. It's your ability to defend yourself. It's your ability to attack someone else, right? Symbolically, the sword is a symbol of power that cuts through, it separates, it decides, and ends debates through force. It can also mean military power or conflict and war. Let's look at this lady of justice. Why is she blindfolded? Who is she? In Greek mythology, Dike, and she, in ancient Greek, Dike was the goddess of justice, the spirit of moral order. And back before her, we had Ma'at, who weighed your heart with a feather at the time of your passing in Egyptian lore. According to Hesiod, Dike was fathered by Zeus with Themis, and she and her mother were both personifications of justice. She's depicted as a young, slender woman carrying a balance scale. Libra, the scales, was thought to represent her distinctive symbol. The blindfold essentially signals impartiality. Justice should not be influenced by wealth, power, politics, or status. Now we can see how blind the current authoritarian systems in our world are to this truth, in that we have all kinds of nepotism. People with money are the only ones that can even get in positions of power. And it is completely influenced by wealth and status. So this obviously is not just any sense of the word, the scales that she's holding. When we look at the scales, what we're looking at is there is some actual symbology of fish in that the two-pan scale, bis and lengths, bilancia, balance, means a dish scale pan. And the scales of the pan can be thought of like perhaps the scale of a fish, but being that they're very lightweight and precise. Scale came from Germanic root, Old French escale, and it's linked to a weighing instrument. Libra is another term that comes up in my research. Libra means a balance or a pair of scales, or also a unit of weight. Or statera. Latin statera is defined as a steelyard and also a balance. We look at other terms. Libra will come up in research when we look at the roots of these words and the meaning of the scales. But if we just think about it in a practical manner, all through history, humans have used trade as a manner of relating to their neighbors. And in the context of having communities with neighbors that live differently, having some trade keeps a level of peace. Trade has always been a good way to stimulate peace between various groups of people. And having a way to trade fairly is a prerequisite for any long-lasting relationship in that manner. And it also symbolizes our daily action and process of discernment as we weigh every little thing we do. And this is a big part of the process that we're going through in this crazy time, is how to weigh and find balance when things are out of order, when things seem out of balance. And this is where the importance of working towards understanding objective morality, of using universal spiritual moral principles as our goal, as our aim, as the place we try to go in our mind in order to get to the bottom of what's right and wrong, in order to decide all these little moments in our day and all these little free will choices. if we guide ourselves with the concept of natural law, that there is an inherent binding eternal principle outside of man that governs the dynamics of human behavior. In other words, the reason that humans feel feelings like fear and anxiety and all these things we go through is because of the pull of the deeper divine reality that is discoverable. With this understanding, we can begin to put together this puzzle. And it is a puzzle. Moral rightness in any situation is a puzzle piece that we have to put together on a continual basis. And there is no one and done answer across the board to all moral problems. The circumstances that form the setting for any event, statement, or idea in terms of how it can be fully understood and assessed is called context. In the context of the situation that we're in is really the key main point that I want to drive home with, and that I want you to share with others as you leave this presentation and think about this day. How do we put this situation into context? The context of the situation is that this is a puzzle, and it is difficult, and it's up to each of us to try to put that puzzle piece together to try to create this some semblance of actual moral justice in the realm that we live in without relying on evil processes of authoritarianism to rule over us that we know are going in a direction. And while things are going in that also Hollywood apocalyptic, physical, damaging way around us, how do we keep our center? How do we find some sort of peace in this chaotic time? It's not going to be easy, which is why the context of the situation is that reality requires your attention and it needs your input. People are on many different pages and they're distracted and they want to bring up all kinds of different things. It's our job to put things back into context, because context shapes the perception, the decisions, and the ethical views of every day and every moment. Natural law is our compass. It's our way to deal with this overwhelming wall of problems that we face in the world. And this is really a question I find myself asking on a daily and weekly basis, even in trying to do the one great work, even in just trying to balance my own personal life. How do I fight the overwhelm? There's an overwhelming wall of problems. The world is lost in evil deeds and thoughts, and it's going on, and these terrible things are going on around us. And most of them, I feel like I have very little physical ability to do much about it. But what we do have are the strengths of the spirit, and these are what we need to engage more than ever right now going forward. Our willpower, our strength, our courage, our patience, our grit, and encouraging one another is a big also part of this to keep us moving. When we work as a group, it gets easier. When we create connections with those other people that are seeing the problem, we find ourselves all of a sudden getting some sort of map of where we're going. Because a lot of us wake up to this reality of the problems in the world, and it's very disorienting. We find ourselves trying to stop over and over and figure out, what do I do next? Is there anything that I can do that's valuable or worthwhile in this chaotic realm? The roots of the etymology of the word orientation actually means to rise. So where are you in your life in the context of what you're doing with your time? Do you know where you are? What's your plan? Where are you going? This can be difficult. There's so much information that's conflicting. And this is the importance of bringing things back to center and orienting yourself back to what is justice, what is right, what is wrong, who am I, what am I doing in this realm, why am I here? This has a lot to do with our connection to the divine, our connection to the great all. And this connection is destroyed and lost and hard to see often when we're hiding or being stomped on under the authoritarian boot of conformity. And this is where we're at as humanity, as individuals. There's no simple way to get around this boot because it is the reality that we're living in. Options are limited. when we are under the boot of conformity and belief system of authority. And so clearly being able to define this problem and point our finger at it and explain it to others is the solution, is the process. And that means you. Your individual thoughts and actions do matter, and they're of the most importance. And when you really consider why would the universe give birth to all these individuals with different thoughts and feelings, it is because each of us do have an inherent responsibility to find right, to discover right, to find center, basically. And if you think about the process of being a very small being and learning to walk, it is exactly that, trying to find center in a chaotic environment. Your body wants to lean to the left, your body wants to lean to the right. You fall down a few times, you get back up. But this is the process of being alive, and learning is feeling, right? We get attacked in many ways in this life. We get slighted, we get our feelings hurt, and we need to keep finding a way to find center and get back to what feels right, what is right, long term, not just for us, but for those around us. We are pulled into the fear. One of those fears is the modern day AI anxiety. What are we becoming? Are we going to all be ruled by these robots? This is the transhumanist agenda unfolding before us, where the rise of AI, the rise of robotics, we see it in so many movies. Part of the reasons I talked about the movie, The Transformers, they kind of show them as our friends, right? We're going to, little by little, become more and more incorporated with these non-human entities and beings, which is going to make it even harder to discern right and wrong. And more the reason to connect with other human beings and commiserate on our dying ability to communicate and understand our divine moral selves, what is not just the physical realm, the non-physical. Otherwise, we become very replaceable and unnecessary in a realm ruled by authoritarians who no longer need you or your silly concerns. Like I talked about, here's some of the imagery from some of the movies I watched in preparation to this presentation. What are some of the mainstream movies that talk about either the idea of Pandora's box or the end of the world, some cataclysms? There's so many. But I brought here from the Age of Ultron, the robot that is going to destroy all of humanity because he realizes we're a scourge on this planet. And I'm probably right? Humans are destroying themselves and each other and the planet in so many ways that wouldn't an AI be right to be suspicious of our activities? And then we have the Transformers movie where there's these ancient beings that are more powerful than us times 100, and some ancient technologies hidden underneath the planet or somewhere on it. And we're just sort of like these pawns that get moved around in the game, which is the psychological truth of the way most of us feel on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis. And then we have Laura Croft, the impossible female with the impossible female lips that can't be achieved through normal growth. And, a boob's always popping out. And she's able to do these amazing, impossible tasks, jumping through the air, doing flips, shooting two guns at the same time, and stopping the plague that was going to cover the whole earth when Pandora's box was opened. So we have that same recipe in this modern mythos of curiosity is dangerous. Curiosity killed the cat. And that's what all these movies and modern myths are exaggerating and highlighting, is that it's not good to be too curious. There's a lot of danger in discovery. And this is why most deep moral practices are inverted in the modern world and hidden, is to keep you from realizing that it really is our choice as beings. Basically are telling us, hey, fuck around and find out. If you mess with the situation, if you ask too many questions, you're going to get destroyed, is what it comes down to. You don't have the power. You don't have Omnicron's ancient weapon of technology to save the earth. You don't have Laura Croft's lips. So you better just do as you're told and stay in line. And that is the psychological impact of these movies. So how do we turn things around? Well, we have to deal with our day-to-day problems. And one thing I see is, and I'm going to encourage, when I'm talking about one great work, I'm talking about what we can do to educate ourselves and others in the ways of moral truth, of spiritual practices, of getting out of just the material-based thinking and the mind control. And that is not just preaching to the people around you, especially people like in the office next to you that can't go anywhere, or your brother or sister in the car who are stuck hearing your rant, right? That is apples and oranges. If you're trying to make little speeches in your day-to-day life to people around you, and I'm not saying you shouldn't try to affect people, you surely should, but that is not the method that I think is going to be widely received. When people are forced to listen to you and they don't have a choice, they feel resistant and they will fight what you're saying. That is apples and oranges. Apples and oranges is an allegory, an idiom, describing two things that are fundamentally different, dissimilar or not measurable. Just being angry or just being part of a group that's angry and jumping on that bandwagon will not move the ball forward. We need to actually find ways to explain, describe, and teach what's going to make real world difference. And that requires another level of attention, patience, and diligence. And one of the reasons that we do the FUNL conference is to display how we can put together the opinions of multiple people, the ideas and research of multiple presenters, and display with audio, with video, with symbols as specifically and as carefully as we possible can, trying to make concise hour-long presentations. This is the type of work that lends the possibility of reaching more minds, like in history, books, movies, long-form work that takes time and patience and grit. Anyone can see the difference in quality in a video that you made just holding your phone up and ranting about something versus actually taking time to do a really thorough thought process and coming up with some images to go along with that. We need well thought out messages. We need books, media, music, anything you can do that explains things in a very thought out manner, in a creative manner. So what that means is get off your high horse. And I coming up a lot of this advice to my own self. It's one thing to be to create a presentation, to really think about what the problems I've been running into and I see happening in front of me and spell them out here. I'm not calling out a specific person or just being cynical or calling names. That is not helpful, right? And people can sense it when you're on a high horse. I've been through this many times myself. Starts out just chatting with a couple people, maybe family members, and next thing you know, I'm up on my soapbox preaching to them about natural law and freedom. And often people just stop listening because they say, get off your high horse, man. What makes you think you're better than me? So if you come across as arrogant to people, that's going to be a challenge for their ability to listen to you. Just know this. Come down off your hobby horse. And what I mean by that, the hobby horse is a lot of times we each have our own little aspect or part of this whole work that we particularly like, or it appeals to us. Really not the main point at all. It's not even close to the main point. It's your own little hobby issue that you want to harp on because you feel good about it. It's something you can talk about it. And don't get me wrong, we all have to find our own way to speak about these things. But you're going to be seen that way by the public, by other people you speak to. This is something I've learned through my own mistakes. So these horse allegories are actually very common to keep in our head. They're easy little phrases to remember, and I'm using them for myself. I'm giving them to you, someone who's had some experience putting together presentations, having a lot of these conversations with people and roundtables. These are the things that turn people off. They make us sound in such a way that people don't want to listen, right? If you're triggered by something, that becomes super obvious, right? And it's not anyone else's concern because they see it right away as your personal trigger. Remember, the ultimate lesson is the idea is to encourage individual choices, right? That's more freedom. More choices is more freedom. And in that realization, we have to respect the freedom and choices of other people. And if they don't want to listen to what we have to say, we have to let them make that decision and decide when they're ready. We can't force people to drink the water. You can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make them drink. So what do? We find more creative ways to say what needs to be said, more beautiful, more eloquent ways to say what needs to be said, more conferences, more speaking engagements, more ways to interact with other beings, more community situations. Knowing that you can't change anyone's mind. You can set an example and you can change your own mind, and you can notice what's going on inside of you. And this is a big part of being able to relate to other beings, of being able to see what's going on with people when you're having these conversations. People get emotionally triggered, whether we're talking about the police being an authoritarian force that kidnaps people and does wrong, or the military, or the government. You can see in someone's face, in their mind, in their sweat, the way they move their eyes, the way their heart's beating, when people get off balance. They get emotionally triggered. And we all have this problem. We live in a, like I said, topsy-turvy modern world that's been affected in so many ways through Hollywood, through trauma of all types that have caused us to be very emotionally triggered. So that requires us to be aware of this. When another person's triggered or we're triggered, there's an off-balance situation, and we have to call upon our ability to find balance. One more horse allegory, beating a dead horse. This is something I see a lot of, and I've done myself. When it's already too late, we've already tried to make a point, another person's clearly not listening, and we keep trying to make it. In a way, it pushes that person further and further from ever again coming back and looking at the important concept that we're trying to share. So keep these horse allegories in mind, and I am as well. These are the processes of self-work that we go through, becoming presenters, of asking ourselves, am I doing these things? Am I putting this work in such a way that it can be understood and accepted? Or am I getting stuck on sideline issues, on tangents, in various Telegram threads or Facebook comments, arguing with people about the climate, or arguing with people about their dietary choices, preaching to people about the shape of the earth, or the history of humanity, or your personal predictions, or the ones you believe in, people's sexual preferences, right? We know that at the core, all these choices that people decide on, where they really want to follow their own belief patterns on these things, is part of the process of realization and discovery. But coming down hard and saying you know the answer about these things and you need other people to get on the same page with you, when they're sideline issues, they're really not the core issue that we're dealing with in the context of the current world. The core issue is the care for freedom, is the care for choices. So if another person wants to eat differently from you, or see the world in a different way in the physical realm, the way they measure it, let them, right? You can encourage people and you can do work to show them how what you have to say is important and why. But if it doesn't get to dealing with this problem of human slavery, the biggest thing going on in the world is that there's these huge entities called governments, which are governing the hell out of people, right? At this point in time, people in the United States are being put through checkpoints, having to show their papers and IDs, and being thrown into prison. Masked people in our own country, walking the streets, kidnapping our own people, right? This is a lack of care for choices, a lack of care for freedom. And these things are becoming more rampant in our today's world because of the acceptance of them, and because people are not on the same page of realizing that these freedoms, to wear a mask or not wear a mask, to stay in my house or not go in my house, are at the core of the whole future of humanity and slavery itself. This is where our attention needs to be, on human choices, on the freedom, the ability to be governed or not governed. And this takes an incredible amount of patience when we see the problems going on and the conflicts, the lack of ability of people, even on our own team, to see what the context of the real problem is, the core of the problem. And we're off arguing when we're still living under an authoritarian regime that's ready to strip us of all rights in a given moment. So if we haven't found center, calm in our understanding of what even is moral right, and that we are even equal beings, and that we do have a right to live and make choices, we're not going to be centered and balanced. We're going to be all over the place, not being respectful of one another or respectful of the choices of other people. And that's really the core, whether it be being part of a community or relating with the people right around you, even if you are in disagreement with them. You have to have a way to garner respect. If you want people to listen to you and take you seriously, how are they going to do that if they don't respect you? And what I've realized is sometimes it's not the time to preach to a person about inherent rights or objective morality, because I haven't yet gained the respect of the person I'm trying to talk to, and they're not ready to respect me, or they may not even respect themselves. They may have a completely moral relativistic view of reality, in which case you're beating a dead horse. You're on your hobby horse. You're on the high horse, right? People will not listen to someone that they don't respect. So build the respect. How do you build the respect? By respecting yourself, by respecting your time, by putting care into your words and how you present them, by thinking them out carefully, by making sure you've thought them out carefully before you present them, by taking the time to present them in an organized and easy to read and understand way, by showing people clearly and making an example that you respect the choices of yourself and the choices of others, that you have chosen courage over comfort. It's easy to just sit back and watch all the problems. We can criticize all day long. Anybody can criticize. It's one of the easiest things to do. But getting the internal personal power and energy to put out a positive message, to say something that's working towards hope, that thing that's left at the bottom of Pandora's box when everything's been unveiled and the great revelation is out there that we're being owned and controlled. Are you going to sit back and smoke your last cigarette watching comfort? Or are you going to choose and find that grit within yourself, that morality has to come from yourself and not someone else? There's no more outsourcing reality and outsourcing morality, right? And that's what we're doing by relying on organized forces to protect us. These people are marching in line with what they're being told to do. And so that's why this symbol shows people, a bunch of people that look the same, marching off a cliff, carrying weapons of destruction. They're asking themselves, whose job is it anyway, right? And there is Lady Justice in the background holding the scales, symbolically telling you, you have the keys right here in your heart, in your mind, to weigh, to see, to find the balance, to weigh what's right and wrong in the ancient way that we've all had from using our heart, right? And this requires a great amount of humility. And this I would take back to a biblical saying that makes so much sense and is still pertinent as it will ever be, from Matthew, the book of Matthew. It says, you hypocrite, first take the log out of your own eye, and then you will see clearly to take the speck out of your brother's eye. So if you find yourself online spouting words, telling other people what they should be doing, you better be damn sure that you're making actions in that direction yourself. And what I'm preaching to you is to attempt to put out your thoughts in an organized and well thought out manner. We look at our last one or our last book or our last song, and what can be improved? What do people not understand? How can I better explain? Without personally attacking individuals or their work, that doesn't look good on anyone, right? Is that really what's most important in the context of your life right now? The message that needs to be shared, that you need to go out and find some other individual to criticize their work? Or is there a problem with freedom across the board with all people? And most people aren't even understanding of what a basic right is, right? That in the context of our life is the most important thing. Let's put it into frickin' perspective here, right? What the problems we're dealing with in the world are huge. Where are people dying at the largest rates, being murdered, kidnapped? This is through the structures, the ability for authoritarians to carry out their evil things, relies on order followers doing what they're told, relies on the belief systems of the masses who continue to allow it to be okay psychologically, who do not put a stop to it in their own mind, in their own work, right? So you got to zoom out, right? And out of the little problems in your day-to-day life that do need your attention, absolutely, in context for you to be able to speak to others and to have the time and energy to put out some great work. This requires going back and forth, zooming in out, putting yourself right into the picture and then zooming out of the picture and trying to be as objective as you possibly can. And a more simple way to put that is, what fires are you putting out in your day-to-day life? We have a picture here of this guy kind of leisurely spraying some water on the lawn, waiting for that to go out. Meanwhile, behind him, the whole house and barn's on fire, right? And he is not even really realizing what a big deal that is. And that's what I see online and social media, so-called truth warriors out there so often. I am going to criticize that, right? I've done it myself. And so we have to constantly realize that, wait a second, I'm getting off on a tangent. This is my own little hobby horse situation, or it's something that emotionally triggers me, and that's why I'm putting my attention on it. What is the biggest fire that needs to be put out in my life right now? In the context of this situation around me, where the world is slippery slope its way into moral oblivion with authoritarian rulership, and we're going to be run by computers and AI bots at checkpoints asking us for our identification, prove you're a human. And meanwhile, we've lost the ability to choose whether we can go in and out of our house, or whether we can keep our airway clear, or whether we should be in a hospital because some computer says we're sick, right? So it all comes down to daily habits. Are we working towards the freedom of ourself, the freedom of others, the choices of ourself, the choice of others, or are we just seeking comfort for the day? So here are some of the daily habits I've found that have really helped me find the center, get back to my spiritual practices, to get in touch with the divine. Breathing is one of the most important practices. Conscious breathing. Of course, we're breathing all the time. That's part of being alive. But thinking about it and doing it in a manner that's like exercise, trying to breathe harder. There's many different breathing practices. I use the Wim Hof method and some things I've learned in yoga practices. And this is a meditation. Many types of meditation are breathing. Time in nature also. And make sure and breathe while you're there as well. Hug a tree. It will not get mad. Relating to other people is a spiritual practice. It forces us to see ourselves in the mirror of another person's eyes and see how we come off to other people, and how we are able to get along with others helps us understand and discern. This is part of how we use the scales of the justice, of realizing through someone else's eyes how what we're saying looks and sounds. This is not an easy process. It takes a lot of work to relate to others, especially in the chaotic world we're in that has very little unity or cohesiveness. And there's not community structures like there were in ancient tribal times. We have to constantly be on a path of self-improvement, constantly trying to keep our promises and prove that we're honest, to build that respect so we can be listened to. So we have that self-respect that we can speak with our own inner authority and confidence, so that people will want to believe because you sound confident and centered and balanced. And this builds a passion for life. Many people are dealing with depression, anxiety. In my personal process, I've gone through very difficult emotions. And overall, deep down, the passion for life is encouraged and rekindled by looking at what's most important, like I said, in the context of my life right now. What can I do in this moment, in this day? And by putting out some sort of great work, by really putting energy into whether it's a presentation or a song or a book, one does build a certain amount of fuel, of anticipation for seeing your work displayed, the exuberance of knowing that you're part of something greater than just yourself, the wonder of the possibility of other people coming to these realizations and then coming back and saying, I saw your presentation. It helped me realize this thing, right? And there's awe in that. It's an exciting process, but you'll never get those feelings of anticipation, exuberance, curiosity, wonder, and awe if you're not working something, if you're not putting yourself into the place of being FUNL, which does mean sticking your neck out, which does mean doing something you're not comfortable with, which does mean taking chances and not living for comfort at all times. The truth is that you are the voice that the world needs. And it is your mission to inspire hearts and minds, whether you like it or not. This is a deep down truth. And when you make that divine connection, whether it's through meditation or time in nature, or maybe a healthy dose of some mushrooms, whatever it takes to rediscover your divine connection, turn the music off, turn the distractions off when you're driving, taking the time to really care for truth and ask yourself the hard questions that are not easy to answer. It takes amount of surrender, of giving up, and then caring, right? Really just caring. You can use mantras, meditation, nature, books, presentations. The relations between you and others are mirrors. Working on your honesty, even when other people around you are not relating well, it's a test of your ability to come back to center and continue showing that grit, patience, centered, and balance, so that people over time will respect you and look to your work for advice, because they will, because eventually people will feel lost. And they may get to that point in their life at a different point than you did. And so that may take some patience. But constantly we have to keep asking ourselves, how do I connect with the Spirit? Because ultimately the divine connection, our conscience, our connection to the great all is within each of us. And that is the pure inspiration that we need in order to keep making moves in this challenging world, in this challenging time that will cause self-doubt. We will have to deal with our own personal pain and trauma. When you open your jar, your Pandora's vessel, which represents your mind, right? And your spirit. And you look inside of yourself and you ask yourself, am what I'm doing is valuable? Is it making me feel good about being a being on this planet and changing the future of humanity and doing something bigger than just my own selfish desire? How did someone ever inspire you? Think of a time when you were inspired, right? How did that happen, right? Most of us have some sort of pain in our history of our life, and that dealing with that, looking at that, being honest about that will help us figure out what it is we're really afraid of. And that is also the place where we can find where our passion lies and how we can help others. What you've dealt with in your own pain and trauma and gotten through, whatever form you have, is a story that someone else needs to hear, because they're about to face a similar problem that you've already faced, which is why I'm sharing with you many of the issues and problems I've had as I've done presentations and this podcast, the End Evil podcast. Check out endevil.life and you can see the last 5 years of my struggles and challenges trying to teach these concepts, trying to understand them deeply myself in such a way that I can repeat them readily and steadily. It's a discovery process. But the ultimate lesson of Pandora's box, of this apocalyptic realization, is that you can't fill a full jar. If you think you know it all, if you're so sure of yourself that you ever, can't take in a single another word, then there is no possibility of realizing things. And once we've all recognized that state, we've been in ourselves, you can see it in others. And, like we talked about, learning to respect ourselves and understand that dynamic of how we respect others, that's what we need to do to display this openness. We need to pour our jar out. We need to empty our thoughts and refill this jar on a regular basis. You're like a ship, right? And a ship in harbor is safe. But that's not what ships are built for. That's GT Shed. So your job as a being in this realm is not to stay safe in the harbor on your couch smoking your last cigarette, but to get out in the tumultuous waves of reality and relationships and the world, and to try in whatever way you can, with whatever grit you can muster, to find your center, to find balance, and to share the truth that holds the possibility for the future of humankind. I'm going to repeat a little saying here that I got from Mark Passio's Shadow Work seminar that I think we could all be repeating and working towards idealizing these words in our life. And this will aid us in this process. I think mantras and words, like we said with the sword, do have great power. And the power is within you to change yourself and the world around you. Say to yourself, I am a warrior. I do my duty. I serve a cause greater than myself. I am accountable for my actions. I blame no one for my faults, and I give thanks for my abilities. I am governed by natural law. My mind is my most powerful weapon. I train to oppose evil in all of its forms. I will never quit, retreat, or cower in the face of the enemy. I protect the weak, I assist the elderly, and I care for those in need. I strive for perfection, and I ask the same from those who serve with me. I lead by example and have the highest moral standard. Truth is my constant companion, and when the end comes, I will sing my warrior song and go to my reward with honor and dignity. I am a warrior. Thank you, folks, for listening to this presentation. This was Finding Center in the Apocalypse. Check out endevil.life for more of my own stuff, and my books can be purchased there on the endevil.life store. And also check out freedomundernaturallaw.com. Thanks for coming. And thank you, presenters and musicians, for generously sharing your work and doing the great work. It's up to you.
Well
Chris Jansen.
done.
Woo! Bringing that hot fire, that lava.
Yeah. Good job, Chris.
One
Wherever
great
you are.
warriors, at the helm, and beautifully expressed, brother. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris, you just so thorough in your explanation and descriptive, and you really just tell a story of your message, extremely relevant. And again, I keep using this word clarity throughout the conference, right? We see these themes, and everyone has been very good at having their core message, but adding those layers of clarity so the viewers, at least from my perspective, totally understand the message crystal clear. And Chris Jansen is obviously just super good at doing that.
Yeah, and I like the humor, both subtle and obvious, that's being woven throughout the presentations as well. Yeah. We need a chance to smile. Those hobby horses had me laughing.
Yeah, it's hard not to hold my horses to give him a lot of credit. And just, props and respect for, I love how he goes about his slides and that kind of stuff. Over the years, you can see the progress. And he was telling me yesterday about he was watching like one of his first presentations of the FUNL conference, and it was hard for him to endure listening to it. It's like, oh man, like I'm not that good and all that stuff. And it's beautiful to see the progress of likes of him and so many others over the years and everything. And that's what it's about, and that's what he's emphasizing, of leveling up, refining, as I put it in my, or fine tuning and stuff, like I did. So yeah, there's a lot of themes. We're all trying to level up and hold each other large, and live to that high standard that Chris is talking about, for sure.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I like all the comments, and yeah, it's a lot of work. Like I was saying before, Leslie, as you watch how much hours she put into it. You rewind back through all the days thinking about it, and it was funny. Like watching it, I'm like, man, what am I saying? It's so obvious. It's so basic, you know, but like Will says, we got to find ways to simplify the profound. And we have to keep looking and thinking about these messages and finding ways to say them, because obviously people aren't getting it yet. So we got to keep working on it. Hope this helped. You know?
Yeah, I think it's good. You know, the people that are attending, you know, the Funnel conference, the majority of people might have, you know, an advanced understanding and awareness of a lot of this information, but that's not the point for you. It might be to inspire you to activate and start taking action within your own life, right? Or it could be sharing this with people you know, or just sharing it on the internet itself. It could be downloading and re-uploading to a channel that you have, getting the word out. There's multiple ways that we could be spreading this message, right? It's not just as easy as just attending and, you know, good job, guys. Like, we're in this digital battle, and the endurance and the willpower, hence the fire, is critical. So all these different perspectives go a long ways. I think they're just kind of their arsenal in that propagation of the message itself.
Yeah, I think each person's unique style of communicating and talking about these concepts keeps expanding my understanding of the concepts, right? You know, the different wordage, the metaphors, the different angles of analysis. It's just keeps growing a deeper, I guess, comprehension of these of natural law and all the implications. And then I also like to listen to other people to just kind of take note of the language, right? I love to see Mark Passio talk every time, even on the same message over and over, because he refines and clarifies and condenses the message into just really precise ways. And I that has come from repetition and years of talking about it. And we have to, you know, we can gain it through our own talking, but also through listening to ways people talk. So grow.
That's right. Absolutely. So let's do a quick check-in where we're at on the schedule. It is we're doing good on time. We're actually right on schedule. We're going to play a couple clips real quick, and then we'll get prepared for Catherine Waters with the Mind-Body Disconnect Pandemic. So let's go ahead and roll into some giggity giggles.
Funnel 5. Anarchy. All you neckbeards here, quit complaining about the government. You're not enslaved, you're just poor. The only real way to escape the matrix is to get exceedingly rich. Quit being a brokey, get yourself a Bugatti and 2 Russian blondes, then you'll know what true freedom feels like.
Okay, so let's say, hypothetically, you value freedom. And let's say, for the sake of argument, you're watching Funnel 5 Ignite. Logically speaking, that would make this the most rational viewing decision of your day. I'm all in favor of dissolving every government in the world except Israel. Now that's real freedom.
Hello, how are you, beautiful cutie pies? You're watching Funnel 4. Or is it 5? I forget. Ha ha ha! Anyway, hey, I know what you're thinking. Everyone thinks they can do an Arnold voice. Hey, look at me, I can do Arnold. La, 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 la. Get out of here. Why don't you all stop being little weenies? Read some books, do mental push-ups, and get out there. Tell other people about freedom. Come on, what are you waiting for? Get to the stateless society now!
Over the past 17 years, Mark Passio has produced a huge collection of work, helping to morally enlighten the public. You can now show your appreciation for the work that Mark has done by visiting What on Earth is Happening Donation Gifts, a website where you can find physical copies of all of Mark's work in the form of flash drives and DVDs. Plus, lots of great promotional items like t-shirts, stickers, keychains, button pins, and drink coasters. You can even get the Mark Passio One Great Work collection, which contains all of Mark's work on a single solid-state drive. Visit What on Earth is Happening donation gifts today at gifts.whatonearthishappening.com.
Okay, cutie pies. Great clip. Also, I want to say that Mark Passio actually released the shadow work seminar that was done back in November 2025. It's available exclusively on the What on Earth is Happening donation gifts for flash drive and DVD. Fantastic shadow work seminar in its full entirety. Check that out. That's available. And profound and extremely practical and useful. All right. So we're going to get into Kat Waters, and I got her queued up. Catherine Waters on the One Great Work Network is a lifelong student of mental, physical, and spiritual health, whose own experience of growing up in an abusive, dysfunctional family propelled her into decades of self-directed study and practice. A former personal trainer, NYC EMT, and psychology graduate, she focuses on how child abuse and systemic dysfunction damage health across the lifespan and advocates for reclaiming the body's truth over denial, gaslighting, and institutional solutions that perpetuate harm. Catherine Waters also has a radio show Wednesday and Thursday on Revolution Radio. That is, I believe, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. Pacific. You can go to onegreatworknetwork.com/Catherine Waters, and here is her presentation.
Okay, I thought I would, this is actually take 3 of this presentation that I'm doing for Freedom Under Natural Law, that I'm happy to be a presenter this year, February 21st and 22nd, 2026. My name's Catherine with a C, Waters with 2 T's, and I've been doing onegreatworknetwork.com since 2019, February, I believe, this month. The revolution.radio Studio B every Wednesday, 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And I call it the Family Industrial Complex. And I mean, I've done things before. Danny Schechter, the news dissector, back in 2010, helping to produce book guests and co-host, and also awakeradio.us and peoplesinternetradio.com. But you know, really, aside from that, I mean, I'm just gonna, you know, tell it like it is, which I have been pretty much criminalized. I've been like literally warning people for 5 decades, and they didn't take it seriously, and we're in a lot of trouble, saying it straight out. You know, again, in light of, I'm trying to really, you know, 30 minutes, I kind of more used to having 2-hour podcasts and stuff, but it's good that it's only 30 minutes because it's, you know, just kind of stick to the meat of the issues. There's a lot really, but it's not complicated. I mean, that's what's so incredible to me. It's been so simple, simple math, simple health, simple accounting for over 50 years. And, you know, it's obvious after all these decades, you know, how it's really incredible to me how the public allowed themselves to be deviated by a completely fraudulent man-made system, fraudulent man-made leaders all these decades only getting worse and worse. And I mean, I focus on child abuse. I focused all my life on child abuse. I had no choice in, the early 70s. My healthy mind body spoke out about, my own child neglect, child abuse, call it even torture, that did not even occur just in the family system. It was literally everywhere, and I get the excuses, I've heard all the excuses for decades and decades about, why people couldn't do this and why people couldn't do that. But you know what? The laws of physics, the laws of nature don't care about excuses. This is, how I learned by myself all my life, is like how incredibly disconnected from reality, straight up denial of reality, the denial of the laws of nature, the denial of health, essentially, like how badly the people, working class people in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn in the 70s, 80s, even 90s, were just so blind, really. And I mean, I don't know if I should be thankful or not of the health attack, the abuse, the health assault that I was subjected to, that was so clear and unmistakable. And your body doesn't lie. My body, mind body, that I just call, it having a healthy immune response, to what was being done to it. I mean, in of course, in light of all the, this Epstein stuff that's coming out, I mean, people, this guy's been known about for years already. I mean, to just see where this society has gotten to, and the amount, like what's people need to be really, really worried that we live and have lived like this is, I can't even believe, I can't even wrap my head around how severely, and like I'm trying to like really drive home the reality, the math, and the accounting of everything that's going on, because it's the real cost, the real economy, is nature and health. And people have been completely hijacked by a completely fraudulent, illegitimate, fictitious, man-made system for so long. They've been so captive. And if it wasn't for my healthy mind body that just really kicked into gear by having such a violent adverse response to the utter attack of your health, mentally, physically, and spiritually, like just pummeling you into submission, making your mind body's healthy adverse responses, to their abuse, mistreatment, and it was your health that was the pathology. It was your health, being a healthy child, mentally, physically, and spiritually, wanting so badly to realize yourself, having this built in how do I say, schedule, uh, spiritual force, needs built in that you come into this world, looking for the cues, looking for, healthy grown-ups, healthy adults that are supposed to be there responding accordingly, to the cues that you're putting out to the world. And time and time and time and time again, I mean, it became really conscious by the age of 6 in 1970 that I keep saying mind body was conveying to the very sick adult child, people around me that, hey, you got to do better by me than this. My health was really suffering by 1970. And I was conveying that, under no uncertain terms to these people. And, when you're like living in a world where it just becomes like so clear that it's about them at your expense when it's supposed to be the other way around, and everybody around you is joining in. I mean, I have like I will just continue to talk about myself and what I lived, because it's an ongoing crime to this day that people have tried to sweep under the rug, minimize. I mean, I tell you, man, I don't know. I can't even like wrap my head around the blowback that a lot of people in this country deserve. I have never blamed the powers that be in my life. I always, because the people around me, they're the ones that were doing it all. I mean, again, it's mind blowing that I am now, going on 57 years since 1970, living in a country. I mean, again, since Occupy Wall Street, I don't know, 9/11, the bank bailout. Oh, okay, finally people are going to start exposing and pointing fingers at the government and banks and corporations and, uh, the John Perkins calls it a death economy. And I'm like, oh, yeah, finally people are going after the fraudulent leaders, that I've been criminalized and literally crucified and gaslit and made to feel like I was crazy for exposing. I mean, for decades, this system, decades, this system has been, the youth, they're here to be sacrificed for the adult children. This is why there's so much child abuse. It's been the people doing the bidding, the micro of the macro, doing the bidding of the corporatocracy, the Illuminati. I mean, this is all factual. This is all factual. This is facts. This is math that, people all my life thought that they could just, dismiss, that they could just dilute, water down, shut down, and bully into submission the young, kid that they're supposed to be, grown-ups. They're supposed to be warriors for children. They're supposed to be like such warriors, like, I mean, fighting, courageous, people fighting like heck for their children, for their child's future, raising their child to their healthy potential. And instead, everybody made it normal to just be working class, to just get a job, uh, to be a low person on the totem pole all your life. And I was always just like that's wrong. Like this is like so dysfunctional, And so like even if my neighbors my age or cousins or whatever, kids growing up down, the next street were not being mistreated or health crippled as bad as I was, I knew that they still weren't being brought up really well and the way they deserved to reach their healthy potential, to reach their dreams, to just be the healthy and fit self-actualized person, that we should all, be allowed to be. And so, so because what I went through was like this abuse vaccine that like it started off uh as a like an abuse vaccination that just jolts your mind body and it springs into action, right, just like the body is supposed to when a germ, a bacteria, a foreign body enters. I mean, like that's why people get jabbed, right? It's supposed to be for fitness, right? It's supposed to jumpstart your mind body fitness. Well, like, are you kidding me? When all these decades earlier, since the 70s, there's a youth's healthy mind body, clearly giving the feedback, having these healthy adverse responses to the toxic dysfunctional environment that that you're trapped in, drowning in, choking on the fumes of. And what does everybody do? They all sided with the fraudulent, illegitimate people in authority and treated the kid, the healthy, fit kid, like, how dare you? How dare you, not let people abuse you and not like it? Is like what was becoming clearer and clearer and clearer, the more time was going by, by the late 70s into the early 80s, when you're getting, your body is just having more and more like sharp responses to the uh completely sick. It's just getting sicker and sicker. The environment was just getting sicker and sicker over the years, the decade of the 70s into the 80s now, and so this is like 15 years of torture by the mid 80s, where the now there's just one fraudulent leader in the there, the other one is out, and it's just the two of us. And again, all they keep doing is right, like, instead of taking the feedback, the blowback, the physics, that they, that I'm giving them, and say, oh, thank you for making me aware and using the information. I mean, see, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's like, this is like mind-blowing. Like, I'm saying all of this stuff like over 5 decades ago, and it's like grown people are saying it today. Diane Sayre, a non-affiliated, running for, a presidential candidate, Diane Sayre, who I just interviewed on Wednesday, wrote, let's make crazy crazy again. This is what is like pumping me with so much like this is the kind of stuff I've been saying decades. I mean, and for grown adults to kind of just be sort of doing this stuff, figuring it out, when, hello, your kid, a child. I mean, we live in seriously, like a serious, like severely mentally ill, severe, severe mental illness. This is the like I can't even believe that people like haven't figured it out. So it's like if you just do the math, if you just live in alignment with the laws of nature and health, I mean, it's like a no-brainer. You know, you're supposed to cultivate children. You know, the so-called grown-ups are supposed to be healthy and fit enough within themselves, mentally, physically, and spiritually, to be healthy enough to afford, you know, whatever normal expressions and misbehaving and acting out that a healthy kid and teenager is going to do. And if that grown up isn't healthy and fit, and they themselves are an adult child with so much emotional baggage from their parents passing down their emotional baggage to them, then that adult child is going to get triggered. Their inner child is going to get triggered by their own child, and then you're literally just going to have like two kids like just going at it like that. And that's exactly what the ICE agents are out there. I mean, like, again, it really, really scares me to death today, watching after all these decades, people that they didn't take mental health seriously after all these decades. And I've been studying mental health, mental, physical, spiritual, physical fitness. I did physical fitness since the late 70s, nonstop, reading books on the dysfunctional family, you know, like, I mean, like, again, Diane Sayer, make crazy crazy again. So, I mean, read it. What is she saying by saying that? And Graham McQueen, I talk about one of my favorite interviews with Graham McQueen, the late great Graham McQueen did with Richard Gage on the eyewitnesses of the firefighters on 9/11, who all testified to hearing explosions before the planes hit. And I'm not here to talk about 9/11. I'm here to talk about facts. I'm here to talk about, Graham McQueen called the firefighters visceral witnesses. And listening to the Graham McQueen interview with Richard Gage is so easily translatable, to go from talking about 9/11 and firefighters to talking about the visceral witness children in dysfunctional and abusive, toxic families and homes. That no matter how much the child, again, the people, society's supposed to care so much about. And meanwhile, childhood has gotten fracked on top of fracked on top of fracked on top of fracked on top of polluted on top of desecrated. You know, I mean, I don't know. I call it regular child abuse that I've been talking about since the 70s, as opposed to now, I don't know, SRA, child sex trafficking, like, Epstein stuff, and like that we wouldn't be living today if there was not a such thing and people didn't normalize like regular child abuse. And I've been obsessed with health and fitness mentally, physically, and spiritually all my life because people have none. And if we, lived in a society where the bar is set where it's supposed to be set, where, children should not be mistreated or abused at all, instead of like, oh, how much can we screw up our kid without, destroying their health too bad, and then we wonder why, oh, the jab is mangling kids' health, or Epstein is mangling your kids' health. Gee, maybe it's because parents fail. Parents are, not the immune system that should have been protecting children decades ago, giving them, little bit injections, again, seeing, putting more weight on the mental, physical, and spiritual barbell of a child, gradually over their, healthy stages of development, thereby building someone over, the course of childhood and teenage, to become a healthy and fit, well-adjusted, person. And instead, childhood, it became so normal, to mangle the heck, for parents to just mangle the hell. Working class, all of this parenting has been absolute garbage. Garbage. Parents should be warriors. Parents and any other adults, aunts, uncles, neighbors, should have been warriors, fighters for their children, fitness, fit people, and instead it's like, instead of fighting for their child, people are saying to me, oh, well, your parents can't treat you good, because nobody treated them good. I mean, it's like, are you kidding me? I mean, I knew by like the late 70s that people were like, I mean, trying to teach me to bail out and literally fund my own abuse. No matter how much I made the fraudulent authority aware of the harm that they were inflicting, they never had to apologize. They never had to admit any wrongdoing. They never had to acknowledge how much they deviated, and God forbid, they take steps, like getting more skilled, getting more masterful, getting more and more aligned, with hitting the target, with scoring the goal, like, duh, this is like, duh. And instead, people are like, saying to the kid, like, how dare you function properly? How dare you give these fraudulent people, accurate feedback so they can improve, like the laws of physics do when you go, hiking or roller skating or ice skating or riding a bicycle, and you lean too far this way or that way and you end up, falling on your ass. I mean, that's like, duh, the laws of freaking nature are giving you the answer so you can like integrate it and better yourself to become more masterful and skilled. And instead, it's this fraudulent, they bear down even more with their fraudulence, on their child, like, oh, might makes right, and you don't have any leverage or traction, so I'm just gonna, like, force the illegitimacy on you even harder. And it was just that endless cycle of doing that and living that way through the 70s, even harder into the 80s, and my body pushing back even harder, as a teenager, you're just inadvertently responding to what's coming at you. And no matter how much you're doing that, no matter how clear it is in the face of your, leaders that they're creating and inflicting so much harm, they just continue doing it. And instead of, like the light bulb going off and being like a duh, like what am I doing? The very math, physics, science, that facts and evidence that people are supposed to be aligning with, to become more skilled and proficient and masterful. When fraudulent people are in authority, they think that it's like possible to move the goalpost. They think that it's like that the like your health is gonna forgive, like that your health is gonna just like not be adversely affected, that your health isn't going further and further into deeper and deeper like levels of health deficiency in order to bail them out so they could continue like being more and more illegitimate and more misaligned. And this is why I was obsessed with fitness. This is why I practice yoga. And we're living in the same exact thing on a mass scale with Epstein and Trump. And these people are so deviant. They are so unimaginably sick and deviant, thanks to what people did to me and other children all these decades. The people created these sick MFers. People love pointing fingers and, oh, these people are so sick. Oh, these people are so. Guess what? You enabled them. You did it. Your parents did it. This is so dysfunctional. I'm out of time. Thank you. Catherine with a C, Waters with 2 T's, onegreatworknetwork.com. Align with facts and evidence. Exercise mentally, physically, and spiritually in alignment with the laws of nature, not illegitimate, fraudulent people in power. Thank you.
Catherine Waters with her sacred fire right there, hitting it hard. And, hey, I mean, she tells it like it is, right? I mean, this is something that I think all parents need to face. And what are they contributing to the system today, right? So
yeah. And how much are you participating in the system's plan for parenting your child? And I think primarily that includes the public schools. And I know as a single mom, trying for a while, to, the construct of good parenting was like getting your kids signed up for, the soccer and getting in this, the after school and work being, all this, like as a working mom, my kids were plugged into all these things, right? Public preschools, Head Starts and things. And I think, that she's correct, Catherine, when she's holding the parents accountable, because we have been putting our children into these systems where we are then not properly parenting, and I can look back, talk about, my shadow. I can look back at my, some of my time with my kids and how I wasn't able to be the proper advocate, the proper protector, and because I was, stuck and misunderstanding the system, the situation entirely. So, yeah, I think we need voices like hers to speak up, to call us out, and to remind us that the kids matter. Like, yeah, why aren't the kids the priority in all of our media and all of our lives and all of our, public dialogue? They're very much an afterthought, because the adults are basically, like she says, just
unless it's a football game, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's a good representation of the priorities,
Right.
So I can hear her frustration because of all these years that she's been trying to speak out to people, and here we are. It just seems worse than ever. And this is that subconscious stuff that I talked about in my presentation, where, sometimes we don't catch on to it, this normalized egregore of a way of operating, around authority or culture. And, we have to wake up. So I'm glad she's still loudly speaking.
Yeah. Cat waters, more like cat fires. Yeah, I was definitely feeling that passionate discourse and everything. And parents can get laid off the hook way too easily sometimes. And we could blame the pediatricians and all these things, the TV that they listen to, but ultimately, who's holding, the parent accountable? Are the parents holding themselves accountable, really? And it's a shame the indoctrination of it all, and that we just were trained and conditioned to trust in these the medical or military industrial complex, hence the family industrial complex that is just birthing babies that are not being raised properly. It's kind of being raised by the state and all that with public school and yada yada, right?
Yeah, and telling, people and messaging that the preschools and these trained people can do better for your children than you, putting a lot of doubt in the parent. And the same with healthcare in general is that, people turn to the doctors, they turn to the pediatricians to find out what's good for your children. I was kind of on top of that, but we're in a very complex web, and parents are not empowered. They're not empowering themselves. It's very connected to the belief in authority and the problems of government.
Absolutely. 100%. Well said. All right. Well, we have a couple short clips that we need to play. One's from Woody Martin, and we'll play that next. And then we're right on schedule, and coming up, we got Nate Cap with Oculus 2. It's going to be fantastic. So let's get into Woody Martin with his next animation clip.
I'm back. As promised, I'm going to get into how you can reprogram yourself, which is really just the desire to better oneself and how they interact with the world around them. So how does one better themselves, you humans ask? Well, to begin, one must cussing care. Care is the fuel which ignites one's passion to create change. Once you care, it can be achieved the same way us big feet do it, through using the trivium process coupled with hermetic transmutation. Yes, the trivium, the amazing 3-step process I've cussing mentioned before. In fact, a few years ago, the trivium was the theme for the entire FUNL conference. I brought up transmutation several transmissions ago, and the trivium was hinted at in my last transmission. However, let's dig into it a bit more so we have a better understanding of how cussing versatile this process is. Here are just a few versions of the trivium: grammar, logic, rhetoric, knowledge, understanding, wisdom, input, processing, output, available information, decision-making process, human behavior, hypothesis, experimentation, conclusion. Okay, great, trivium. So how the heck do I better myself with that? We big feet have noticed a large amount of you humans were exposed to a lot of anger while you were growing up. Now you express anger negatively in your own lives. So I will use this as an example. Okay, step 1, input. Diagnosing the existence of a mental polarity imbalance or schism related to anger. Sometimes you are consciously aware of this, or maybe this was pointed out by a friend or family member who recognized that you fly off the cussing handle sometimes. And this anger can cause harm to others if handled improperly. So, now that we've diagnosed anger as a potential problem, let's continue to input or learn some more information regarding anger. Anger is a human emotion caused by frustration. This emotion can last about 90 seconds unless re-triggered by mental thought activity, willful or not. Next, breathing techniques can be used to reduce anger. Anger can be converted into an energy source to fuel creative productivity. Now we've input some very good data points, so let's move on to step 2. Is that mate in a costume? Processing. Cuss. See you next time.
Yes, hello. Jeff Goldblum here. You're watching Funnel 5 Ignite. Freedom. Fascinating concept, really. You introduce self-governance into the ecosystem, and suddenly life finds a way. The illusion is that you are governed. The prison is perceptual. The reptilian bloodline doesn't fear outrage. They fear awareness, because awareness spreads. Belief is the operating system. You withdraw your belief, and the control grid stutters. And somewhere, in a subterranean chamber beneath the Vatican, a lizard frantically checks the Wi-Fi.
Lois, I think this Funnel 5 thing means nobody's in charge. Just like this family.
Ah, yes, Funnel 5 Ignite.
Finally, a gathering of minds not entirely dependent on authority figures. How delightful.
Peter, I swear, if this anarchy conference ends with you building a trebuchet in the yard...
Anarchy, huh? No rulers, no regulations, all voluntary interactions? I've been living that lifestyle since 1998. Giggity giggity goo. All right.
I usually enforce the law, but self-governance reduces response time. I respect that.
Oh, that's nice. A whole conference about freedom. If anyone tries to tread on you, you just tell them, no, 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 no!
No rulers? Oh, thank Jesus. No more taxes stealing the fruits of my labor.
Well, now, no rulers, you say? Sounds like everybody's just running around unsupervised. My, sweet freedom.
Sweet freedom.
I literally just laugh out loud every time. It's great.
Yep, I could see everyone backstage just laughing. Except Corey, his camera's off, but I know he's giggling back there. All right. So we're coming down to the last couple hours of presentations. Nate Cap and then myself.
Yeah.
So Nate Cap, Chris, or someone else?
Yeah, I'll be happy to introduce Nate Cap. I mean, he's been a huge inspiration to me. A researcher, de-occultist, symbolist. He is on cubbyhole.com. If you want to check out all kinds of amazing podcast content and past presentations. Nate Cap is also an artist. He does amazing graphic arts, and you can see that like the symbols he did for the Seed Conference, for instance. He talks about mystery traditions, esoteric Freemasonry, mind control, allegories, green language, and a lot more. I'm really looking forward to this presentation. Let's hear from Nate Cap.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nate Cap, and thank you for taking the time to be here today. This is my Oculus Part 2 presentation with the subtitle The Sacred Cone. And this is going to be my follow-up to my Oculus One presentation that I gave at the Funnel 3 conference. And that being said, thank you to Chris Jansen and the whole Funnel team for inviting me back. It's a real honor to be here. And this is going to be a very, very jam-packed presentation. It's going to be a very short, condensed presentation because of time restraints. So you really, just like you see here with this iceberg, the little tip that is coming out of the top of the water, that is akin to what you're going to receive here today, but a very important piece. The rest of the topic is waiting for you down in the shadows to do your own work, to really see for yourself when you go into the underworld. That's where you're going to really understand what is being said here today and really see the criticalness of what you're hearing here today. Okay. So this is a refinement process. It's about becoming conscious of what already is, what has already taken place, and what is currently taking place here today, here in the now. And so anybody who has studied my work knows that I speak a lot about symbolism. I talk about the language of symbolism. It is a lost language, but it is a very universal language. And it probably is the most important language that anybody could ever learn. But people are so, they have been programmed to be apathetic towards this language, not knowing that they actually use the language of symbolism every day in their words, because words are made of symbols. But letters are symbols. But I just want people to understand that I am going to use a lot of symbolism, and I really, really just strongly want to emphasize and hopefully inspire this particular community that is listening to this, that this is one of the most important things that anybody could ever learn, the language of symbolism, next to natural law. Natural law should come first, but symbolism is really what helps us develop our understanding of natural law. And so that's what I'm hoping to show here today, or that's what I'm going to show, but I'm hoping that people really pick up on that as I move through this information. But the other language that people know my work by is green language. And this is a frequency of the center. So green is the color that is in the middle of the visible spectrum of color. And so it's a frequency that's right at the center. So when you're listening phonetically to words that you're using or that are coming into you, you're listening with the ear of your heart. It's literally, the word ear is literally in the middle of the word heart. And what you're doing when you're listening with your heart is you're listening with intelligence. That's why it's heart-based intelligence, this language is, because it's about listening to what is encoded or hidden within the words that we use. And it also helps us with the limitation of our language or languages. And so that is what green language is here to do. Is it's here to make us conscious of the words that we use phonetically, and to see the wordplay, the puns, but with a structure, with rules or principles, the syntax. So this is a very, very important language to use, to learn and to use, so that way you can really start to see the hidden world, the occult world. And green language is an occult language. It is a symbolic language. And this is also about being able to see with the oculus. So I just want to remind everyone what the oculus is, which is the eye, the one eye, the central eye. Okay, so it's not just the eye of the heart, but it's the eye of the mind. It's central. And so This is what allows us to, just like the ear of the heart is what allows us to let light into the center. Well, that's exactly what the oculus is. The oculus allows light in, but it is the eye that is able to see and, more importantly, understand the occult. So we use the oculus to be able to see the unseen. Now, when we unfold the oculus, the circled dot symbol, when we unfold it into an advanced form, it becomes the cone. And so, right in the word cone, I've said this before, but I really just want to stress this word with green language, which is that the C is the vision. Okay, so we see the one, or we see with one, because it's about seeing with the eye. And that's about seeing with the heart. Okay, so it's heart-based intelligence. So I just want to make that connection so people are prepared to hear what they're going to hear throughout the rest of this presentation. Now, what's going to be put on the table today is we're going to talk about the circled dot symbol, which I kind of just did. We're going to talk about the sacred cone and spiral symbols. We're going to talk about the celestial and terrestrial, being the archetypal circle and square. We're going to talk about the pyramidal form, fetishism, very important topic, centralized control, Osiris, truth, frequency, conspire, inspiration, and the great work. So it's a very, very important jam-packed presentation. I really hope you guys are ready with your notepads, because there is a lot to cover here. Now, starting with the circled dot, it's very important because, again, this is the oculus, the eye, when we really understand what we're dealing with here, because this is what gives us vision. This is what gives us clarity, is this symbol, when we know how to exhaust the symbol, how to use the symbol properly. And so we have to remember, just as a refresher, the circle represents free will. That is the random component of our reality, and the fixed, determined component or element is natural law. Okay, so the goal is to align ourselves to natural law, and that means that it is something that takes time and diligence, and it's an unfoldment or a refoldment, however you want to look at that. But as we start to understand that we have a free will choice where we can align to the truth or natural law, then the symbol known as the sacred spiral is a perfect conjoining symbol to this circled dot to help us understand this unfoldment of the self, where we go on a spiral-like journey to the centrally defined point of life, the purpose, the meaning. And so we're going from a void of darkness and chaos of the circle, and not understanding free will, not understanding that the whole point of free will is to align ourselves to what is actually good, and then taking the journey, the unfolding journey, because we don't just beamline to the truth, it unfolds. And so that is why these two symbols are very important together. Now, the whole presentation is all about refinement. So this is a two-dimensional understanding of these symbols, and we are going to move into the three-dimensional. But before we get into that, we have to understand what comes first, the circle or the dot. Well, without the point, the circle it has no definition. So symbolically, it's undefinable, it's infinite, it's ineffable. That means it's beyond words, symbolically, okay? So the circle is, on its own, is symbolic of the all-encompassing, all-present, everywhere, all at once, having no beginning and no end. So once we understand that the point is what comes first, because the point is fixed, you have to have a starting point. So the point comes first because there has to be meaning, there has to be purpose, there has to be definition, there has to be a principle. But you can't just have only a point either, because there's nothing to define the point. So starting with the starting point, we use a very ancient symbol and tool known as the compass. So the compass is what draws out from the point to the circle. So from the center outward to, the boundaries of reality. And therefore, the compass represents the point and the circle. It is the extender of the point. This is what allows us to have an unfoldment. So the compass allows the unfoldment from the point. And this means that the compass starts from the immovable fixed point outward. So it starts from law and then works its way out. Now, this is about understanding that the point is the principle. So it is a first thing. This is where we start first. And so this is at the heart of everything. It's at the heart of the circle. It's the aspect of reality that grounds everything. It grounds the circle. The point grounds the circle. So the circle depends on the point. All life depends on the point, or the law, the principle, which is order. And as some of us know, and all of us know this deep down, we start out in an outward direction, okay, in the material-minded direction, where that's the most dominant thing. And this is the exoteric, okay? So this is something that's been going on for a very long time, but it is especially in the modern world. And this is where we just, we don't really understand or know anything about natural law or truth or the self, because we are in a state, not only a state, a condition of apathy and ignorance, but also we are in a profane state. And this means that we just, when we're starting out this way, we don't have any regard for the sacred, which is natural law, truth, and the self. At least not yet, okay? Hopefully, we do eventually, soon. And, once we reach this outer ring, so to speak, this area, this wall, this condition of what you could call as rock bottom, this is where we're essentially met with a critical choice. Are we going to stay in this aimless hedonism and apathy and ignorance and darkness? Or are we going to face ourselves and stop lying to ourselves and be honest and actually align to the laws of nature? Are we going to actually be moral? Because if that's what we do, then that's what produces freedom. Freedom is the result of changing the direction from the circle to the point. And so that is about learning that which is at the center internal. That is the sacred. And, once we've reached a point of clarity, when we reached a great deal of our magnum opus, our great work, then we can bring that point of clarity out to others, where we can outcast the wisdom, where we can cast out from the point to the circle, which is where people are, collectively at, who are waiting to learn, people who are actually hungry to learn, people who, might be on the verge of, needing help to raise out of that ring of fire or that ring of chaos and darkness. So being in the center is about alignment to natural law. And that means being initiated, okay? So this means that the true great work starts when that light is brought out to others, when it's casted out, when it's broadcasted, which is exactly what we're doing here in this conference, or all these conferences where we're talking about natural law. We're broadcasting what we've learned, what we've been initiated into, and have come to an understanding. Now we're casting out, we're broadcasting wisdom outward from the point to speak from the principle. So now we are going to transition from the two-dimensional circled dot to now the three-dimensional circled dot. So I'd like to raise a good point, a very important point, a very highlighted point. So this centrally defined point symbolically raises in order to help us understand the highest. So it's not just the point at the center, it's the highest of that point. So the three-dimensional cone advances from the pure form of the circled dot. And so what that does, that's very, very important, is that you can't just have 2 points. You have to understand that the point now turns into a pole. It creates a pole, or fashions a pole. And so this becomes polar. It gives it depth. It gives it gravity. It gives it a up-down direction. It gives it a low to high, or a base to elevated, or a you could even say south to north when you really understand the sacred feminine and the sacred masculine in correspondence to the earth. The sacred feminine being associated with the south and the sacred masculine being associated with the north. This is a spiritual symbol to help us understand ourselves very deeply. And so this is a complex form, but it's a very, very important complex form, because it teaches us responsibility, because this is dealing with the Holy Trinity. So the three that are the one. This is one of the most important things that anybody could ever learn, because, something that I've talked about in my work plenty of times is that in order to understand, I really want people to listen to this very carefully. In order to understand the second birth, which is a spiritual birth, something that you get over time, especially when you get to be older. Your physical birth is the familial, physical trinity. And so your father is a gift giver. He is a deliverer of the gift to your mother. Your mother is the receiver of that gift. the processor of that gift, the shaper of that gift. And from the waters where she is holding that gift, eventually that gift comes out onto land. That is your life. Your life is that gift. Your experience is that gift. And so then as you grow, your mother and your father help you, or are supposed to help you, grow up from a child to an adult. And when you become an adult, this is where you start to come in contact with your spiritual development. And that is about responsibility. And so the way that we can understand this a lot further is that we start with this image of the Sacred Father with the point that is dividing in two. So this is the highest, the lightest, and the sharpest. That's the Sacred Father. And the mother is the lowest, the deepest, the darkest, and also the heaviest. She adds gravity. She's mysterious. And then right at the center of the mother is the germ, or the seed, the point, the sacred child, the potentiality. So this is the potential in all of us, that we have the ability to marry our masculine and feminine in order for that child, that inner child, to be raised into an adult. And so this is about understanding that that seed has the potential to be raised if the Sacred Mother has the proper nutrients in her soil. So I'm speaking symbolic, of course, so think of it as a garden. So the soil needs to be rich. The soil needs to have water. So the Sacred Father is also the light that needs to shine down on that seed in order for everything to work, properly for that seed to grow. And that really is knowledge and, courage and willpower that we all have to discover in ourselves. We have to generate this power in ourselves. And therefore, we have to go on a journey. We have to spiral, which means that there is a generator of care. That is all about finding the sacred feminine, the Sacred Mother, to ignite the spirit that is hiding, or that is hidden within the occult, the hidden realm. This is the darkest part of the self that is waiting for you to be responsible enough to face your shadows, your traumas, your going deeply into the Sacred Mother, deep into the ground, so to speak, deep into the waters, the underworld. This is what's going to raise you up, the inner spiritual child in you, to be raised up into a, from a dull child into a sharp, adult, where the mother and the father are united as one cone. So this is about understanding that we are little children spiritually. Most of us are little children spiritually. We're just physical adults, but not spiritual adults. We're not raised, because an adult is someone who is grown up, because it takes work to be a true adult. It takes responsibility to go on this spiraling journey to discover reality and truth. And so this symbol helps us understand this science of the self. And it's about, putting a sharp image in your face so you have something to reflect into yourself. So you have something to understand about yourself internally. And this Holy Trinity has nothing to do with any dogma. It's not dogmatic. It's something that you can discover for yourself. It's universal. It goes beyond all of these religions that might have this science, embedded into their doctrines. But this is a very powerful symbol that is in the fabric of our reality that we have to discover. Now, if that seed does not grow, if it does not develop into a sharp adult, guess what? It stays in darkness, it stays ignorant, it stays dormant, it does not grow. It stays flat. It stays in a puddle of mud, in the, murky, apathy that the condition that most of us are in this world, because people don't care. And so this is a spire ritual of growing up to become an adult, to become sharp. And so we have to move upward so that, it's right in the word. So we have to learn the upward and also learn the downward. So it's really, really important to understand that. Now, to really further this understanding, we have to learn not only the celestial and terrestrial bases, okay, these very elementary archetypal shapes. We have to understand why these shapes go together, why they complement each other. And so, because we are earthlings, we are terrestrial beings, which means we are more, especially because we're more material minded, we're associated with the terrestrial, but we have to learn the celestial in order to really see how they combine together. And so we use the terrestrial in order to learn the celestial, because the celestial is what holds all the lights of the sky, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the planets. And therefore, this is how we learn how to, plant, when to plant and when to harvest. And also, it's a spiritual development, because remember that the terrestrial is dealing with directions. And so we're dealing with directions and also the seasons. So the 4 seasons goes with the four sides of the square, and the circle, we have to remember it is 360 degrees. This is very critical because 360 degrees is also the square. So how did I get 360 degrees in a square? Well, we have to remember that the circle, the celestial, is infinite. The square is what we as terrestrial beings discover is the degrees of a circle, because we find the right angles in order to build a square, which are 90 degrees each. So you have 4 times 90, that's 360 degrees. So the celestial on the left, symbolized by the circle, this represents the heavens, which is above and beyond the terrestrial or the earth. But it's also at the center. So 360 degrees is not just at the center, it's all around. And so this is about understanding, look at the Vitruvian Man, that'll tell you what this is all about. But it represents spirituality and eternity, as in the higher or the central prospect. It represents the infinite, as in the all that is. It represents it represents perfection, because the circle truly is the perfect shape. Symbolically, nothing can be more perfect than the circle. So it's like I said, it's eternal and divine. It's everything, everywhere, all at once. It's ineffable. It's beyond words. It's unbounded. It's boundless. Nothing is defined. So even though the celestial has things in it like stars and planets, it's not defined by those things. It's immeasurable. It's boundless. It's the boundless realm of spirit. Now, the terrestrial on the right side is symbolically represented by the square, which is Earth. So the terrestrial is materiality. It is the lower material world. It is matter. And like I was talking about earlier with the circle at the bottom of the cone, that's mother. So in the terrestrial, the square is mother, the base, the matter. Mother is matter. So it's finite, which means physical limitations, and that means also definition. It has form, and therefore it's made of 4 elements: earth, water, air, and fire. And it's also made of the 4 directions, being north, south, east, and west. All directions that orient the mind. It helps us navigate our world. It helps us understand how to orient and find balance and equilibrium. And it also helps us, build actual structures in our world. So therefore, it's about stability. And if the structure is well, then it can be stable in the element. And spiritually, that's about finding the equilibrium. It's about expressing equilibrium. It is that's how we create balance and harmony in the world. And therefore, it's bounded. It's not something that is perfect. It's definable. It's measurable. It has sides. It has angles. It has sharpness. And so, celestially, we start with the point and we work our way out. It unfolds. So remember, celestially, we start with the point and the circle comes next. But terrestrially, we start with the square, the material, and we work our way in to the point at the center. And the way that we do that is we take 2 diagonal lines, 2 straight diagonal lines that cross each other that create an X, and that X right at the center of the X is the point. So this is what draws your attention to the point, to and from the point. And that is why these 2 bases, these 2, archetypal shapes are so important when it comes to the center of them. Think of it as a bird's eye view, okay? And think of the cone, think of the pyramid. I'm going to get into that, but just remember that first things is about, the point, the singularity, the seed at the center. And so from, when we're looking at the celestial, we have to think of the point emanating or expanding the infiniteness of the celestial, which is that is what is represented by this circle. Then comes the manifested material, being the symbolized by the square. And the square is what helps us remember or even rediscover the point at the center, in the middle of material, in the middle of the 4 elements: earth, water, air, and fire. And so what is the 5th point? The 5th point is spirit, ether. It's right at the center. And this is, if not the deepest truth about sacred geometry, because it stores our memory of who we really are. And it's something that we, each have the ability to remember about ourselves. It is our responsibility to remember this, to discover this, especially when we get in this condition, or even before we get in this condition of apathy and slavery. We have to understand that we are just responsible for discovering this at any time, no matter what condition we're in. We have to understand this. It's that important. And so this science is something that is stored within the 5 epigomenal days, known as the 5 epigomenal days. And this is something that can be found in the ancient Egyptian solar mythos. These 5 epigomenal days are the 5 extra days of a 365-day year. So the ancient priest class of that time, I would say well over 100,000 years ago, they understood that the circle was 360 degrees, and therefore they had to make up for the 5 extra days, which in their brilliance of that time, they stored those 5 extra days into the 5 siblings, being Osiris, Horus, Set, Isis, and Nephthys, in that order. And of course, Osiris right at the center, the X. This is about understanding spirit at the center of the circle, and the 4 seasons, the 4 elements that surround. And so this was stored in the 5 epigomenal days because, you know, they needed to make 365 days into 360 degrees, or a full cycle, or a full circle. And so that's how they fit the 5 extra days into a full cycle or full circle. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. The 5 epigomenal days is also known as the days out of time, or the 5 holy days. Okay, so this is very important to the rest of what I'm going to talk about. Now, we have to understand that the cone and the circle and the dot, and the square and the dot, they raise from a 2-dimensional form into now a 3-dimensional form. So this is what we have to understand from the celestial, how the celestial is different from the terrestrial in form. Okay, but it's saying the same science, only one is how we understand this science from the terrestrial. And so it is very important, because this is how we're going to really learn what these pyramids are trying to tell us. And the cone, when the point is raised, it's about going from a 2-dimensional to a 3-dimensional, which means manifestation, going into sharpness, from dullness to sharpness. And the pyramid on the right, this is Osiris in a pure form, actually, because the pyramid represents the 5th point raised, which is at the center. And so that is Osiris, that is fire in the middle. Pyramid means fire in the middle. That means the spirit is raised by fire, the element of fire. And so when that spirit is raised, that raises the Ben-Ben. The Ben-Ben is Osiris in the pure form, in the 5. And it's really important to pay attention to these directions as well. But I just want people to understand, this is how we learn how to connect to the cosmos, from the terrestrial to the celestial. Because as we raise, we're raising from the terrestrial into the celestial. And so it's all geometry. It's all sacred geometry. And geometry, if you know the etymology, it means the earthly measurement. And that's exactly what it is. We are not just measuring the physical world, we're actually sacredly measuring the internal occult world. Okay? So it's really important to understand these three forms, these three shapes side by side: the cone, the triangle, and the pyramid. They all have a triangular essence, and they all are spires or have spires. Because remember, a spire is about understanding that there is a base, and from the base tapers into a point at the top. And that is about having structure from the ground up, and reaching the heavens. The terrestrial is reaching the celestial. But this is, when we're looking at these forms, they appear just geometric in the physical way, where it's like, okay, these are just geometric forms. But it's about understanding them at the center, and understanding that what's missing is what is central in all of these forms. And so you can use your imagination and see for yourself. Or, obviously what I've been showing you this whole presentation shows you what's right at the center. So this is about understanding the oculus or the heart. So this, what is missing though, is something that we can understand a lot further in this subject of fetishism. And this is a topic that I wish I could, go a lot further into in this presentation, but it is something being talked about in the cubbyhole. This has nothing to do with modern fetishism in the sense of, sexual desires or base desires. So in ancient fetishism, this refers to a stage in the development of human religious thought in which natural objects, amulets, charms, or symbolic items are regarded as imbued with real spiritual or magical power. This has everything to do with understanding animism in its purest form. And so this is about acting as tangible means. The magical power is about acting as tangible means by which humans engage, influence, or communicate with superhuman forces, aka, weather, earthquakes, any type of force that human beings cannot make. So in ancient fetishism, people experienced the world as unstable and incomplete. Things went wrong for reasons they could not see or control, which is still going on. Illness, crop failure, darkness, death. And so I wish I could explain all of these in this presentation, but darkness, I think, is one of the most important parts of understanding fetishism, because when we understand that the sun is something that gives us a sense of absence, it is a sense of abandonment, it is a primal fear. Darkness is a primal fear, so is abandonment. So when the sun is leaving, when the sun, goes from the north to the south at the time of, late fall, early winter, down in the winter solstice, the sun is leaving. The sun, days get darker, they get colder, nutrients becomes sparse. And therefore, in order to deal with that, people, especially in the ancient world, they had a stored up power that they gave to the tokens or charms, or things like claws or bones or stones or skin, these types of things that were a mental influence of faith in order to fill in for what was missing. And therefore, something important is missing or out of balance, like the sun. And that absence which is what creates darkness, is why things are off. So felt absence creates belief and faith and even hope. And so this in its purest form is how we, in our earlier stages of religion, hundreds of thousands of years ago, this is how we were able to deal with the absence of what is good, what protects us. So this is how we understand misfortune and also fortune and protection. So that's why amulets, charms, tokens, talismans are forms of protection for things that are absent. And so this becomes later corrupted when religion really starts to, develop into what it has become in the modern world, especially, but, really in the past 40,000 years or so, we start to see how this becomes corrupt, because even though a Messiah, for instance, could be something that is good in its early stage as a form of protection while, the sun is gone, you have something to, give you protection in a spiritual way. Well, that can become materialized and literalized or euhemerized. And also, this is what allows for there to be manipulation, aka socialism, aka government. And so that's what it's become. So government stands in for things that are off. That's what it does. And so government really has become the fetish. So has the solar messiahs in their corrupt form. So now it's really important to understand that the way to really, really make sense of what has stood in for us as a human species in the modern world is that mind control has rapidly increased. And so when we look at the mind control pyramid system, we understand that the way that this control system actually works, this is the R complex control system, it is working because it is keeping the mind going in all different directions. So that's why news, the acronym of news, is north, east, west, and south. And so we all know, everyone knows. If you don't know, there's something really wrong with you. But news is a government-run propaganda machine. Okay? That's what it is. Everyone should know that by now. But news is what is used as a medium by the media. So the media, the word media, comes from medium, which means middle or center. So it's centralized power by the R complex few at the top, the dominators that have all the information of how this control structure works. These are the dark occultists, the sorcerers, the elite, and they have this inverted pyramid power structure where they're directing the mind in all different directions in order to control the middle or the center. So just think about the CIA. Just think about where all the war is taking place in the world. The Middle East. So it's about controlling the middle. And so if we don't learn this form, then we're not going to understand the middle. Now, the dominators, what they do is they send pressure from the top down. And this pressure is about playing God because it's the highest. They believe that they are the highest people. Okay? They believe that they have this divine right to rule. So this is about understanding the, exoteric, corrupted kingship, where they really believe they have the right to rule over everyone else, where they make all the decisions on how things actually work in the world. And that those decisions go downward to the rest of the masses. And the energy of the serfs or slaves, the slave class at the bottom, the energy is what goes upward. It's a resource that goes upward to this pyramid, the apex of the pyramid of control, of mind control. And so the small elite is extracting energy and value from a large base, which is pretty much everyone in the whole world. And this is centralized authority, centralized power. And this is about understanding there is a knowledge differential. People don't have the knowledge of the center. They don't have the knowledge of the top. And that's because of ignorance and apathy. They keep people in the square at the bottom. That's apathy. That's ignorance. If you really want to know, you have to raise yourself. You have to find that responsibility, that care at the center and that heart-based frequency and raise that to your highest potential to really see what's going on in this world, to take back your centralized power, because these people are running everyone's mind, for the most part, everyone's mind in the world, regardless of whether you believe that or not. They're running it, and they're running it on fear, and they're running it mostly on the fact that people fear what they don't understand or know. So that means the knowledge. You have to learn the right knowledge. That's why natural law is so important. So surveillance and violence is what is required for this power structure to maintain quote unquote order. And so this is very, very critical to pay attention to. Also, because it's not just the news, you have to understand that through movies, through cinema, this is also part of the mind control. And I think anybody listening to this, most people, especially at this conference, knows that is definitely going on. But I don't have time to, go through all of this, but I just want people to pay attention to the word Oscar. This is a nickname for the Academy Award that is given to actors and directors and everybody that works on, these movies that come out of Hollywood. What I want people to pay attention to is that, the golden man, esoterically, this means the solar perfected self. So this is all dealing with the solar cult, but it's about an alchemical process right at the center stage. The whole world is a stage, the four corners of the earth that this statue stands on. So look at, what's right on the website of the Oscar Awards is the unfoldment of the pyramid. And you have the dark to light next to that, as, trying to show, the representation of what this award means spiritually or esoterically. But of course, you're never going to see that or understand that when you're watching the awards with an exoteric mindset. You have to understand that they are speaking directly to your subconscious and telling you who is the best actor in the world. Okay. That's why people look up to them and idolize these actors, because they're winning the best actor award, and best actor means moral and aligned to natural law. But movies move the eye, that's the green language, through it, the heart. So it's right at the heart. They're moving your eye, your oculus, and the heart at the same time. Okay? So what I really want people to pay attention to is the word Oscar. So Oscar, you have the OS. That's already a dead giveaway of Osiris, the phallus, the gold member. Okay, that's the statue, the Oscar. But go even further. If you take the C of Oscar instead of a k sound, you have a s sound. So Osar, Osar, instead of Oscar, Osar. Well, that's exactly phonetically the name of Osiris in the ancient Cometian tradition. Because we have to understand that Osiris, the name Osiris, is a Greek word. It's a Greek name for Asar. And so, in symbolic terms, the missing phallus of the ancient Egyptian god Asar or Osiris functions as a symbol of responsibility, which is missing in this world. And this is understood as a vital principle ignited at the center of material existence. The spiritual quest to recover this missing part is the embodiment of Isis, the generative care. This is where we start to really understand what care is all about in this ritual of Isis, because she seeks to trace the fragmented pieces of the divine light, being Osiris, which is her brother or lover or husband, and restore the light to a pure, upright form. And so this means that, as you can see right in the line, the missing phallus is also Ma'at, which represents truth, justice, and that which is straight or correct. So that is responsibility. And so that's what I'm trying to restore. That's what I'm trying to inspire in people here today. So, truth versus perception. I'm going to fly through this because I got a lot more to say. So, the plane of truth is singular. Human perception must align with this plane in order to access higher frequencies and facilitate evolution and consciousness. So, as you can see, the truth is akin to the plane of truth is akin to the pole at the center, which is the axis. This is reality. Okay, this is the North Star, so to speak. Okay, and so what you're trying to do is your perception is not reality, but that is where you have the ability to align your oscillating wave frequency, your spiral frequency to that line, that plane of truth more frequently. So as you raise up in consciousness and become sharper, you go from a dullness to a sharpness up to a higher frequency. So that's another way that this spiral and the sacred spiral and sacred cone and pole can teach you about truth and perception from the base to the highest. Now, in the movie Live, Die, Repeat, or it was also referred to as Edge of Tomorrow, there is a very deep symbolic allegory that is basically explaining the spire ritual, if you're really paying attention to what it's saying. So each oscillating wave frequency is akin to a day that he awakens. And so you have the day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on of the oscillating wave frequency. And in Live, Die, Repeat contains the allegorical refinement of the spire ritual, as each day the oscillating wave, he restarts, he quote unquote restarts, aka awakens with deeper memory and a sharper understanding of what he needs to do in order to reach the Omega, which is the end. So, sorry, spoiler. But this image that you see on the left, all the way to the left, that is a hologram of the Omega. And so it's very conical, right? And that when he actually does reach the Omega, he goes through on the right the pyramid, the glass pyramid. That's very symbolic. So at the bottom of The center bottom of the glass pyramid is the omega in water. Okay, so he, obviously it's kind of got a dark twist to it, but also it is the spire ritual. And it's, a great movie. I highly recommend it for a good spiritual study. So now, the cone spire. This is really important because cone spire is when it's combined, it's conspire. So the word conspire means to breathe together in the same spirit. So symbolically, conspiracy means sharing one breath or intention together, often hidden. So, if it's truth and freedom that we want, we're all sharing the one breath. Really, we're all sharing the one breath, obviously, because spirit is infinite. But it's about, just understanding this word in its etymological form. Okay, we have to understand these words at their deepest etymological derivation to really see what it's really saying. So the word theorist is one who contemplates, observes, speculates, or studies. So the etymological definition of conspiracy theorist is one who contemplates shared breath, intention, and hidden connection. Now, I know that this word or phrase has, all kinds of ambiguity, but I'm here to clear that up. I'm trying to help us understand that there's a reason for that. So the term conspiracy theorist was deliberately obfuscated, not only as a means for dismissing critical thinkers and questioners, but also as a way to steer the mind from learning the sacred cone spire. Because when you say conspire or conspiracy theorist with a negative tone, you're dismissing the cone. You're dismissing the spire. You're dismissing the breath, the spirit. And so, but the point is that once we realize this cone spire, it really puts everything into perspective of what's really going on and how these words are obfuscated and how they're, turned against us. So cone spire is also about understanding inspiration, the inspire at ion. So inspiration comes from the Latin verb inspirare, which means to breathe into, to infuse, excite, or animate. So when someone or something outside your everyday thinking gives your mind a jolt or a kick and helps you see things more clearly, it's a type of wake up call. So to be inspired is to encounter an idea or form that sets something in motion, not to copy it, but to develop it much further. It is the experience of being moved by something beyond oneself, awakening thought, feeling, or purpose. This often leads to clarity, creativity, or action that feels both meaningful and elevating. Inspiration draws the inner self upward toward a goal-like focused center where an emanating or emerging idea takes shape as a guiding aim, orienting the mind towards what matters most. So the inspire is like the tip top of a spiral cone, a continuously returning inward facing point, a kind of eternal bullseye. It is the target or end point, the goal. So, this is why I wore this shirt. This is my fetish. And so what I'm storing as a type of mental power or mental influence is to store this information. The associations that you've been hearing here today are stored up in this one symbol. And I'm using it as a way to fill in for the responsibility that's missing in this world. So I'm reflecting that right into your subconscious, everyone's subconscious who watches this, who watches me while I'm, this is my my symbol pattern, my image, my token, my talisman. This is what's uh, this is what's filling in for what's missing. Responsibility is what's missing in this world from each and every one of us, for the most part. Okay, there are a few people who are responsible, in on their path to truth, but very few. So I think it's really important to remember that this symbol is what acts as a inspiration to the eye, to the oculus of other, as a way to fill their oculus with light, to fill their heart with light. Now, this man, Carl Jung, I mean, his work on shadow work is so well done, and I haven't studied everything about his work, but I really appreciate what he talks about when it comes to the conscious, the personal unconscious, and the collective unconscious. And so, if you can just hold this model in your mind while I go through these quotes from Carl, it can really make a lot more sense of what you've been hearing today, especially if you're a studier of his work. And so he says there is no linear evolution. There is only a circumambulation of the self. Well, yeah, we don't just beamline to the truth. It's not linear. We spiral, we unfold ourselves. We unfold the self as we go through life, right? As we learn, as we develop. And so he says uniform development exists at most at the beginning. Later, everything points towards the center. Well, the circle is the uniform development, and that means that you are uniform to what society molds you to be, which is most people. But eventually, we have to find our way, find our North Star, find our way back home, find our center, which is the pole, which is the point. So we make a choice to leave what is uniform into what is, true alignment in nature. So one of the most famous quotes by Carl is, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Well, this model shows that perfectly, because the truth is we descend from the conscious down into the personal unconscious, down into the collective deep unconscious. And then we do the shadow work in the unconscious, the collective unconscious, and then we bring that back into the personal unconscious and become conscious. We bring that up to make the unconscious conscious. So it's about doing the shadow work to be able to truly be conscious in this world. So brilliance from this philosopher, Carl Jung. Now, the great work. What is the great work? Well, a very simple way to explain the great work is it is the ultimate personal goal to end the ignorance and apathy that ultimately holds man back from freedom. So symbolically, we start in ignorance, in the circle, in darkness, and we go on a spire ritual, a spiritual journey upward towards the center, raising the pole, and we achieve freedom internally. We all have the ability to achieve internal freedom from our ignorance and apathy. However, that's not the physical freedom. The true great work truly begins at that point where we have developed ourselves enough and have become sharp enough to where now we can spread inspiration out to ignite the hearts and minds abroad. And so I'm really hoping that I did inspire you today. And the cone now refolds into the pure form of the circled dot. And with that, I just ask, pay attention to the center, pay attention to the middle, and just keep aiming for truth and freedom. Thank you.
All right. I just love Nate's work so much. It's very inspirational. My mind's just cooking the whole time, and it just shows how, symbology and looking at things, you can never look deep enough, and there's always more to learn. That's one takeaway I just was noticing right at the end. But yeah, what were you going to say, Will?
No, just Nate just always comes through. I mean, he really does. I like to use the phrase simplify the profound, but Nate does that extremely well, especially when it comes to the cult art and sciences. And, that's Oculus 1 and then 2. Everybody should watch those in conjunction because, I mean, this one really, really added, amplified the first one for sure. So well done, Nate. Fantastic, brother.
Yeah, as I'm listening to him, I can't help but think about my presentation and the parts, and it's like the Isis, putting together the parts of Osiris, and it's like our consciousness rising. So anyway, I see these parallels, and it's really fun. I want to hear Nate talk about that.
Yeah, people should check out his cubbyhole.com and Outcasting, his podcast, I found on various podcast players. Nate's been doing this work for a long time, and that's why he's gotten to such a high level of not only his audio and his visual, but, the content, deep and challenging. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I always appreciate his occult and green language linguistical logistics, and it's quite fantastic. I always appreciate his work. He's got a great voice of reason, just like so many other presenters in this conference, and the way he goes about his art, which has been featured in previous conferences as well. He's got a lot of stuff in the works on the cubbyhole, and great job, brother. Thank you for being with us, Nate.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Fantastic. So we have the last Woody Martin animation. Let's go ahead and play that. And then my presentation's coming up, which I'm doing it live. Here's Woody Martin with all these great animations. Fantastic. Here's the last one of his Bigfoot series.
I apologize for the interruptions. Okay, where were we? Step 2, processing. Within the human, like us big feet, the processing part typically deals with 4 aspects: earth, air, water, fire, or physicality, intellect, emotion, action. Now, let's see how that corresponds with the data points we found regarding anger. Physicality, the individual who is trying to manage their anger and the physical world around them. Intellect, a frustration arises which triggers anger. This frustration can arise from an internal or external source. The frustrating thought activity produces an emotion of anger. Now it's time to use mindfulness, mental recognition of the anger emotion and its triggers. Action, using a breathing technique 2, transmute anger into a more desirable emotion. Now that we've processed some of the correspondences in regards to anger, we can now move to the third and final step of the trivium, which is output. Choosing the wise action and actually using the breath work to control anger. Now you have a methodology to reprogram yourself. In regards to anger management, using the trivium process and transmutation. However, it's a lot easier said than done. The use of willful mindfulness and transmutation is like a muscle. It must be worked out to gain strength. Now, Bigfoot would like to leave you with his favorite breathing meditation, heart-brain coherence. This is a great breathing meditation for repolarizing oneself back into a state of love, so they can truly manifest love through their hearts and minds. There are many uses for this heart-brain coherence meditation. This ancient technique used by us Big Feet and other meditation gurus for millennia has been scientifically proven effective by some of the clever humans at Heart Math Institute. Funny enough, it's also a 3-step process. Step 1, close your eyes. Place your hand over your heart. Step 2, breathe deeply, imagining your brain and heart connecting. Some find it helpful to move their hand up the chest towards the head and back down. Step 3, shift your consciousness and awareness towards the emotion of love and compassion. It's helpful to recall a memory where you felt this emotion strongly. Really try to feel this emotion in your whole body. That's cussing it. That's the meditation. Does not take long at all. Only about a minute. Now you humans have a real powerful tool to help ignite your hearts and minds and manifest freedom. Now let's see how you can use the trivium to decipher
Is that a kangaroo?
truth. Cuss, see you.
Did you know that Buddhist enlightenment is also called liberation, and liberation means freedom? Yes, freedom was the highest goal of esoteric Buddhism, but the Buddha's most important teaching has been lost. After 19 years of meditating and digging through ancient scriptures, I discovered something that blew my mind. There is one verse in the Pali Canon, the most ancient Buddhist texts, that the Buddha himself said was the most important one. And it's missing from every guided meditation, every app, almost every spiritual teacher today. That's why enlightenment has become the stuff of myth and legend, and why freedom is slipping away a little more each year. I break it all down in episode 1 of the Meditate More podcast. If you're ready to discover this missing key, go to meditatemorepodcast.com. This might be the answer you've been looking for all this time.
Together, we'll walk through the corridors of time, uncovering the unusual, the hidden, and the forgotten.
Thank you very much. I want to start by thanking all the Thank you very much. I want to start by thanking all the presenters here at the Funnel 5 conference. Everyone is doing a fantastic job. But folks, things are only getting worse because people still don't get it. I've been repeating myself for 20 fucking years. People still want to tell me that I don't get it, that I'm wrong. No, you don't get it. You're wrong. If you don't get it by now, I don't know what to tell you. Folks, you're trash. Okay? Your parents fucked you up, and you're just dumb, son. You're just dumb. Might as well go back to Fox News and voting because you're just too dumb to get it. That's not my opinion, that's just how it is. Get offended about that statement as you like. Okay? Mark, let me see if I can just get the voice just right. Mark, you're wrong because morality is subjective. It's only the law of the jungle, Mark. Yeah, I'd say that's just about right. Smacked asses. For those of you who are on the front lines doing the work, I thank you. But it's not good enough, folks. And I hate to say it like that, but it's true. Okay? We are getting our asses beaten mercilessly by the dark occultists, okay? So keep arguing with me and other people online that do get it, you know, splattering your verbal diarrhea all over the internet. Dross. Really, great strategy, folks. Let me know how that works out for you. Ladies and gentlemen, government is slavery.
All right. Hello, everyone. Logan Hart here again to sign off. I certainly hope that you enjoyed all these little skits and voice impressions that I put together for you. I know I had a ton of fun making these and was laughing really hard just trying to record them. If you enjoyed them, I hope that you'll go follow me on Logan Makes Noise on your preferred platform, ideally over on TikTok, Instagram, or YouTube. I'm going to be doing a lot more of this kind of thing over there, trying to mix some truth in with comedy to kind of get that message to a wider audience. And of course, if you do like the deeper, more philosophical stuff, which I assume you're here that you do, as many of you know, I also have a channel called The Wizard Factory, so you can also check that out. So you can follow either of those platforms or both at linktree/Logan Makes Noise or /The Wizard Factory. So I hope to see you there. Thank you again to the FUNL organizers for having me here, and freedom for all. Much love, everyone.
All right. That last animation for Woody. Thanks, Woody, for all the hard work you put into doing those. Those are great.
Yeah, I love that one. That one was a great, I don't know, a great thing to put towards the end of this conference, you know, because it was like adding something to the beginning of the conference yesterday. It was all related and we woven together really beautifully.
Absolutely. Yep. And Logan, thanks for doing the voice clips. Those were a hit for this conference. Appreciate that.
I tried, so good.
When Logan was doing the Mark Passio, like just looking away from the screen and not looking at his face and just listening, and I'm like, man, it really does sound a lot like his voice. It's like he's so good at that. It's amazing.
Yeah, when I first got him, I watched him a few times, but I would just look at the image of who he was doing the voice, and it was like, oh man, you're nailing it on many of those voices. So that was pretty cool. All right. Yeah, we're running a little bit early, like 10 minutes, but we can just get into my presentation, and I'm sure the roundtable people, wouldn't mind hopping in early because a lot of them are on the East Coast, so it gets kind of late.
Yeah, let's do it. Well, gosh, Will, I just first have to say you have an incredible endurance and ability to focus and concentrate. The second day here, it's been flawless. Your work is producing the show, and I'm pretty wiped out. I'm stumbling over my words, right? And here you are just about to do your presentation live. So I'm super impressed with that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks. It must be all that damn hydrogen. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's hydrogen, water, a little bit of coffee, a little bit of tea. There you go. Yep. Derek's got one. You got it back from your cousin, huh? Didn't
Yeah, remind people, check out willkeller.com and Ostara.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ostara Hydrogen. Absolutely.
Yes.
Something I've been doing the last, I think, like 3 funnels is I would do them live, but I would edit my presentation during the conference to kind of incorporate things that I've learned from the other presenters, right? So this one is interesting. I'm talking about the spirit of fire, which it's kind of been covered in great detail throughout the conference. But, like I've said a million times, clarity is key. Comprehension is kind of where the heart of the matter is. And I think it's going to be a good presentation to kind of end the conference on.
Awesome. Well, let me give you a more official intro. Will Keller is a devoted father, public speaker, and educator committed to advancing true freedom through natural law and objective morality. He's known for his ability to simplify deep philosophical concepts into clear, actionable wisdom. So we're going to get that right now. Take it, Will.
Thank you, Leslie. Appreciate it. Yeah, doing it live right here in StreamYard. This is fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the end of the conference, I hope you've all found great value in this event. We've put some, blood, sweat, tears, resources, and all of that has to do with fire itself. So what do I mean by the spirit of fire? I already did a presentation called The Spirit of Water, and I will do one on earth, air, metal will be incorporated in earth as well. Then I will finish on the ether itself, which is the accumulation of all the elements. Now, a lot of people, they might think that's kind of, woo-woo type stuff, new agey maybe. It's actually very esoteric, and it's extremely ancient. From the dawn of time, absolutely. I can say that with confidence because of what I'm going to explain today. So, the spirit of fire. And when I say fire, as we go through this presentation, I quite literally mean fire, but also metaphysical, not only physical, psychological, allegorical, and metaphorical, archetypal. Every category is related to what I'm calling fire, right? Now, a big part of my work is animism. This is a core foundational topic of my work itself. And what is animism? Now, the ignorant or the person that has no idea what animism really is would immediately correlate that to, primitive. This is what primitive indigenous cultures believe. And yeah, there's accuracy there, right? This is what I call the first world. These are people that live closest to nature. Obviously, a packed, condensed city would be, third world, in my opinion, because you are 3 times removed, many more times removed from the natural world itself. But can we actually separate ourselves from nature? Absolutely not, because we are a part of nature. So let's look at the word animism real quick, because this actually sets the whole foundation of the perceptive worldview that we are going to, dissect the spirit of fire and what fire is. So animism comes from anima, which is Latin, which quite literally means animation, life, breath, energy. These are all words that explained the life force and the animating principle in all things in reality, right? So every ancient culture in the past has seen plants, minerals, mountains, lakes, the sky, the sun, the stars, every living thing as having this vital life force energy derived from the Great Spirit, the One, the All, whatever term that you want to attach to it. I will use the Great Universal Spirit because The word God itself, right, has so much baggage and cultural connotation as in a deity. I am talking about a living dynamic force that penetrates everything and is within everything. So animism simply is the worldview that everything is consciousness, everything is energy, and everything is alive to certain degrees and levels. And that would include the elements, right? So the worldview of living reality, this is animism, recognizes nature as alive, intelligent, and lawful, as in natural law or the laws of nature. It sees the forces of the world not as dead matter, but as dynamic processes that teach through observation and consequence. Nature becomes the ultimate mentor, revealing truth through interaction rather than belief. To study the elements is not to study symbols. That's part of it, right? Very minor part. But it's to study how reality actually operates. Okay? So we are not, or I am not inventing meaning. We are talking about observable characteristics that anyone can see, recognize, and come to understand at various levels, right? So why the elements matter. This is the architecture of change, of reality itself. The elements are the base level of what we would call, or I would call, the great universal spirit, right? It is pure expression, pure form, metaphysically and physically, right? So these are attributes that are very important. Elemental forces as laws of reality. The elements are not metaphors or belief systems. They describe how objective reality operates across nature, consciousness, and human behavior. Every condition, physical, psychological, or social, arises from the metaphysical elemental dynamics interacting lawfully. To understand the elements is to understand how reality moves, changes, and responds from the foundational forces, the base levels. So you cannot change a condition without understanding the forces that create it, right? So self-discovery through elemental awareness. The elements reveal not who you think you are, but how you actually operate. Remember, fundamental and foundational attributes of objective reality. And of course, this corresponds to our own internal ecology and how the self works. Self-discovery is not introspection alone. It is pattern recognition. The same forces that shape ecosystems, weather, and stars operate within the human psyche itself. When we understand the elements, we see how thoughts become actions, actions become habits, and habits become outcomes. Change begins when we stop fighting reality and start working with it. And this is why understanding the elements is so important, right? Because when we have a sense of what fire actually is, on all of those levels, right? Metaphysical, physical, psychological, we can start to look within our own mentation and our own habits from those foundational characteristics. And I'll get in, we'll get more into detail as we progress. So the fire element. Let's talk about some just basic correspondences that most everyone can kind of relate with, right? Well, fire, it is objective, right? Fire it has heat, it has light, it's expansive, it moves upward, which is why the alchemical symbol is a triangle, right? It looks even like a fire. If you have like the fire in the image right there. It has the symbol, the geometrical pattern of an upward triangle. Fire is activation. It has initiative, transformation, purification. It symbolizes will, passion, courage, and assertiveness. These are core qualities. We can easily just observe fire and we can see that it must be cared for, it must be respected, right? Fire can heat your whole house, you can cook your food, you can distill a tincture down and make a medicine, you could burn your house down, you could burn your neighborhood down, your community, right? So fire just is certain things, and we can come to know these things and understand how they function in reality and what that means for humanity in the aggregate and our relationship to nature. The spark. Remembering fire. Fire as primordial force. Fire is one of the most ancient forces known to existence. Long before civilizations, belief systems, or language, fire was already shaping worlds through creation, transformation, and destruction. It is not chaotic by nature. It's catalytic. So fire is a catalyst. Fire initiates change where stagnation once ruled. If fire can be summed up with one word, it would be, in my opinion, transformation itself. So when we think about certain aspects of fire, probably one of the biggest would be the sun itself, right? The giver of life. Whole religions have been created all on the sun, the S-U-N, the solar deities, the solar cults, Christianity, it's all upon the element of fire and the sun, right? So we'll get more into the transformational and the forces and how fire is a catalyst later on. Fire and consciousness. Fire has always symbolized illumination, awakening, and awareness. Wherever fire appears, something becomes visible that was once hidden, right? To de-occult something is to activate the element of fire, to bring something from the darkness into the light. To educate oneself is also an element of fire itself, to illuminate, right? From knowledge, of knowledge. Consciousness itself behaves like fire. It expands, it consumes illusion, and transforms perception. Nothing truly awakens without heat, right? The whole awakening process is the element of fire, right? Because we have to burn the illusions, the dogmatic belief systems that we have. And of course, as the symbolic mythology and story of the phoenix awakens from its own self-sacrifice and ashes, it becomes anew. And the phoenix is not a water phoenix. It's not even an earth phoenix. It's a fire phoenix for a reason, right? For a reason. So the symbolic characteristics have profound meaning, and we can also understand this in our own life via even our own awakening journey. Coming into the knowledge of what is going on in the world, what truly is going on. You are not the same person as you were before. That person is dead. This is why death is so important, and this is why fire is so important. Yes, we need to burn ourselves, right? Burn those bad habits, the dogmatic belief systems that we still hold, so we can arise anew. That's what fire does. Just as fire burning a field, right,
revitalizes the soil and the earth and activates many nutrients and plants as well. There's a rhyme and a rhythm to nature. We can come to know this. This is all animism. There are no books on animism. Nature and life itself and interaction is the heart of animism. The living flame, fire in nature. Sorry, I forgot my note. So fire in the natural world. Fire exists in the sun, obviously, right? It's lighting. We could see volcanism and even human metabolism, right? There's certain characteristics of the human body itself. The heart is a fire element organ, right? The circulatory system, it's pumping the life force, the energy, that is fire. That is a fire element. The digestive tract, right? The breaking down and the burning up of the hypochloric acid in the stomach, that acid, that's heat, right? That's the breaking down and burning of the food that we take in. So the solar plexus, right? The guts in the Eastern traditions, solar, it's talking about the sun. It is referring to the element of fire itself, right? So action itself is the element of fire. Nature uses fire lawfully and cyclically. It clears what is dead and renews what can grow. Fire is part of life's rhythm, 100%. 100%. Some of the most nutrient-dense soil comes from, the volcanic area, right? So we can see this. We can observe the natural world, and we can come to understand correspondences of the fire element itself, right? And even in all the mystery traditions of, in the tarot tradition of wands representing, stabs representing fire element, the sun, Mars, Aries, all of these correlations, they're just symbolic for representing a certain attribute of energy and life and nature. Creative versus destructive fire. Fire destroys only what cannot endure. I'll read that again. Fire destroys only what cannot endure. Forest fires renew ecosystems. Controlled burns prevent catastrophes. Creation and destruction are phases of one process. Nature never wastes fire. The first torch, fire and humanity. Fire as humanity's first technology. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The discovery of fire, I think it's always been here, but then again, who knows? But still, fire is a technology, just as water can be a natural technology, and the earth and air and all the elements, right? We look at ether itself. The dielectric magnetism can be harnessed and used as technology for humanity as free energy. But yes, fire itself, technology in itself is a fire element. So fire gave humanity warmth, protection, metallurgy, right? And civilization, what we know as modern civilization with our modern tech, computers. This is all electricity. This is all fire element. It extended human capability beyond instinct. With fire came power. With power came responsibility, or the lack thereof, right? This points to what Tyler Bloyer was talking about within his presentation, that lack of moral and ethical responsibility with the power of technology or the power of the element of fire. What happens when you don't respect fire? What happens when you don't understand how to control a burn? Objectively, you will get burned 100%. The Promethean fire, this is the mythos most popular, and there's many across cultures. Fire was sacred and guarded. It symbolized knowledge and divine responsibility. The myth of Prometheus reminds us power without wisdom carries consequence, right? Prometheus stole fire from the gods. Now, that is a symbolic representation that humanity might not have earned the knowledge of fire. Even as we are now today with AI and the advanced technology, we obviously don't earn that technology, because if we did actually earned it, that the moral and the ethical wisdom would be there in all technology that we utilize, right? So more or less, we are kids juggling with flaming balls, right? Or flaming sticks, whatever they're called. The inner flame, fire within an individual. So now we're stepping into the internal ecology, our internal environment. Fire is willpower. It is the will. Within every individual lies an inner fire, the capacity to choose and direct action. This fire is will, not impulse. Will is sustained intention aligned with purpose. Without inner fire, no action endures, right? This is talking about the impulse, the reactionary, which I would still say is an elemental, fire, but it's undisciplined, right? It's like a wildfire. We want focused, harnessed, disciplined fire, which we're going to talk about that right now. Discipline versus impulse. Impulse burns quickly and collapses. Discipline is fire under control, steady and refined. Mastery begins when fire obeys consciousness, right? We are the wielders. We are consciousness, wielding and endowed with all of these elements. Why is it important to understand the attributes of fire, of all the elements, right? Obviously, for self-development, for moral wisdom and ethical upgrades within our own action and behaviors. Conscious willpower is disciplined fire, right? There are things that we can do on a day-to-day basis. Set goals, have that integrity, say what we are going to do, to develop this discipline and to develop the willpower within our own individual lives. That is kindling and harnessing the fire element. Most people nowadays being extremely reactive on certain things. This is just the fire element as a living force, dominion over their individuation, right? The moral fire, natural law. Absolutely. Fire as truth. Fire reveals reality by burning away illusion. Under natural law, truth does not negotiate. It manifests consequence. Illusion cannot withstand heat. Reality is the ultimate fire. Nothing false survives it. Meaning, if you don't align your perception to objective reality, that which is and that which is manifesting, right, then you are obviously in a delusion, and that will not suffice, right? That's not durability or longevity. So, fire being the active principle of life is reality because reality is active, right? Truth burns deception. And when we as truth speakers, obviously harnessing that fire element, we can project that, right? You could say, we're spitting fireballs, metaphorically, that can burn down the dogma and the false beliefs that people hold. Cause, effect, and responsibility. Every action is an ignition. Moral choices spread beyond the self. Power without care creates destruction, not freedom. You know, people, we always talk about, dropping seeds, planting seeds. Well, you could plant an acorn and it might not do anything for 7 to 10 years, right? We want to spark. We want to light candles. We want that spark of ignition. And we do that by telling truth and also providing accountability and responsibility. Letting people know the dire straits that we are in. Not having people just agree, oh yeah, I totally agree with you. Okay, then prove it. Activate. Do something. It is time. That is lighting another's candle, and that candle lighting the bonfire of moral right action. That's what that is. The flame of freedom. Tyranny fears fire. Control depends on apathy and confusion. Disciplined will threatens every system built on obedience. Fire awakens sovereignty. Now, let me just give you the visual from the elemental worldview, right? What is tyranny, right? What is a society that is its main beliefs is based in moral relativism and the belief in human authority, and it's living in slavery itself, right? Well, it would look like stagnation. It would be, there are dark sides to these elements as well, right? It's definitely not alive. It's definitely not a fire element. It would be frozen ice. It would be a tundra. It would be a swamp, earth, elemental just stagnation, a pool, because you have the water element. That emotional decay is there. The lack of life, the lack of creativity, right? Fire, when you light a fire, it is life. It is creation. Sure, it is burning, but it is creating. This is why the eternal flame and fire element has always been seen as the element of life. So, of course, tyranny fears fire. It fears that righteous indignation, that righteous flame, that flame of truth, the sword of truth, right? So real anarchy, reclaiming the flame. You know, it's interesting that the mainstream, the social engineers, the programming and the conditioning, when they say anarchy, what's the image the normies, the majority of people get in their mind? Fire. Cars burning, buildings burning down, neighborhoods burning down. Oh, look at these people, they're burning stuff down, right? That is sorcery. That is taking the knowledge of the elements and using them for dark magic to influence perception. That's not real anarchy. Most of us here know this, right? So it's time to reclaim the flame. The inversion, obviously one of the main dark occult techniques that they do, flip truth on its head, invert and pervert truth, invert nature and how it operates. Mainstream culture depicts anarchy as chaos and burning cities. The inversion equates freedom with destruction. True anarchy means no rulers, no masters, no slaves. Real anarchy is inner fire forged. Inner fire forged into right action. That's what real anarchy is. Because we all should know anarchy is an effect. Freedom is an effect. An effect of what? Moral right action. action is a fire element. How do you get to moral right action? It is forged internally, internal in the inner forge of individuals, understanding the elemental forces and how to activate them and harness. You could see, obviously, what was it, the 17th, February 17th, we had the Ring of Fire, so I threw that in there. The Ring of Fire has been depicted as inversion, symbolically, right? Because you have fire around the moon, right? So it's been symbolized as almost a dark time to pause and, don't act during that time. It's false light. False versus true anarchy. Obviously, the false is chaos, reaction, and destruction. True anarchy, discipline, self-governance, moral order. Fire wielded builds freedom. Fire unleashed destroys blindly. Even the unbegun, the uninitiated, the unaware, right? All of these elements are within all of us, and they are being expressed in every individual that is alive, right? So even the normies are utilizing the fire element within the actions that they choose to take. The question is, what are they using that fire element of action towards? What are they supporting, condoning? The inner forge, this is the alchemical fire. Now, in the alchemical traditions, fire is, like I said earlier, fire represents, one word, transformation. In alchemy, you have to have fire, right? Using fire for distillation, evaporation, circulation, calcination. All of these include fire. It's interesting, the work in the alchemical tradition. Now, to get fire, what do you have to do? You have to chop wood. You have to get wood to light the fire, right? Even plants themselves, right? Wood is actually trapped light, is what it is, right? It is fire. Light is fire itself. The sun, the fire element, this might be a side tangent, but we're talking about the alchemical tradition here. It's something I'm very passionate about, being an herbalist. The sunlight, it activates in plants through photosynthesis. Plants literally grow and activate, form, and matter, plant tissue from the fire element of life, right? And then that grows plants, trees, right? And then we can harness that lumber, and then we use it to kindle an actual fire. So, calcination. Alchemy begins with fire, and illusions burn away under pressure. What survives the fire is what is real. Does that sound familiar to anyone? What survives the fire is what is real. The apophatic method, right? Burning that which is not away to find out that which is, right? This is a very fiery elemental process, right? Apophysis, the apophatic method. I say this all the time. How do you find a needle in a haystack? You burn the hay. That which remains is what? The needle. In alchemy, in distillation, or even in the spagyric methodology, right? You're using the fire to heat up, to separate the vital essence, right? The spirit, the Agni in the Eastern, the Vedic traditions, that the energy, and you're separating that, and then you can bring it back together in a more pure form. So fire burns down the impurities, false beliefs. The blue flame is refined fire, is focused and precise. The goal is not more fire, but pure fire. That reminds me of the movie The Legend, right? 1980s, Tom Cruise, really good movie. There's the scene where the little goblin is saying, fire, fire, burning higher. I forget the rest, but more fire is not the point. What is a blue flame? It is pure fire. This is what the blue flame initiates, the blue flame, this is what it meant for the alchemical traditions. Oops. So cultivating discipline, disciplined flame. True fire grows through consistent right action. Small voluntary acts of discipline strengthen the will. Fire responds to commitment, not excitement. When you're excited, that is obviously an elemental force of fire, but it's very chaotic. It's very sporadic. It's like a sparkler. You're throwing little sparks everywhere, right? Fire responds to commitment. When you are caring for the forge or for the fire, right? You're doing it with great care. Steady burn. Consistent right action. Acts of discipline. Consistency. This is what the disciplined flame is. And of course, Brandon Spencer touched on this, right? Carrying the lantern, passing the torch. The lantern of wisdom. This is an occult message that has been in many of the mystery traditions, right? The lantern of wisdom, passing the torch, right? This is about the education of the occult arts and sciences to the next generation. Obviously, we want this to be de-occulted. We want it to be common sense knowledge that everyone knows this. But educating the youth is absolutely vital. A lantern does not lose its flame by lighting another. Wisdom survives only when carried forward, right? So you have to care for the lantern itself. A generation that fails to transmit wisdom, the lantern, does not break the chains of oppression. It simply hands it forward. Stewardship across the generations. If we do not teach true freedom and natural law, the next generation will inherit confusion. Passing the torch is stewardship. Freedom is preserved through the transmission of the element of fire, of right action. So, getting down to the spirit of fire. What does it mean? I mean, we can talk about it in all of these categories, the alchemical, the physical, health itself, right? When you have heartburn, there are certain plants and herbs that naturally are cooling, that are naturally a water element. Where do the fire element herbs, plants grow? The desert, the peppers. They're naturally spicy and hot. This is the expression of the fire element. We can see it in every aspect of life, health, psychological, spiritual, metaphysical, right? And even societal, in our behavior, in that eternal forge of doing the right thing. And we are harnessing that willpower by those small acts daily. Someone asked me, Will, how do I develop will? Will, you do that through forcing yourself to act in those small capacities, right? Say you will do something, then do it. You're going to do the cold plunge, do that every day. You're doing your push-ups, do that every day. You're going to eat a certain way or have, do a certain morning ritual, stick to it and do that. By you committing to those small acts, you're building integrity, and integrity is the kindling of that internal forge and flame of right action. within oneself. So the spirit of fire has never been good or evil. It simply just is, right? It simply reveals what we do with the knowledge, the power itself. It warms or it consumes. It builds or it destroys. The difference is not in the flame, it is in the one who wields it. Right? The sword of truth can absolutely be used for self-defense. It can be used for violation and transgression. Right? That sword, that symbol of fire itself. The spirit of fire is the principle of transformation made conscious. It is the force of will that initiates change, illuminates truth, and enforces consequence. Fire is the active power within nature and within the human being that refuses stagnation and demands growth through heat, pressure, refinement. Just like the forge. It is neither chaotic nor cruel. Fire is honest. The spirit of fire is disciplined energy aligned with purpose. The inner flame that forges sovereignty, burns illusions, and turns potential into reality. This is what this conference is about. Ignition. You, listening to my voice right now, those that have attended and viewed all of the fantastic presenters and artists within this conference, doing it, they are gifting sparks to light your lantern, to spark your crucible, to light your forge of moral right action. What say you? This is what it's about. Ignite hearts and minds. Just as mental, those thoughts, that mentation is active fire. And care, true care, compassion, courage is the element of fire. Everything that we talk about, the element of fire, is to do the right thing, is for true freedom. This is understanding what the spirit of the element of fire is all about. And ladies and gentlemen, I hope you ignite within your own right? Kindle that inner forge with care, with precision, and with discipline. And we hope to see you at the next funnel. Thank you all for your kind attention. All right.
Great job, Will.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate
I'm fired up. I know that. And it's, late in the day and I should be tired, but you just lit the fire under my ass, literally.
Hey,
ready to go another round. Bing, bing.
That's right. That's what I was trying to do. I mean,
Great work,
burn
man.
out, right? So yeah, you got to light your ass. You got to light that fire. Excellent. Yeah, thank you all. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I think you brought together all of the aspects of fire in such an understandable way, and it brought it home for me. It integrated those concepts more deeply. So I do appreciate that. Yes.
Yep, excellent. That's kind of that's been my kind of thing that I've done the last few funnels, is tie it on. And in case people kind of want to know what I mean by that, is I'm building that presentation over as I'm doing the conference. So there are I have a general outline that I started with, but literally the past today and yesterday, I'm building that presentation, being inspired by watching and listening to the presenters.
That's fantastic. That's amazing.
Yeah, phenomenal work, Will. Spectacular, and the way you just tied it all in and just brought it as like the anchor of it all, and being the anchor of this whole live stream, this whole weekend. Yeah, it's a great way to flex all the skills and put them all together, and like, wow, on
Appreciate
display.
that.
Fuck yeah.
Can someone remind me, did we play the last Logan Makes Noise?
With Mark Passio?
Yes.
Yeah,
okay,
I
we
think,
did.
yeah,
Perfect.
we did.
Perfect.
Mhm.
Cool. So that means we are round table time.
All right.
Let me get something situated. We'll bring in all the guests, and again, if you have a question for any of the speakers, put question in all caps, and we'll get those starred up and brought forward.
All right. Do all our people know we're starting? There's Jerry.
We're gonna bring them all in.
Awesome.
I gotta switch it up.
We even have the pleasure of having Douglas Martin in the house as well.
Wow.
I would say we got a very special guest tonight. Honored FUNL guest.
Scholar.
Pretty awesome. Douglas Martin.
Yeah.
Like Nate's here. Corey, what's up? Jerry, good to see you guys.
Yeah.
Awesome. Some of the best people in the world here, all in one place.
How many spots do we have total, like, to fill?
Well, you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, we can do 12.
12. Okay. So
yeah, we have space.
Have room for more.
Yeah, you can always scoot next to Chris right here. After.
Yeah, we're not really worlds away like it looks. Arm's distance here. Even though it looks like you're in the Shire, it's actually my dirty garage. That's why I'm wearing my jacket. It's chilly.
That's so funny.
Do we have Soul?
Derek's teleporting.
Oh, he's asking how we get on. So can someone send Soul Expression?
Yeah, I got him.
A link? Okay.
I see Cynthia Mitchell's trying to come in. There she is.
Hey.
Yeah. All right.
Awesome. Where did Corey go?
Hey, I know you've been kind of busy, Will, doing your live presentation and all, but if it works out, Douglas sent over a track of his music and to our email. So maybe
Excellent.
On the way out, if you can manage it, but it might be too much to ask. But I didn't get a chance to hit you in the chat, so
I got the email right here. Let's do it.
Hit you up. Yeah, right on.
Very good.
We have Douglas. So there he is. Hello.
I think he's trying to get the audio worked out there.
Okay, so yeah, Chris, if you want to kind of start it off, I'll look for some questions, see if we got any in the chat, or
right
Leslie,
on,
or Derek.
Well, I guess, jumping off from Will's presentation, the fire, the ignite, like it's all about takeaways. What do we take away? And then what do people take away from what we've seen here? So why don't we just start with talking about any takeaways from today's presentations? Anybody got something fresh on your mind? I got Cynthia from yesterday. Why don't we start off with you since you weren't able to be here yesterday?
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, from even just the last presentation, wow, I'm just like, it's just been like overload of so much good information. But I really resonate with the animism thing, because I feel like so often we get caught up in, if something doesn't appear to us, like us, if it doesn't communicate like us, if it doesn't act like us, or express emotion like us, it's not conscious, it's not sentient, it's not whatever. That's our assumption, but that's a hierarchy assumption to me, and so that really resonates with me, animism, because if we're all from the same source, everything is conscious, you know what I mean? At some level, it's just different levels of it. So that really resonated so much with me, Will. Like, your presentation was fire. So yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, and just real quick, you bring up a very good point. I mean, this is why we see all these correlations throughout time, throughout all cultures, right? There's these similarities and these correspondences, and they're just expressed in like different ways, right? So it's like if I'm growing a garden here on the West Coast and someone has a garden on the East Coast, it's going to look slightly different. Principles might be the same though.
Right.
So
right, and like, because I'm a big gardener, and you probably know from my presentation, and I talk to my plants, I play music for my plants, I do all the things for them, and like, once I started really studying them, they know when you come home just like your dog knows when you come home. They react to when you are present and when you are not. So they're extremely conscious, extremely sentient. They just can't express it with a smile or with jumping on your leg, but that doesn't mean, it's not conscious or sentient.
How are you sensing that? What signs do you see?
Oh, they've done scientific studies on this.
Okay.
They
yeah.
studied the plants and, like studied the energetic reaction. And they also, when you harvest them, they react to that because they sense danger. So if you don't have a good relationship with your plants, they actually suck up all their nutrients back into their roots when you try to harvest, like as much as they can, because they sense you as danger. So I don't even harvest unless I go to the plant first and say, thank you for, offering me this and because I want the most nutrients, and I do appreciate their sacrifice. They're sacrificing themselves for you to eat. It's weird to me that people only think animals, they're sacrificing as well. Just because they're a plant, they're still sacrificing themselves when you eat from them. So I ask permission, I thank them, and then I harvest. Because all of these things are scientifically studied and proven. They will absorb, and some plants create a lot of them, most of them create toxins as well when you try to harvest. So you get a lot of toxins if you don't harvest the right way, because they're trying to protect themselves. They're extremely intelligent.
Yeah, it seems like all life on this planet understands the interconnectedness of life on this planet, and humans are trying to catch up to that. It's like, hello, guys, come on. We need you to get it together. I mean, mycelium are kind of way further ahead on the schedule on that than the majority of humans nowadays.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, we do have some questions coming in, but maybe real quick we could do like a super fast, just how you feeling? What'd you think about the conference? And just go around so everyone can kind of check in real quick.
You want to go next, Corey?
Alrighty. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me on and for letting me do my presentation and for just witnessing the amazing passion. You wanted to know our thoughts in regards to seminars. And one thing that came to mind is I just love seeing people express their passion and their care for humanity, regardless of, how much money they're making from it or how many views they're like, just the fact that people are putting their passions out there, it makes me want to be a part of this community. Like that alone is such a beautiful thing. And that's why I love, connecting with you guys. And so I'm always going to, be around this community, and anybody who wants to reach out. There's a lot of really amazing projects happening. It's really strange actually to see Jerry on my screen and Cynthia, because I talk to you guys like outside of streams and I never collaborate with you guys online, which is funny. Like Jerry, I see you like almost in person like all the time for stuff I'm doing. And if I elevate my foot sometimes, that's because I have a 2nd-degree burn, so I have to work on that. But yeah, awesome. Speaking of fire, good job, Will. You spoke to my injury there, but no,
there you go.
The passion
Aloe,
is very
right?
important. Yeah, well, I didn't have it at the time. Now I can't treat it because it's a little after. It's pretty crazy.
Gotcha.
But yes, there's always natural cures, remedies, and we always have to listen to our body, give ourselves downtime when we're pushing ourselves and when we're doing these projects. And so for everybody out there, you're not alone. What you're suffering through, what you're going through, we're here to support you. And the fact that it is like a more like tight community where people care about each other and all that is a beautiful thing. You know, I mean, if we had like hundreds of thousands of Spurgs, that's not necessarily a good thing. You know what I mean? Like we can give more care and attention to each other. So I love this community. And it will get to the point where we do reach the masses, because I've seen just in the past couple of years how this movement has moved, you know, with fire, basically, to large places, institutions, and the things that we're doing. It's much more in person. It's much more collaborative. I think like Cynthia, like I met you maybe last year or 2 years ago, Jerry as well, right? And so there's a lot of people who I consider to be like new in the natural law community that I've seen, and I think we're all just finding each other. And the more and more this grows, it's like slowly but surely you win the race. You know, it's going to happen. It's going to happen, and you're going to have all sorts of different sparks and flares of fires going on everywhere. You're going to be like, it's going to be uncontrollable after a while. They're going to be like, who's Corey? Who's Will? It's like there's going to be a billion other people sharing that message, and that's a good thing. You know?
Well said. Yeah, man.
I think we need to hold that vision too. I think we need to see it happening, use our power of visualization to bring forward these details of that positive outcome. I do believe that's a big part of success. Yeah, thank you, Corey, because you have that optimism and that beautiful vision.
Yeah.
Jerry, you want to go next?
Cynthia, you're muted.
Cynthia, yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, I just want to give a shout out to Corey because he inspires me so much because he does so much in-person stuff. And that's like my goal is to like get out there and be more in person. And I'm also excited because next month I'm going to Florida and I can finally meet Jerry and Corey in person. And it's like, that's a big deal for me. So yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I'm so inspired by this conference. Last year inspired me, ignited me to start SoundPath and to just come full circle like this. And I really hope that this type of work that we're doing collectively continues to reverberate outward and spread that inferno of, just the old dying and the new arising. So just very, just honored to be here amongst you all.
Hey, Jerry, since you were just talking real quick, we got a question for you. It says, what was it like composing a presentation for a subject you were experiencing in real time? And when did you decide you were going to speak on that topic? Respect to you.
Oh, thank you, Chris. So, I'm always trying to think of ways of applying natural law to my life and the trivium process and thinking of, how I can share my personal experience because, a lot of people go through these sort of everyday trials and tribulations and, one can make the excuse, oh, well, I'm, going through a divorce or I'm going through this. I have kids. I can't do the one great work. And it's like, that's an excuse. We can all do it. And and it's about, and I love how, Leslie Powers, you had your internal family systems mentioned. And so we were kind of vibing on that path. And I love how Corey and Derek had, the whole, Lord of the Rings type, so it's just amazing how, even we're almost like creating this like collective sort of mindset and approach to things and thinking about how we can apply the sort of personal into the more societal.
For the Shire, yo.
That's right.
All right, we'll just get into it. So whoever wants to jump in.
Hoping we can hear from Soul Expression next.
Yo, what up, y'all? What's going on? I don't know if y'all saw, but I was headed home when this part started. That does not mean I missed any of Will's session. Will, you went super hard. I so appreciate every single one of y'all, every single presenter, as well as everybody that's putting this on and has been putting this on. And I appreciate the shared oneness that brought us together on a spiritual level for such an event. And it's really great to meet those of you who I have not officially met. And it's really great to be here with Big Sis Cynthia Mitchell and Bro Derek B, who connected me with this world, not the knowledge, but this world, the people. I was activated, a couple years before I started making content. Then I started making content. Then I was at the tail end of making content, and I saw Cynthia's content and hit her up, and it was like, yo, do you happen to be a fan of some rando on the internet named Mark Passio, who nobody I know knows about? And she was like, yes, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, yo, look, we need to link. We need to connect. And then I meet Derek, and then it just, and now I'm on the One Great Work Network. Anyway, if I'm being long-winded, I apologize. I'm just very excited and very happy to be here with you all. I want to meet and shake hands with all of you and give hugs. Thank you for showing my dad so much love as well. I just want to say this as an aside. It's definitely big hurt right now for me. But I feel good right now because y'all, we did our thing, man. We did our fucking thing as far as bringing traction and momentum to our goal, our shared objective of spreading truth.
Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that, man. I'm glad you're here and the contribution that you gave to the conference. And even though I didn't get a chance to play one of your tracks, but we still have it. We can still play a couple. We got Douglas Martin in the house that we're going to play one of his musical tracks as well. How you doing, Douglas?
Your voice isn't coming through. We're supposed to be hearing the drum roll right now.
No, you're muted still. Or something. All these audio little details.
I like what you were talking about, Soul, with, reaching out to Cynthia about if she knew who Mark Passio was. Mark Passio's like, he is that beacon, because same thing happened to me when I first discovered Mark. I went to my only one, hardcore truther friend that was on the journey. I said, hey, have you heard of Mark Passio? He was like, oh man, your whole life's about to change. And I'm like, what? And that's kind of how it started. It's like, so he is this huge beacon, or this torch. And what we're all doing right now is bringing our torches together. And this is in the form of the bonfire that we call the FUNL conference, right? It would be great to take it from the digital space into the real world. But that's, it's a good kind of allegory. I like that.
Passing the torch.
Yeah.
Oh, I can hear you just a little bit. Thought I heard him for a second.
Yeah, you're coming in, but it's very low, Doug.
How about that?
Better.
A little bit louder.
How's that?
It's getting better. And Nate, I think you're far too.
Is that better? Is that adequate?
Yeah, now we're talking. Now we're talking.
Okay, my phantom power went off. I'm using a condenser mic. It's really great to see everybody here. It's really great, and I really appreciate the invite to come in here. And I haven't met everybody here. So very sorry about your loss, and it's really great to meet you. And I just wanted to say that everybody has demonstrated superb performances, and I really love the mutual theme of natural law. That makes it very exciting and very important to me. So I really appreciate you having me in here. And right at this point, I'm more interested in hearing everybody else that really actually presented, and just really going to try to enjoy the round table and, jump in there now and then. But yeah, have at it.
Thanks, Doug. Appreciate you really much, man. You're a legend, and the work that you've contributed not only to the FUNL conference but to the One Great Work is fantastic. So I'm speaking to mainly the viewers out there that might not be familiar with your work. Go check out the Cubbyhole, the podcast, all those episodes you guys did, and even the past funnels that you've gave presentations to. So appreciate you, man.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you, Will. Your talk was amazing, and it takes a lot of guts to do that live, so much respect.
Cool. Thanks, brother.
And you saw a little star in the background there, Indica Martin.
Yeah,
give
that
to
was
nature,
Indica.
And nature will give back to you.
Yeah, we can stay in the cubbyhole and pass it to Nate. Whose presentation was great. Yeah.
Thank you. I definitely second everything that Doug just said. Sorry, I'm a little late. Tech issues. I have had tech gremlins attacking me for the past 2 years, and it's been not so fun. And if people only knew, I mean, I know you guys know, but how much you can go through to make one of these presentations, and how much tech problems you can go through, and some stuff you can control. Most of it you can, but a lot of it just is very frustrating. And but here I am, and here we are, and I'm really stoked to be here and be part of this. And just an incredible conference. It felt like it just kept getting better and better and better. And these conferences definitely keep getting better and better. And just really, really pleased with a lot of the messages that I've seen. And again, to Soul, may your father rest in peace. That's horrible. And but as everyone has said, we all know he's here with us and watching us. And I'm very thankful that my fathers are still with me, and I'm very blessed for that. And just really, really stoked to be here. So I'll go ahead and pass it off.
Thank you, Nate. And you blew me away, good brother. Just wanted to say you fucked my head up, cuz in a good way. Man.
Glad to hear that. Yeah, I was really hoping I would inspire people today with some fire. So you guys definitely inspired me with a lot of fire. It was definitely a hot conference for sure.
I just wanted to say one quick thing, just to Soul, my little brother. As we were speaking of people, doing this work like Jerry in the midst of so much, the fact that he's here right now is like, that's a big deal. Like, he's going through so much and he's still here. That level of commitment to this work, to this great work, is like, I just feel like it deserves acknowledgement.
We got Cat Waters in the house. Welcome.
Hey, Cat.
Hi. How's everybody doing?
Good. Yeah. I hear myself echoing.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation, Kat. That was awesome.
I don't know what to say really. I mean, you don't get to say this stuff for decades and decades, and it's really, really unfortunate what's happening. Oh, someone is asking for headphones. I would have to go upstairs and get them.
Go ahead and finish what you're saying.
Like, I just have to be honest. It's like, it's hard to not really just be upset about everything that's happening. It's like, I'm just doing this stuff for so long. And just watching everything decline and watching how it really wasn't that complicated, to just, you should be just standing up for yourself, fighting back, teaching your kids to stand up for themselves. And I mean, all through the decades, like I just tried and tried and tried. I fought back, and I'm like literally surrounded by enemies disguised as family and community and relatives, and all doing the bidding of the Satanists. And it's like, for the Epstein files and things that are being revealed, and for things to have to be this, sick and evil, to be exposed, for people to start waking up and taking notice, when the signs and symptoms of all of this stuff has been around longer than I've been alive. And people just, they acclimate themselves to it. They just always normalized it, rather than acknowledging it and trying to counter it, just like a long time ago. And it's just very, very, it's hard to wrap my head around. I mean, I use the term fitness a lot because I've, forgive me, seriously, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get people to put heavier weight on their mental barbell so long ago, because they just didn't want to deal with and step up to the plate, no matter how many times the opportunities presented themselves for people, to step up to the challenge and step up to the challenge and step up to the challenge. And all people ever did was minimize, deny, water down, go in the opposite direction of health and fitness, So it was fitness that just guided me. And again, look at how weak society is. Look at how weak the people are. I mean, it's so dysfunctional. Like, I can't even believe, I'm sorry. Like, I can't even believe that this is happening, that the public just, has allowed such evil elite to take over and steal their lives over the decades, and just give their power away. This giant, abusive family system that I call it, when I mean, I don't know, it was kind of a no-brainer to study abusive relationships and to see so clearly what was happening. And it should be so intuitive to fight back, and I just don't know.
It's a heavy grief. I feel that you are like that mother that is holding that heavy weight on the earth plane that Nate referenced symbolically, and that you came to my mind, after hearing you talk, and your the sensitivity, of what you've seen, and the sadness, really the grieving of it not being heard, and transformation not happening as it could have or should have. Yeah, it's a lot you carry, and with a lot of courage. Yeah. We've got a question up here. How do you handle religion and culture in an anarchist family, like dealing with the desire to pass down traditions but not force them onto your partner and children? It's an interesting question. Who wants to start with that?
Can I take a stab at that? Okay.
Yeah.
So first thing I will say with a question like this is it's a great question. because the question itself holds a couple flags in it, right? One of the flags is the words religion and culture. How do you handle religion and culture in an anarchist family? And when we focus on what is religion, what is culture, and what do you mean by like anarchist family, or this put a label here and then say my family is this, right? We can automatically take such a question and go, okay, let's dissolve some of these words that have baggage and say, what does this mean for me? And usually, if we look at, well, how do we handle religion and culture in this label family? What it dissolves into is, how can I or we prepare ourselves to meet up with ideas that don't mesh with our moral, code in our family? How can we deal with anything in any label from any field of study or exploration, meet the parts of those fields that don't connect well with our ethics and what I'm trying to pass on to my kids and build with my partner? How do we meet those? And I would say, if the emphasis is on the truth and the nuance and specificity is in what you like to explore and what you would hope that they also would want to explore, and then what you make minimal is the parts that, but this part I am going to force down all of our throats. This part here, as a foundation that should be aligned with all of our values, this is what I'm going to say, like, hey, we're about this. Just minimize that part. And I think just focus on whatever the truth is and keep compartmentalized into, and these are my interests within the larger alive truth, this living truth. These are my points of focus that I like to bring my family into if they want to come with me and leave their autonomy intact. Then I think what happens with that, especially with a family full of love, is the way that it branches out. It all works out for the best, and the anarchist family, as well as the religion and the culture and the what's normalized in society and all of these things, social media, school, all of these things, they meet against that same background of, but when they come over here, they're met with the truth. And we try to embody that truth and keep the flame of truth alive in all of us. And also, I like to study voluntarism, and I like to study this kind of philosophy and ideology in my temporary stay here on this little blue planet. That's how I would approach that.
Yeah. I would refer to Stefana Johnson's presentation about basically heart-based leadership, or where you're not using coercion and force to lead, but the leadership is through a more patient and embodied presence and modeling of the spirit, and behavior that is important, and I think when it comes to kids, there's a certain point where it's going to be natural for them to experiment with different paths, and I think that it's a mistake to use force to try to make kids comply with a certain tradition or whatever. I think we need to honor their right to choose and their own independent ability to express themselves. I think it's very important. Yeah. Who else?
I agree. I agree with the points you guys are making. If we are being parents in the same way, if we want to be a supportive doctor, health coach, if we want to be a leader and not a dictator, a governor that rules over people, we have to listen. We have to care for the child's needs. We can learn a lot from children, actually. And I think it's very important that if we do model the better way, they would see it and they would want to be a part of it. It's that idea of the unschooling or the homeschooling curriculum that actually supports them from where they are at and something that they want to do. It's fun, it's playful, very different from perhaps our standardized mainstream schooling. And speaking of that, I mean, community, nature, very important, of course, in that whole process. Because if this is something, truth, nature, we say is all present all around us, then really we're working with this parent, this teacher that is here, and we're just kind of guiding, saying here's the teacher, right? And I want to say also, Soul, I didn't know your situation either, so I'm sorry about that. But listen, my family is always open to you if you ever need anything like that. Jerry knows too. Like, my family's very open. And I'll be honest, through a lot of my real life action gathering with people, I probably know thousands of truthers in my area at this point locally, right, Jerry? Like, how many I meet, like every week, I meet like at least 5, 10. They're messaging me every day because I have this network now, massive. And that's why I'm not doing much online content creation. I feel like I have an extended family. Like, I feel like I have a billion people I could reach out to anytime, say like, hey, I want to talk about truth or whatever. I don't really feel the need to be honest, because I have all these people I can go to, and they're all talking to me constantly. So I hope everybody gets that community. I want to encourage that in everybody here, because a lot of people feel like they're alone or they're outraged. And that was me when I was first starting my truth journey, but it doesn't have to be that way. And Catherine, same thing for you. You're always welcome to Florida, and I'll show you. Our church. Like someone asked in the chat, go to church. Like, our church is nature. Our church is our gatherings at Bigfoot, food forest. Well, there's another name we have for it because I'm creating a nonprofit as well. And there's Galt's Landing, 50 acres, that inspired me to do what I'm doing. And then we're working together, and then we're creating all these models, and we're working with someone who's running for governor, and he's got a house on the beach in New Serma, and he's new to truth, and he's just awakening. But we're there for him. We're supporting him despite the fact that he's running in politics. And like, we're making all these connections because we're opening our heart to them. I'm going to the college campuses with Jerry pretty often. And then I'm also going to clubs, at other college campuses, and I'm talking to those students. And so then I go to Qigong centers, meditation centers, the places that inspire me to create what I'm creating. And then what happens is you just have this never ending growing network. And I've only been in Florida for not even 3 years. And like, immediately the events were insanely big because I partnered with a local business that does like healing stuff or natural medicine stuff. But when you are surrounded by great people, you don't care about the news or what's going on online. Like, I don't even follow that stuff. Like, guys, this is the only stuff I'm consuming online is your content. Like, I'm not even like watching the mainstream news. Like, yeah, the Epstein stuff, I follow some of that here and there because it's like, okay, people are starting to catch on. Great. But like, I'm inspired every day I live. I'm like, bro, we're developing more models. Like, we just created a model that I'm going to share with you guys that's going to generate tens of millions of dollars in just a couple of years. And I'm going to detail it for you guys on my YouTube channel. And eventually you guys could all be a part of it. But there's always methods using the market, using community, that don't have to deal with just money or being angry and creating content online. Because I'll be honest, we're going to be all replaced by AI, and the internet already is 80% botted and AI, and platforms aren't doing anything about it. So we have to move toward natural intelligence, nature, God, truth. And as AI grows, people are going to want more of that. People are going to be looking for community. There already is a loneliness epidemic despite having social media. Right? So people are looking for this. They're desiring it. Everybody is. Even people who have no conception of truth, they don't know how to communicate it. They don't know anyone that could bring it out of them. They've been never given the time to be present and sit down and ask themselves, what are my values? What is my greater purpose beyond my work, beyond my school? And so the more we create environments that open people's minds, the more then we can give them information, because they will be receptive to it. They'll be asking for it. Like, I'll have conversations at the colleges, Jerry, like, I know you'll be busy handing out flyers because you're awesome, but like, the conversations I have with these students, some people are thinking I'm scripting them on my YouTube channel, because the things they're saying to me is like, yeah, the system is all crazy, and we got to eat healthier. Like, they know, but no one ever asked them like their views on this. Some of them think they're not qualified because they're not an online influencer. So it's like we lack an organization, really. I mean, there's already millions of people in independent media. InfoWars was in a $1 billion lawsuit. So if anything we can do here in a natural law community to create impact, I just would encourage people as much real life action as possible as we move into this age of AI, and then use the AI tools to encourage more of that connecting to nature, because it can automate a lot of things to make it easier to channel people that way. And Jerry, you and I talk about that too, is like leveraging these systems. Again, you kind of got to work with change, right? I mean, the systems of law, government, religion, the reason why they don't work is because they're not flexible. They're like, this is the way everything has to be. So AI, let's move with it. Let's flow with it. Let's not get stuck on it, just like anything else. Let's flow and let's remember our connection to nature, and then it will be a useful tool. So it's something I just want to throw out there, and to tell everybody that you're all my family and you're all community. And when you have that, you won't look at the world negatively, because that's all programming. It really is. I mean, like, yeah, there's a lot of bad things in the world. There's a lot of people who are doing bad things. I see it. Yeah. And I talk to police officers, and those are some of my best videos where, like, I'm asking them, like, would you suppress their conscience? They say yes. And I'm like, really? You're going to tell me that you're going to do wrong? Like, you're going to tell me if I was, growing this plant that I shouldn't grow it? Like, I'll look at them straight in the eyes, and they'll tell me with like a dead, like, Jerry, just yesterday, right? We were at like Publix, and the manager came out, like, he had like soulless eyes. I can swear I've seen this multiple times in my life. But these are very few people, and it's always very few people. And the mass majority of people do see it. They just need to be organized. They need a place to go. We need more community centers, more people who will open their hearts. And so, Catherine, if you do fitness stuff, like, hey, come on down, we'll do fitness stuff together. That will heal people. People cry after those sessions. It's somatic healing, but like that right there is transformational. And I think anybody can do it from anywhere.
Can I just say something really quick about the kids thing, because it just so happens like tonight, like they're just finishing up now, but my youngest daughter is 21, and they had a meeting because they organize meetings and they do community events and outreach, and they're like totally like full on in the truth and freedom movement, like this young, like, and it's like, whoa, like it's amazes me, and I'm so proud of her. But I never put pressure on them to think like I think or believe like I let them explore whatever they wanted to explore. And I will always just say to them, question everything, even your own beliefs, because the truth can stand up to questioning. So whatever you believe in is true. If you question it, it'll still be true. And that's kind of the route my daughters went. And now they're both like totally into, natural law and truth and freedom, because that's where nature guides you naturally when you question everything.
Could I add real quick, Cynthia, you deprogrammed your brother. Your brother is someone part of my local land project, and someone who, I mean, I don't want to publicly say like all the things he said to me. The way he introduced himself to me on email was just mind blowing. I don't know if he wants that public, but like the fact that he was someone who was a veteran, right, or whatever, like tens of decades in the system, and you helped him get out of that, is something that everybody should like look up to you and say like, how did you do that? Because it's really powerful. Like even yesterday, Jerry, at the bonfire at Dennis's house, that the guy was sitting down like a psychologist, and the lady was getting really angry, and he was sitting there listening. And I was like, wow, your approach is amazing. Because it's like you understand the truth, and then you understand how to share it with people who are just starting to wake up and they're getting really frustrated. And it's like you're sympathetic to that emotion and you're helping them get out of that. And so it's such a beautiful thing to witness. So I just want to say, good job, Cynthia. Like, great job on that.
Yeah, and on that note, we don't have Dan with us tonight. Maybe it was a little late for him, but I love Dan Arnold's talk on that, and he's such a great example of getting out of being actually doing that job, for all those years and seeing it from the other side. And I really like the way he shared too, like that. Like, here's a picture of me, with my kids and stuff when I was a police officer. You know what I mean? He's like, a lot of these guys are, trying to just be guys, taking care of their family and stuff. And so we need to care about them too, and realize that they're people that need love and care and instruction, so that they don't, make those choices that send them down that path of negative karmic, justice, like I talk about, that we all have to face in our own right, and so it's always an opportunity to try and reach out to people, to try to create content, and meeting someone like Dan, who's, totally come from one. And our great friend Jerry from One Great Work
Jerry.
Warriors, who when I met him, he was actually wearing fatigues and walking around in the mess hall with all the other GI Joes, and now he's a One Great Work Warrior, and just doing great things behind the scenes. So thought I'd point that out. But whoever else wants to pop in next, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think that we should target the children with a whole lot of, maybe not our creations as far as our what we put directly onto the internet, but our creations as like the modern voluntarism, modern spiritual anarchism movements. Because our if our ideas that are more aligned with truth than the ideas they may get elsewhere, in my humble opinion, are targeted toward children and successfully. So, maybe eventually we have traction and we have successful children's material, then reintroducing them years later to, and this is why monetary value is just this made up thing that comes with, in its design, a freedom differential or potential for power differential in its design, the design of its purpose. It automatically has lies in it. It automatically has stories that don't align with nature and adhere to nature's actual rules in it. Introducing them to those more complex, more nuanced, more sophisticated trains of thought later in life, as we're still participating in the monetary systems that are held together with the glue of the religion of man's authority, in my outlook, they won't be confused and they won't be so what they say in the Matrix, so inert, so helplessly dependent on the system that they fight to protect it. So I think we should target the kid. That should be a goal of maybe a subsection of us, to get together and make a whole bunch of kids material that we think is good enough, if you will, and marketable, if you will.
Oh my gosh, you're speaking right to the announcement I have to give in a couple weeks. So just stay tuned. But I want everybody who's listening and part of this community, I'm going to need your help, because we're gathering as much material as possible for kids, curriculum stuff. And Jerry, you already been gathering stuff through your Liberation Academy. So you're literally hitting on the nail, and it's like teasing me, because it's like, I want to get it out there. But I'm like, got a lot of different systems to integrate. And by systems, I mean legal frameworks and then bank stuff and a bunch of things to make sure it's all perfect. But yeah, dude, that is so on point. It's crazy.
I was gonna just
Yeah, we got to come up with a lot more conscious material than Mother Goose and Dr. Seuss, So, yeah, get that golden goose of consciousness. Don't lay a fat old egg in nothing, right? Let's see. Should we go to another question? I saw one
think
about
Kat was
anarchy
going to
and
say
dating and stuff.
something. I think Kat was saying something real quick.
Oh yeah, sorry. Go for it,
Yeah, let's
Kat.
hear what Kat's got to say,
Yeah.
and then we'll go to a question.
Yeah, by the way, I just want to say I really appreciate your presentation and like the catharsis. We need that. That's that. The fire, the calcination of hey, what the fuck's going on, y'all? You guys are supposed to be adults and parents, but just because you're a parent and gave birth to a child doesn't mean you know it all, and like nothing you do is wrong or whatever. So accountability. You kidding me?
Yeah, this is like decades and decades in the making. But what I was gonna just add, since Corey was talking about community, so it was 2001 when I was trying to join community in Rhinebeck, New York, at the Omega Institute for Holistic Studies, from 2001 to 3, and then the beginning of 2004. And then the winter of 2002 into 3 was at a place called the Kripalu Center for Yoga and Health in Stockbridge, Massachusetts. I just kind of, know I sort of come at things from maybe like a different perspective, but I just want to kind of, I've been trying to sort of build, community and healthy families for decades. It's really been an emergency for quite a while now, and I tell you, I really think if people don't start really coming together and organizing, it's it's not going to be good. I don't want to be like, but I can't help it. Like from just what I've lived and experienced, and just measuring all these decades, like how things have been playing out, and I can't help but like I have to bring like a heaviness, like a weightedness to it, because I just think it's serious what's going on.
For sure. Thank you, Kat.
You're
I agree
welcome.
with you.
I mean, I don't, it's, I know, I mean, I just don't know what else to say except what I lived, and needing help for 5 decades and never getting it, and being shut up and criminalized and being surrounded by enemies. Again, I apologize that my voice shakes, but it's, I just never thought this stuff was going to be going on this long. And there's Palestine. I did actions for people in Palestine. I mean, I just if I had the funds, like I would do like more of that stuff. Like I'm kind of better with being in the field, being on the battlefield, to a degree. I'll add that. I mean, I don't really want to go into harm's way stupidly, but I feel so kind of, used to sort of being on the battlefield that like I want to be on the battlefield. And I just, yeah, I don't have the funds.
So, I have been talking to Corey and some other folks in our natural law community about, and I would, have sort of floated the idea with some of FUNL organizers here. There are ways that I think that we can come together to, because I'm seeing in general, right, like there is a funding issue in our community. We shouldn't be in situations where someone's getting kicked out of their apartment for growing plants, or whatever. Like there are, if I'm tapping into a sponsorship pool for SoundPath, I want to share that sponsorship pool with everyone. I want FUNL, SoundPath, everyone to get funded. So we're 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 at a sort of strategizing level right now with this idea, but the long-term goal would be to create a sustainable sort of that way people can focus on doing the one great work, because just getting into these like this is how they pick us off. They pick us off with these at one by one, and they make it feel like, oh, this is my individual struggle that I'm dealing with. No, like we can work together as a community so that they don't pick us off all the time, and we can stay strong as a collective. And I don't want to sound communistic or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, if we could just find ways, like if someone's in a better position to give, like, let's just network that opportunity for everybody. So that's sort of what I was thinking about. But
Yeah, Kat, reach out to me sometime and we can talk about this, because there'd be a lot of questions I want to ask, and I want to see how I can help. But anybody out there as well, if you feel alone and you need connections and methods, I'm willing to share that. So, but yeah, I know there's a lot of questions in the chat too, and I don't know if that's what everybody wants to talk about.
And I'm sorry, I'll keep this very short, but I just don't want you to feel like you have to apologize for bringing this up. Yeah, it's heavy, but it needs to be talked about because it's not nearly enough.
Yeah.
I mean,
and it's action.
this is ridiculous. Like right now, I'm currently in like major legal trouble for protecting my own granddaughter from my stepson. Like I'm in major trouble. It's costing me thousands of dollars. I don't even know how it's going to turn out. And you know what? I do it again because that's a baby and she needs protection. And who the fuck am I as a human grown adult and I don't do anything and I'm seeing this in front of my face? You know who cared? When I told the police, no one. No one cared. They still haven't even looked at what he did to my granddaughter. They only arrested me. They never looked into the fact that he didn't feed her formula for a day and a half at 4 months. This is real. This is real life. My niece was murdered at 5 weeks old by her own fucking dad. Both my sisters molested by my half brother. This shit is real. So don't apologize. And I'm sorry for being upset, but this is real life. And this hurts people and affects people. It ruins lives. It destroys people. So don't apologize for bringing it up because we need to deal with the heavy stuff. Everything ain't fucking light. Everything ain't fucking woo-woo.
Yeah. No, I mean, the real math, like I just try to talk about that all the time, the real cost, the real economy. I mean, I can't help it because I've just, it's my body has been shaped by it because the more people around me since, I mean, this is literally going back to 1970 that, oh God, I'm just trying to take a breath and not have my voice shake. But so it like I get so grateful to the body, to the mind body, and it's amazing wisdom and intelligence, because if it wasn't for I'm sorry, oh, my body,
Don't apologize.
that was just like so smart in fighting and having the fit adverse responses to all these really ignorant, enemy people that I was surrounded by. I mean, I thank God I didn't drown in it. I mean, if it was worse abuse, because it was, even neighbors and everyone around just had this insane, the poor abuser, like this children don't count and authority can just do whatever it wants. And I used to say, literally in the 70s, you mean authority can just do whatever they want? Like, no matter how, illegitimate people are, like they just never get held accountable. And, so, I mean, my health really suffered. I used to be really creative in the 70s and the 80s, and all that stuff just got crippled, unfortunately. And it's just, I never expected it to go on this long. Is what I'm getting older and my time is like running out, and it's just very, very sad. I don't know what else to say. I just didn't think it would be so complicated, like to fight back, like to be fit, and for so many people to kind of be in on this like re-education, this inversion of health and nature, and to be so like against fitness, to be like, I talk about fitness so much because people hated it. Like they hated, if they had reality and, just the laws of physics, like just giving them honest blowback, it's like this war with health, a war with the laws of nature that I watched people just do. like warring with God, and I was just like, what on, what the hell is going on? And again, like, I just thank God that my health fought, that my body, that I had like this, I have fight in me, a lot of fight in me. I gotta say, I want to fight really hard, and I got shamed for doing it, and you know, this confusion and making your health like a pathology, making your healthy psych and physical immune system like a pathology, has completely left so many people so disarmed. Like, people have like no defenses. Like, this is how the system has wanted people for decades, completely defenseless, mentally, physically, and spiritually, so they can abuse you, do whatever they want, and if you don't like it, there's something wrong with you. And it's gotten, people have been so groomed to to really believe that like healthy fight, healthy, dissent, healthy resistance, healthy adverse responses or anger and all that stuff is, and it's just not.
It's just not true.
There's so much emotion that needs to be dealt with and expressed. That's one thing I've learned so much from Leslie. Understanding this trauma and being able to express it. There's other people out there that are feeling the similar feelings, and they were alone. And so maybe someone who's watching, maybe the things you're sharing, Kat, will help other people, because they're like, gosh, that's what I've been feeling too.
Mhm.
And I've been feeling alone. What were you going to say, Leslie?
Well, yeah, I think to follow up on what you're saying, it's that what you're expressing here is going to be very validating for other people who may not have felt seen, and you are really validating what they're experiencing and that importance of it and the grief of that. And this is hard work, right, for us to sustain. And we need to start thinking about how do we sustain ourselves emotionally. I love this idea of, where Corey's talking about how, inviting people to Florida. I would love to have some respite time as well. I think we can maybe start to create some of that for each other. Where we live right now, we have an extra trailer, where we have visions of, like people coming and being able to spend a little time, and not that this is, a beautiful permaculture garden or anything, but
we'll get there.
But we'll get there. That's the plan, right? Like, and even like inviting, ourselves to work together towards creating things in our various places. Like, I think we could start to think creatively of how do we offer support to our own network in real ways, like rest and recovery and a chance to be nurtured and not feel alone and overwhelmed. It's really about we have to do something different. We have to get out of our routine and comfort zone a bit with some new ideas.
Can I add a little bit my own 2 cents on that point? Also, in our studies, I think we should be very intentional as to how the narrative behind the facts that we believe, facts or non-facts that we think are facts that we believe, meaning how the story was woven around the beliefs that we are trying to double check and or dissolve because we found out new information. As those who are kind of in it, preaching to the choir, but also more so when we're having the conversations with those who are just now being interested or just now activating, and have not been in the game for years or decades for that matter. Shout out to Kat. There's just, I think, a way that we can approach this unlearning that deals with story that I'm working really, really hard on to try and come up with something that can turn into both a curriculum and an entertaining series of sorts that goes into it, and it's called The Inner Storyteller, which I introduced the concept of in depth in the introduction of my presentation here at on Funnel 5. And basically, the inner storyteller is what makes meaning in our inner experience. And the way that I put it, just to be super short, is you have a pure awareness space for existence that doesn't need story, doesn't need body, memory, or anything. And you have the I am, the seed of consciousness. I'm sure Nate is circle and dot in the middle should be coming to mind. You got pure awareness as the circle, and you got the seed of consciousness that spiritualists, especially in the East, call the I am presence or whatever. And beyond that, you have different layers of the dynamic, interactive, relational life that we live. And I say the most powerful force in that, even more powerful than attention, is the inner storyteller. Because the inner storyteller even tells the story of your attention, jumping here and there or being absent. And this spiritual force, I believe, governs our inner experience. And if we understand not only the inner storyteller of our own life, but also the dynamics of the inner storyteller and how it contributes to our learned behaviors and how we can use it to do things with our neuroplasticity and change ourselves in great ways that contributes to our shared goals, then we'll be making real progress with dealing with the question, why don't people get it yet? Why don't these fucking people get it yet? I think it's because the stories that they are conditioned to tell themselves are woven with contaminated material. I'll shut up.
That was great. Yeah, man. I really like that. You know, there's for me, what I'm actively going through is the kind of, I mean, Corey touched on this on health, right? Health, the word, it means wholeness. So it's all encompassing. It's all of the categories of life itself, of beingness, of living in the world. And this even applies to what we're going through the human condition. Sure, we're truth speakers, we're making content, we're educating the public, but we also live in the world. So having that balance, 1 foot in, 1 foot out, meaning, 1 foot in the digital realm of education and creating content, but also in your local communities, out in the world, going to events, uniting these sparks or these torches, like we're doing now, but even in real life as well. It's all of that, right? And each person needs to kind of discover that balance and integrating that into their life in general. There's a lot of people that understand this information but feel separated, right? Those people need to get out into the events. They need to get out into, whatever the freedom cells or anything like that, and interact with people, with individuals. And I don't mean that in a codependency, like, oh, I'm with my tribe that just enforces certain belief systems, right? But it's being in the world. It's being proactive and engaging. So yeah, that's kind of where I stand. If we want, we do have some pretty good questions. I could put these on the screen and we can kind of do some rapid fire, and everyone can say something on the question. Here's a good one that I like that I think is extremely relevant. What is your perspective on owning guns and teaching children how to use them? Do you believe they are important for protecting and fighting for freedom?
Absolutely.
Hand in hand.
I'd love to hear from you, Nate.
Yeah. Well, I had I'll get to that question. It's a very, very important question. I did want to say something to Kat and Cynthia. I definitely hear you very deeply in what you're saying. And, this is why we're doing what we're doing. But we also have to remember that we're in a condition of apathy. And this means no care. People just do not care. So it's a condition. And so what we're doing in these conferences, we are reconditioning ourselves to care. And then we can cultivate care. And so something that just to I didn't get a chance to let Will know. Amazing presentation, Will. I loved your presentation. I didn't get to see all of it because I was trying to get myself situated here. But this is going to all connect. But it made me think of something that I think one of the singers said yesterday that I really loved is when he talks about blowing the breath into the fire. And that's exactly what I was trying to say in my whole presentation with the inspiration is, when you're blowing into the fire, you're blowing the breath to raise that fire up, to build the bigger fire. And what that means is speaking more. It means getting vocal. So when you're getting vocal, you are raising that fire. You're raising that inspire. And so this is why, these things are not being talked about enough in this world. It's because people are, there's not enough people speaking to raise that little tiny fire that everybody has within them. It might seem like it's out, but if they get just enough breath, just enough of the that emotional vitriol and being what's the word I'm looking for? Being scholarly, being clear and concise, like Will is talking about, finding clarity, bringing more clarity. It's a refinement process. And so, we have to we have to remember that we're emotional beings, but we have to check ourselves and stay cool and make sure that we bring these topics to the table. They can't go untalked about, but at the same time, getting to the root cause. This is always the most important part of what we're here to do. Because if we understand the causal factors of why these things are actually taking place, which most of us know this, but it's a refinement process because we're trying so hard to get to that root causal factor of, why these horrific things are happening to the children of this world. And not just children, it's adults too. And it's very sad because people are just not getting enough of that breath of speaking out. And so this brings me to the question about children with guns. Yes, absolutely. Children must learn about not just firearms, just weaponry in general and how to use them. We've grown up, in a country that's not completely declawed yet, but we're getting there. We're getting very close because people are very uneducated. They're in a state of apathy. They have no care because it's been conditioned into them. And, after what just happened with the whole, pandemic, people are really doubling down in their ignorance and apathy. And so that's what makes it feel kind of hopeless. But here we are. And what we're doing is, the best that we can do. And, but we must keep speaking. We must keep being vocal. We must, be as clear and concise as possible. And, it takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of diligence. It takes a lot of love and courage. And so, you know, um, we have to understand that children are our prosperity. They are our future, and we must take it more serious to make time and make the effort to teach them not only the difference between right and wrong, but how to defend themselves. Because um, you know, we're being taught from a young age that self-defense is only should only be left up to the authorities. And that is a very big delusional way that people have been brought up to think for a very long time. So it's perpetually, conditioned into people. So this is part of the no care conditioning. And but ignorance is really the adversary of truth and moving in the direction of evolution. And evolution is teaching your children not only the difference between right and wrong, but how to defend themselves and how to properly, know how to arm themselves with a firearm or any type of weapon. So that's my, I could go on and on about that, but I'll pass it off.
I think it's important that if in general, but in terms of educating the young about the importance of self-defense, firearms, this kind of thing, is the understanding that rights aren't guarantees. It's part of the person's responsibility that comes along with being a sovereign being, that you have to take action. If you want freedom, you have to protect it for yourself, for your family, for your community, and so forth, and not tolerate injustice and tyranny. That's so vital. That's why education has to come along with the ability to defend oneself. You have to it's like in Braveheart, he says, first I teach you to use this, then I teach you to use the sword. Because that's the exercise of intelligence, to be an intelligent, conscious being. It's so important. I just wanted to throw that in there.
And if I could just say something really quick too, not even just children, also women, because a lot of times people think of defense as the man's job, and a lot of us ain't got no man, first of all, and you still need to be able to protect yourself, whether you have one or not. We need to know. We also need to know how to use guns and protect ourselves, and know martial arts in different ways, because, like, not only was my niece murdered, my sister was murdered too. He killed her too. And I think about that all the time. What if she would have had a gun? What if she knew how to use one? Maybe she'd still be alive right now because he had one, and it's a real thing. It's a real thing, and it needs to be taken very seriously. And we do need to know how to protect ourselves, and we can't let the government or the police make us think that we don't have a right to defend ourselves and protect ourselves, because we do. We absolutely do.
Can I just say, because what I've watched and experienced over, many decades to see how we arrived at where we have, is how, and again, it was the people that all kind of, do it to themselves. They did it to themselves. They made, the health, my health, my rightful, healthy self-defense, healthy self-worth, healthy spiritedness, all, a pathology and a crime, just so they can, extract that energy, from us, like little people, nobody, working class people, to transfer to the, elite. So, they can live completely excessive, like way beyond health, way beyond like, like what any healthy person should be allowed. And they have so much excess and they're constantly being fed, extracted from us to them so they could be, as deviant, beyond health as you can be, while people like me and us are living deficient. Like we're not even allowed to live our, like, I mean, I didn't think it was like rocket science or so radical, like to just want to be healthy, to just want to live to my healthy potential. And it was like, I mean, I literally was attacked by my own freaking, so-called family, people all around me that were literally like, how dare you? And it's, all of that, everything that I just experienced all through the decades accumulated to be creating, like all this Epstein stuff. And what makes me so, I'm sorry, angry, I just can't help it, is all of the finger pointing at Epstein and, oh, how sick these people are. Oh, they're so sick. They're so sick. And I'm like, yeah, you enabled them for 6 decades. You extracted from the little people all around you to feed these psychos for decades and freaking decades. And it makes me, I mean, and like, if people can't get, I mean, I was studying how relationships functioned, what healthy boundaries are, enabling and codependency and all this stuff, like, since the 80s, like the early 80s. And I thought we were well on our way to, like, I thought we would have been halfway to enlightenment by now. I mean, I was so sure, like my life, the world would be like so much healthier and thriving by now, with all of the self-help and spirituality, yoga, meditation stuff they were selling you a bazillion freaking years ago. And I watched people like just not put things into practice. They go to the Omega Institute and pay all this money to go to these workshops and then go back to their lives and do the same thing. They don't, like, there's no rubber meeting the road. And I got to tell you, I mean, like, I was like committed. I made life like this endless workout. And I said, like, I'm just going to tell the truth, never stop telling it, and let the chips fall where they may. If I was homeless, if I was poor, if I didn't care. This is how like much like fight was and rage and frustration was literally pumped into me, living, in an environment that's supposed to be like freaking so supportive and caring. And I mean, it was like a test. Like I did an experiment to just say, let me see what happens if I, because I said to myself in the 80s, if the monetary system was legitimate, I should be able to take care of my health, put my health and fitness first, and money should come to me like more naturally and effortlessly than, because in order to have money all the time, I always had to do shit I didn't want to do. Things that didn't feed my soul, things that didn't, feed me and help me to be who I wanted to be. And I was like, you know what? F this. I'm going to just be who I am. And if I'm poor, then so-called poor, then, that will expose this crappy, fraudulent monetary system for what it is. And of course, it turned on to go on like much longer than, I mean, I thought, guts and resistance would be rewarded. I thought I was going to get like all this support and an army of people like kind of joining me, and forget it. It was like nothing like that at all. And I'm just like, wow.
Yeah, there's,
Go ahead.
for a lot of people, not a lot of support out there. And, that's kind of why we've been pushing to work on community, to work on, us talking about these things on shared platforms. And I really appreciate what Jerry was saying about working towards better systems. And I know Corey too, trying to provide some sort of network so maybe more people don't fall through the cracks and have to go through some of the trauma we did. And, one thing that's been huge for me, I wanted to bring it back to that question about self-defense. Over the past few years, I've been really lucky to be studying self-defense with someone who's very knowledgeable and like picking up some amazing skills. And it makes me realize that like just practicing on the day-to-day, kind of war gaming in your mind. What if things went wrong? Like what if somebody tried to grab your kid when you're walking down the street or corner you or your loved one? Do you have any kind of plan? Because it could make the difference that you have any kind of plan and that you have done any kind of thinking. And so outside of just guns, there's a lot that can be thought about, studied, and a lot of preparations that can be made in terms of even just down to things you carry in your pocket or mental ideas and plans. This story really sticks out for me that I was told about a young female in the snow and bad weather, ran out of gas. And like if she would have just stayed in her car, or I don't remember what the deal was. Like she was afraid to break the window was what it came down to. And she wound up freezing in the snow. But if she would have just broke the window, she would have been able to get in the car and get the keys or whatever happened. I think that's what it was. She was locked out of the car. So she decided to walk home, in the cold and wound up freezing to death. And it was just like that simple self-defense thing of understanding you could break the damn window. Your life's way more important. Don't worry about the window. It's like those type of things. Like I'm talking about putting things into context and caring about children, caring about life in this day and age of AI and the changing times. It's like it's getting harder. And those of us that understand it and still feel and still care, we need to put that out there for other people to grab a hold of and share. The camaraderie of being alive and being human. So pass it on.
If I may add to this, what you guys are touching on is this body and mind relationship, right? Which we see is so important in health, right? And when you see martial arts, it's like you're expressing, you can say, some of that anger, some of that fire through movement. And that's why it's helping people release trauma, for instance, right? I mentioned the somatics before. Someone in the chat mentioned Tai Chi. Well, Qigong is considered like the grandfather of martial arts. And Leslie, we did an interview with my Qigong teacher for the Health Revealed project. And he talked about that relationship and how he's building community through the Florida community of mindfulness. And now they're fully solar. They've been donation based for the past 30 years. Speaking of which, this is also the two pillars in Mark Pastor's natural law seminar, the left brain or right brain, the masculine and feminine, the self-defense principle, but also the non-aggression principle. And then what comes of like every interaction is how you present yourself and how you react, right? So your presence is really important. And you can say the presence is kind of like where the two pillars or the two sides come together. In Taoism, they call that Wu Wei, between hot cognition and cold cognition. And so how you present yourself can be really important. I mean, even like Jerry, another example, yesterday, was it 2 days ago? I don't know. 2 days, it was yesterday, I guess. I don't know. But time goes by. I'm just like in the flow of things. That's a good example of Wu Wei. I'm not like too swayed by things. But we got like $30. And within 30 minutes from people just donating to us, I didn't even ask for donations, just when I was handing out flyers in front of Publix. And we were just standing there. And we were just inspiring people. And because I come with this presence of inspiration, and I learned this from Jim Gale, you can get done anything you want in your life. If you have this is going to sound new agey, but this sort of vibrational energy that people can sense. Jim Gale, whether you like him or don't, I mean, it's like people are attracted to him and they give him things because he has an energy, he has a quality, and he does have a speaking ability. And he did learn things like, like the politicians learn it to manipulate people, right? But like what do they call it? NLP, right? Neuro linguistic programming. But like, he took all these courses for years. He was like living the $1 billion life, like on a yacht, right? And then he started researching 8 hours a day, had this spiritual awakening, and decided to do something. But the thing that keeps him being successful is this energy that he brings with him, and he meditates, and that's why I hang out with him. It's because he's in tune with himself. And so it's like when Nate mentions like we got to do the best we can do. I always put myself down and say, well, no, I'm still not doing the best I can, right? So I have this part of me that's like I'm always doubting myself, and I do look at the doom and gloom of the world because you have to face it head on. You do. But then there's this other side of me that's like, we can inspire, we can empower the world. So if you notice, I'm utilizing both here, right? Both of these to create a balance. I'm facing the shadows of the world, and I'm also bringing with me the light. And I think it's important that we don't dwell too much in either one, where, yeah, we are like this new age, all about light, ignore the dark, or oh, we're all about doom and gloom, right? And so it's the same thing when it comes to firearms. Someone could be really passionate about firearms, and that's all they think about. They're like, in order to get rid of the state, we have to charge up there with firearms, and take them out, and blood is the only answer. And it's like, well, here's us over here. It's like, well, morality is important. And, what about if that is going to cause more of a problem? And the abolitionists, a lot of them were pacifists, and they were promoting civil disobedience, saying that actually that's more effective than using even self-defense, right? So all that comes from looking at these nuances, these polarities that we find in nature, and then being able to navigate it and creating, I would say, your own little paradise. Catherine, you mentioned a really good point, but independent media can do a lot of this change already, and they haven't. I just want to mention that you mentioned some really good points. Like, you've been doing this for decades, and you're not wrong to feel what you're feeling. I've been noticing the same thing since I've been researching when I was 13, is that there's this constant, let's say, capitalism or consumerism culture in independent media of like, buy my merch, buy these supplements, let's report the latest news, and self-help, yeah, and buy my courses, but they're not actually creating change, and it's the same thing like I talk about in the Cult World documentary. I have a whole thing about consumerism and self-help. So the best thing we can do is demonstrate those new models, which I feel like are not even being demonstrated by the independent media. Like, that's why I love this community so much. Like, I'm trying to tell you guys like so much how I love this community. This is what independent media needs. So even if we bring this message to the people who are already so-called awake, they need this moral education. Like, I talked to Jerry, and she said that, Will, your presentation at the People's Reset, not a lot of people were familiar with natural law morality. And I was like, really? Like, I'm surprised. Like, Mark Passio, he gets angry at us. He gets angry at the independent media because he's got the same frustrations. So Catherine, I think actually, we have a lot of internal work to do within our own community, and that's part of the reason why we're not making the progress. But I think it's getting there because we are organizing events like this, and then we're doing real life actions as well. And I don't think they've ever been done before in the past 20, 30 years. I'm criticizing Mike Adams openly. I'm talking to him, and I'm like, dude, you just started talking about voluntarism after 20, 30 years of talking about left versus right. Alex Jones, he fell into that game too. But they had Mark Passio on their platform. They said, "Oh, you were highly requested," but they didn't have him on before. It's like it's very new, actually. So this is just something to. I hope I provide some light. Like Catherine, it is on its way, and I do see it. And yeah, there's always going to be these dark sides. There's always going to be things to work on. I think the best thing you could do is create your own little paradise and maybe some feng shui. It could be all the littlest things that make a big difference. But you're always welcome, and I love you all.
Excellent. I'd love to hear from Douglas. You've been pretty quiet.
Hey, thanks, Chris. I'm getting a kick out of seeing you and Leslie and Derek all bunched up in there. And yeah, I really like everything I'm hearing and everything everybody has to say. And I understand the pain and the suffering. And that's why I do this, because I'm concerned about it. And, myself, I have quite a bit of experience in the research mostly, but I appreciate the activism. But if we arrive at the activism without the solution in our pocket, then we really don't have any power. So we're going to the Merovingian without the why. And so when we talk about principles, we have to get down to that which is most important, which I think we would all agree is truth. But there's a lot of ambiguity with that term. So what is truth? Well, to hear me tell it, if we want truth, we would have to labor for it as hard as we labor for gold. So some of the things that I say or might say can be very hard for people to hear. So I have to be a little bit careful with that, because I want to encourage you and I want to express my gratitude for allowing me to participate in the conference and in past conferences and in the community, because it means a lot to me and I don't want to squander the opportunity. I'm really grateful that you asked for me to speak, because I do have a few things to say. But concerning truth, I think the most important thing about truth is to discern that which is inherent in the natural world versus that which is a mental construct. And to understand that the mental construct is immediately arbitrary and potentially ambiguous, whereas the truth is unwavering. But as I said, so when we, and remember this too, conquering is one thing and holding is another. Those are two different responsibilities. So, so if we went off to some foreign land and conquered some territory, well, the only way we could hold that territory is to basically reside there and adhere to it, and then we have a finite lifetime. And you see, so we have to be very realistic about these very, very mature subjects. And I appreciate all of the because we go insane if we're totally serious all the time. But we really want to recognize where we're operating in the plane of effects, which is in the physical world, versus operating in the plane of causality, which is in the mind. So this is not just a corruption of corporations and government institutions. It's a corruption of basically all institutions, including religion. And, you could call religion a split of the science, because now we have empirical science, and then religion deals with everything unseen, and that's marginalized and stigmatized. So we've taken the whole science and broken it into pieces, and it's all basically arbitrary and ambiguous, and we are at the mercy of the narrative of the authority. So I'm trying not to go too far astray, but we have to embrace truth as that which is most important. And like I say, I think the best way to identify what I'm talking about is to think of it like this. Everything in creation is God's creation. But everything man-made, including the mental constructs, which is the most important thing to be concerned about, is an extension of God's creation. So annuit coeptus, God wills it. If we choose to build a prison here, well, the universe is in favor of that, although we will destroy ourselves in doing so. And if that's what we wish to do, that's what our free will is. And the universe favors that. That's annuit coeptus. So we have to be, and when we're talking about the children, my wife has a wonderful children's book at Give to Nature and Nature Will Give to You.com, I believe. And it's a wonderful book, and it's basically Hermetic principles for, oh, that's wonderful. Thanks, Will. But it's basically Hermetic principles for children, but we have to understand that these things are very mature subjects. And Hermetic principles alone are not the entirety of understanding natural law. In fact, Mark added a lot to the Hermetic principles when he brought the lost principle of care, because that is the generative, that's the big G. That is the feminine creator aspect of the whole universe. And it's within each and every one of us. So when we're creating, we're mimicking the creator. And we're expressing as the creator. And there's so many ways that we can express. So I don't want to marginalize any of it. In fact, that's why I wanted to come on the conference tonight, because, I can poke some fun at some of the people's starting out work and not getting into the more advanced material, which takes years and decades and time. And, and sometimes I can go crazy thinking that people should be farther along here or there. But in general, you guys really helped me appreciate, and I always have, because I started out with music, different ways to express. So, you guys brought comedy, you guys brought all different kinds of angles, animation, filmmaking, cinema, presentations, all of which I'm very impressed by. And when you put it all together as a sum total, it's one of the greatest things I've ever witnessed with my own two eyes. And I think the conferences have improved every time, every time we've done another one, whether it's Seed or Funnel. And I'm really happy about that. And that's why I wanted to come in here, because, I wanted to put the emphasis on what you guys were trying to do, and let everybody bring their talents. Because you remember this, in the ancient world, the idea of talent was a monetary denomination, if I'm saying that right. The monetary designation was a talent. It was a term for the value. And what everybody's talent was their contribution to the one great work. And that was, depending on how much it contributed to that one great work, was, the denomination of the value, if I'm saying that right. So that's important to understand. And, money is a mental construct. So therefore it limits us, and it is a form of slavery. Ideally, it's a religion, and it's one of the, like I say, I'm trying to be careful, because I know you guys can handle some of the things I'd say, but on the other hand, I want to be concise, and I don't want to go into one of my 8-hour you know what I'm saying. So I want to make it short and sweet, but everybody has brought so much to this event, and I want to put the emphasis on this event. And I just want to encourage everybody to take the responsibility for the truth. Be in a state of growth. And if you need to express emotion, that's fine too, because a lot of people relate to that. They can feel your pain. It's going to compel them to want to do more, but we have to be careful about operating in the plane of effects. We have to understand the plane of causality, because to hear me tell it, the corruption of science is that the psychology should be at the top of the pyramid of the hierarchy of science. But I'm not talking about Jungian and Freudian psychology. That's psychology in its infancy. I'm talking about ancient psychology, which I've only managed to learn through Mark Passio's work. And it involves worldview schism, mental schism, free will, determinism, random components, the triune brain, the left-right hemisphere of the brain, our complex mammalian brain, neocortex is where the growth occurs. That's the gray matter. And all of these things. But ideally, the ancient psychology is the anima and the animus, the masculine and the feminine aspects of the brain, which we can define as the hemispheres of the brain. And that correspondence that Nate teaches in his work, that we've also picked up from Passio, how that corresponds to the planet itself, whether it's north and south or both hemispheres, or east and west. But just try to remember that only the north and the south have the poles. So when we go east to west, west to east, we have nothing to ground ourselves to. So we can easily become disoriented, and that's largely what's happened. But just like I said, identify with the truth as how to discern that what is inherent in the natural world, which Corey talks so much about. When he talks about nature is the answer, that's what's running through my mind. Yes, it's true. And the same thing, only love can conquer war. Yeah, but that's another big 4-letter word that people don't understand. And we all understand agape. Yes, agape is the answer. Expanding awareness, expanding knowledge, expanding consciousness. And then I just had a couple other things that I thought might be good to mention. I really love Will's work on animism, and you guys talk about animism a lot. And I just wanted to point out that I think it's important to identify that with the square with the dot in the center, as Nate was demonstrating, as the gods of the four corner, and the dot in the center, which you can refer to as pure spirit, and that's pure animism. And see, I could say a lot more about that, about making the inanimate animated, which, you know, now with modern technology, I mean, is there anything that's really not possible in the physical world? So we have to be very careful. That's the best way I'm going to say that without scaring the hell out of anybody. So, but yeah, that's pretty much what I